One day, 15 years ago, our world was turned upside down and changed forever. There were rifts, magical portals from which demons came out, but there was also a system of levels and abilities so that people could protect themselves. People who defend our world from demons are now called adventurers. Adventurers choose their own style to fight demons. They are called classes. Sorcerers are very slow and have difficulty controlling magic, and are considered to be too weak and helpless against demons. Our protagonist's name is Charles, and he chose a class with high ease, Thief. He felt that first, he needed to gain more experience and improve his survival skills. Over time, he gained an incredible amount of experience and became one of the strongest adventurers, nicknamed the Sword of Divine Speed. Every year, the faults were getting bigger and appeared more often, but Charles believed that he could protect people and this world from demons. He was not the only one who had such a desire. Many other adventurers also did their best to save the world. But one day, something unexpected happened. Charles was informed that he was being removed from the Sword of Glory list. Charles did not understand why this happened and began to ask many questions, but was told that he should know the reasons himself. Every year, the level of monsters increases. Now Charles's attacks are ineffective against high-ranked monsters. With no support and recovery skills, the Sword of Divine Speed became a burden for adventurers. The days when thieves were very strong and necessary are long gone, and the world is changing rapidly. He was told that now thieves would be useful only for sucking materials from low-level monsters. Against the strongest demons, it will be more useful to have a sorcerer in the group who can deal real damage to opponents. The guild also decided to strip Charles of his C rank because the new faults are much stronger than the previous ones. He could not believe that this had really happened. Charles had risked his own life many times, and now he was being thrown away like garbage. Even though he has lost his combat power, he is still one of the strongest adventurers in the field of poison. Mark was one of the guild members. He looked at Charles and said he had one request. It was encouraging. Charles thought he was going to be assigned something important, but Mark asked him to pretend they no longer knew each other. It was a painful blow for the guy who had risked and given his all for others for so many years, and now he realized that he was useless. Charles became depressed, stayed indoors, smoked a lot, and drank alcohol. He spent his entire life working as an adventurer, thinking that he would always fight demons for the sake of his country. And after all these donations, he was thrown away like garbage, which is hard to accept even for a strong warrior. Charles noticed that he was falling behind the others, so he spent a lot of money on supplies. He spent all his money on various witchcraft potions and tools, and now he has nothing left. Now he won't be able to earn high-rank rift clearing because the guild has stripped him of his C rank. He heard on the news that the Sword of Glory was heading to a neighboring country, and they had managed to conquer the rift of the Dark Estate. It was hard to watch his team continue to succeed without him. He opened the comments and saw that people remembered him. But someone wrote that Charles had always been a ballast to the team. This made the guy very angry, because yesterday he was a hero and a team leader, and today he is called ballast. He thought that he had made a mistake in choosing a class, that if he sold all his equipment and potions, he could live for a few more months. But in his eyes were memories. Memories of those glorious days of victories and universal recognition. He had tears in his eyes. He had spent his whole life for this team, and it was causing him terrible pain. Charles lay down on the bed and started thinking about what he should do next, and so far he had almost no ideas. He received an urgent message on his phone saying that an S-class monster had appeared in the city center and that he had to hide immediately. Charles thought that it looked rather strange. A monster of the S-class appeared at the very moment when the Sword of Glory was not in the country. He realized that there were no more strong adventurers in this city who could defeat this monster. Charles began to think. He realized that it would be difficult for him to defeat this monster as well. But he also knew that this was his chance to assert himself and show that he had been stripped of his C rank too early and was still capable of much more. The S-class monster is a real test for every adventurer, as such demons are not to be trifled with, and the slightest mistake can cost a life. Charles was happy that he didn't have time to sell his equipment, and immediately went to meet the monster. It will not be easy for him. He is facing the time dragon Kronos, a rather pretentious name for a demon. Charles asked him to remember this day because it would be his last. The guy ran to the attack with the hope that he could use his vast experience and defeat a strong opponent. Charles realized that the townspeople had evacuated, and he just needed to hold out until the other adventurers arrived. Although the plan looked quite simple, in real life everything is much more complicated, especially when you are fighting the Dragon of Time. This giant attacked with fire and its sharp claws, and it was difficult to dodge all its swift attacks. Charles realized that his opponent was too fast and felt it on his own body, so it looks like our hero was in trouble. After missing several dangerous attacks from the dragon, the guy began to doubt whether he should have come here. Kronos looked very confident, his white armor glistening in the sun and adding to his majesty. Charles realized that he should always keep his distance from such an opponent and threw a poisonous sickle at him. This attack did nothing. The guy realizes that the dragon's skin will be difficult to pierce, but he hoped that he would succeed. They have 2 different levels, and if Charles hadn't specialized in speed, he would have died a long time ago, so the situation is very difficult. The guy realized that he had no other options but to go all in and use the Thief's Claws. The Thief's Claws are one of the skills of this class. Thanks to this attack, the thief can steal an item from an opponent. Such a serious demon must have very powerful items, and Charles hoped that he could get a powerful weapon if he was lucky. But the demon was too strong. It began to attack rapidly and seriously wounded the guy in the chest. It looks like the thief's cunning plan has failed, and it's better that he stays in the apartment and watches TV shows on Netflix. His eyes began to darken. Was this really the end of the glorious warrior, and would his story end so easily? They have always been called heroes, but today he could only hold out for a few minutes. He is too weak. Charles thought that if he could survive, he would definitely become stronger, and he saw an interesting object in his hand. At first he didn't understand what it was. Did he really get this item with a thief's claw attack? This is the mythical dial of the God of Time. It allows you to turn back time 10 years. When used, the object will disappear from all timelines. Charles first heard about the mythical class items, and at first he thought it was some kind of dragon's joke on him. But Kronos looked very serious and wanted to finish off his wounded opponent, and Charles had almost no time left. The guy realized that there was no point in thinking and decided to try to use this mythical, mysterious gift. A second before the dragon's claws fatally attacked him, Charles activated a mythical object and tried to turn back time. After that, the dragon's huge claw pierced through his body. But the question is, did the clockwork work? It was a strange feeling. The guy did not understand whether he was dead or alive. It was quite uncomfortable. A little while later, he opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in his apartment in bed. He hadn't realized that he was 10 years younger. He immediately picked up his watch and made sure that the time had indeed changed. But for the moment, he thought it was just a dream. He went to the window and opened the curtains to see what was happening outside. Then he pulled out his phone and made sure it was really 2030, which seemed almost impossible. He immediately remembered that the dial of the mythical class time god allows you to go back 10 years. He decided to check his combat class and saw that he had no class, so he really went back in time. He succeeded, and Charles confidently promised himself that this time he would become the strongest adventurer in the world. Now the realities in this world were completely different, and ordinary people were very scared because of the rifts and demons. The levels and sizes of the monsters are constantly growing, and it was constantly said on TV that this could be a real catastrophe for humanity. Charles quickly realized that he was really in the world of 10 years ago, a unique feeling. In the future, there won't be as much talk about fractures. The point was that people should have a high level. Charles realized that by returning to the past, he had gained an incredible advantage over others. Now he needs to gain as much experience and rare items as possible. Knowledge is his main weapon. But first, of course, he has to get the adventurer class, which requires leveling up to 10th. There are special rifts for low-level adventurers who have not yet received a class. These faults are not being cleaned up and are under control. Charles immediately realized that this was the perfect opportunity to raise the level. He decided to go to the first rift of the F rank, to the Goblin Cave, to try to get the 6th level. He was not one of those who ran in these rifts and raised their level in the hope of getting a class. There were other promising warriors who fell asleep with dreams of waking up one day as an adventurer. One of them was O'Hara, a warrior with a level 16 two-handed sword who helps newcomers to the rift. He said that it was dangerous to hunt monsters alone. The goblins could surround you, and then it would be difficult to get out of this rift. Usually people called O'Hara a leader. Charles thought he didn't look like a bad guy. O'Hara said that the company had suffered heavy losses due to fracture problems, and so he decided to become a conductor. This man thought that the work of a conductor was a great hobby and extra income. Soon, Charles continued to destroy goblins and was able to reach the 10th level very quickly. He received 6 experience points and 2 skill points for this, which is a pretty good start for a young talent. This talkative guide immediately welcomed his new friend and said that Charles was learning and progressing very quickly. O'Hara believed that Charles would make a great adventurer, but he didn't know that he was looking at the owner of an S-class. O'Hara said that rising to the 10th level can be a class act, and Charles should definitely think carefully about his future choices. The guide said he could always give advice, but he hardly had more experience than an experienced adventurer. The class you get depends on your abilities and characteristics, and you can buy skills with points. O'Hara advised Charles to choose a warrior class and promised to teach him many techniques and methods. However, after analyzing the guy, he admitted that the class of thief was more suitable for him, as if he was born for it. O'Hara was too talkative. He was constantly talking to Charles and asking him a million questions. He asked the boy if he knew how to get a class, as if he were the most professional adventurer. He also wondered if Charles had been taught in class how to activate acceleration and amplification. Acceleration and enhancement skills increase the adventurer's physical parameters. You can call it a base. Of course, these skills are very important, but to become the strongest adventurer, it is better not to waste skill points on this. Charles had been thinking all evening and realized what he needed now, and O'Hara started screaming and asked him not to do it. Charles bought a soft fall for 5 points. It reduces the damage from falling and increases the resistance to gravity. O'Hara considered it an unnecessary skill that would be useful in few places. There are too few high places around to use this. The man decided to give some more advice to the guy. It seems that Charles did not hear him at all and continued to improve his soft fall skill by spending his points. O'Hara was incredibly angry that the guy had spent all his points on a soft fall. It seemed absurd to him. O'Hara thought that with such abilities, only the class of swordsman or peasant would be suitable for the boy. He was even more surprised when Charles finally chose his class. He said he was going to be a gravity master, a hidden class. The Gravity Master appears only when all the points are used for the soft fall skill. It was found much later because of the harsh conditions of its appearance, and even after its discovery, no one wanted to choose this class because of its weak abilities. Even after 10 years, no one has solved the mystery of this class, but Charles understood the essence of gravity when he was an adventurer with a rank. The Gravity Master is the strongest class of all, and O'Hara tried to stop the boy and persuade him to become a swordsman. But it was impossible to do, and that's exactly what Charles wanted. He confirmed his choice and became a master of gravity. He immediately gained the skill of gravitational magic and gravity control, which is the basis of this class. Charles looked very satisfied and happy. All his experience told him it was the right choice. With this class, he will definitely be able to become the strongest adventurer in the world. This time, he will definitely go the other way. O'Hara came up to the boy and said that he didn't think the magic class was right for him. He still couldn't get over the fact that Charles hadn't listened to him. He said that there was a high probability that Charles would not live long. It is difficult to fight demons with such a class. The man's eyes were filled with tears, and he said that it was better for the boy not to become an adventurer. At this time, it is believed that melee classes are much stronger than others. This conversation ended unexpectedly because strange things began to happen in this rift. A demon appeared next to Charles and the guide, a level 17 red cap, a real test for every warrior. O'Hara was very frightened. Monsters of such a high level should not appear in this place. It is some kind of anomaly. O'Hara was in this place because he was not confident in his abilities in real combat. He saw that around him were young adventurers of no more than level 10, and he urgently needed to save their lives. O'Hara realized that this was his finest hour. He ordered Charles to flee with the others and promised to distract the monster. Charles saw what was happening and realized that the O'Hara would not be able to defeat the Red Hood. This monster was too strong for the guide. If you don't urgently intervene in this battle, the conductor may retire early. O'Hara is not used to fighting opponents of his level, or even higher. He is just a guide and can only destroy weak demons. O'Hara began to shout and call for help from adventurers above level 15, but so far no one had helped him. It was clear that he would not be able to defeat such a strong opponent. One mistake, and he was dead. Charles was watching this with other adventurers. He thought he couldn't help because his level was too low. The guy felt it very well. He couldn't even see the movements of the red cap clearly. His gravity magic is too weak and he doesn't know much about his abilities. At that moment, Charles remembered his first meeting with the O'Hara when this experienced guide tried to save him from danger. The guy realized that he could not leave such a good guy to his fate, and during this time, he managed to fall in love with O'Hara. It's time to use your sword and powers to protect your friend. As soon as the conductor saw that Charles was trying to help him, he started shouting and stopping him. He thought that now they were both going to die. O'Hara said that Charles's magic class was too weak. With such a difference in strength, he would die quickly. As usual, the boy hardly listened to the guide. He looked at the red cap and said that now he would test his new powers on him. He is ready to risk his second life to find out what the stronger class is capable of. If you don't defeat the red cap now, you'll hardly have a chance to escape, so it's an all-in game. The demon immediately turned its attention to the young man and ran to attack, and it was time for decisive action. The weakness of magical classes is the lack of physical abilities. Sorcerers are highly dependent on the help of other classes. But the Gravity Master is not like that. He can improve physical parameters in exchange for mana. Charles began to control his gravitational force and weaken the gravity around him. The real magic began, as if O'Hara was watching his friend in awe and didn't understand how he was moving so fast. Charles immediately reduced gravity and thus accelerated his movements, a brilliant solution in a critical situation. The movements of everyone around you have become much more predictable, which can be used as an advantage during combat. It doesn't matter what your opponent does if you can read their future moves. The Red Hood did not yet realize that his end was approaching at the speed of light. He was sure that he could easily kill this arrogant guy. He did not know that in his past life, Charles had won more than 1,000 battles using only his own speed. O'Hara couldn't believe his eyes. Using a low-level magic class, Charles was able to wound the Red Cap. Gravity Master is a special class with high physical performance due to mana control. In the early stages, the monster's movements are too predictable, and you can easily dodge the demon's attacks with speed. Once you master the necessary skills, the potential of the Gravity Master class reaches incredible heights. Everyone around realized that they were looking at a future legend. The guy's confidence was at an incredible level. Charles looked at his friend and ordered him to attack the Red Cap. At first, the experienced guide started to worry, but then he composed himself and trusted his instincts. He drew his sword and ran to attack, at which point he looked like a real predator attacking his prey. The Red Cap turned his back on Charles, and the guy immediately activated the gravity chains. The Red Hood realized too late that this pack of low-ranking adventurers was actually too dangerous. It was too late to run away because in 2 seconds, O'Hara sent this demon to hell. For defeating the monster, 28 experience points were gained and the level was raised to 12. Charles was pleased. With the Gravity Master class, he would definitely be able to become the strongest adventurer in the world. The other young adventurers looked at him with admiration. They did not understand how a newcomer could defeat the Red Cap. O'Hara could not do any damage to this monster, and Charles, with his low level, was able to defeat the demon. Fantastic! It seems that this guy is also a monster in some sense, and he doesn't even realize it. Charles looked at him and did not understand who he was. Even the word genius does not fit to describe him. Charles immediately felt weak, and he spent all his mana to activate the Gravity Master skill. At that moment, it was difficult for him to even move his finger, and we need to correct this nuance in the future. The O'Hara immediately approached the boy, thanked him for saving him, and offered to help. Charles was pleased to hear the words of gratitude. He hadn't felt like a real hero who could save others for a long time. In addition to O'Hara, there were many other low-level adventurers, all of whom were rescued. The conductor thanked his friend not only for the rescue, but also for helping him overcome his fear. O'Hara always lacks the courage to fight strong monsters, so he always hunts only inferior demons. Now that Charles had helped him take a step forward, it was time to end his role as a guide. O'Hara was happy that he was able to personally witness the birth of a new legend. Inspired by his victory over fear, O'Hara took his savior in his arms and helped him. A few days have passed. Charles has learned what his gravity magic can do, and now it's time to level up. But it will be difficult to do it alone, so we need to find a temporary team. Not everyone around me has heard of the Gravity Master class, which is not surprising because it is a hidden class. The Gravity Master was known to be a magical class with low characteristics. When Charles said that he was looking for a team, they looked at him as a fool who would not be able to fight real monsters. At the moment, there are several low-ranked teams available that may be of interest to Charles. The boy asked to see these commands, but the woman said that his characteristics were too low and he might have difficulties. Charles looked upset. He has a rare and unknown class, and we should have expected such a reception. The guy asked for an opportunity to talk to the heads of these teams. The adventurer Jack came into the room. He heard that the registrar was having problems and asked Charles not to be so intrusive. Charles immediately asked the guy who he was, and Jack pretended to be a world-famous superstar. Then this self-confident guy said he was the leader of a famous group of Thunder Knights. In Jack's warrior class, he also said that magic classes are not needed. This was said to insult Charles. He began to mock him and said that magic classes were created for those who were afraid to be around demons. That is why, in his opinion, sorcerers cannot be called adventurers. He said that Charles should regret the wrong choice. According to him, Charles has a very rare class with low characteristics. Jack said that his class was also rare, but he could achieve greatness, unlike Charles. This self-confident guy liked to show off his talents and decided to demonstrate the power of lightning. This is a very rare class with high characteristics and strong skills, and Jack was happy to have chosen this option. Everyone started talking about Jack. People appreciated his talent and called him a future professional adventurer. The registrar said that the use of skills was forbidden in the guild, but Jack reassured her and said that he was just showing his strength to a newbie. He looked at Charles and said that they were not going to take on the garbage, and explained that no one would take on a stranger. He thought that Charles was acting like a fool. Adventurers are not volunteers to help everyone. Charles was well aware that the Thunder Knight was a class that specialized in attacking, but it had slow movements and difficulty in implementing abilities. He should be very weak against an opponent who specializes in speed, or against those who know how to defend against lightning. Meanwhile, everyone was laughing at Charles. They thought it was funny that a weak, low-class wizard was trying to get into the team. Everyone wanted to get the Thunder Knight class, which was rumored to require high initial performance. Charles realized that it hadn't been long since the first rift had appeared, so maybe he should be alone until he earned the trust of others. Charles has completely forgotten what happened before, when the emphasis was on efficient abilities and high performance. He came back to the registrar and said that he had changed his mind and decided to be alone for now. Jack smiled and said that Charles should forget about the idea of becoming an adventurer and try to stay alive. Charles didn't pay much attention to him and wasn't angry at all. He thanked him for his advice and left. Now he decided to go to the room where the archives of the Adventurers Guild are kept. He realizes that a temporary team will not be enough to win the trust of others. It is better to find people with whom you can create a full-fledged group, and remember the importance of compatibility with his gravitational abilities. He also thought he needed to raise his combat level and earn some achievements. He was able to easily defeat the Red Cap because the movements of low-level monsters are too predictable. Charles has figured out how to use gravity. Maybe now we need to raise the level and go to high-level faults? While studying the archives, he realized that the best rift for him at the moment was a level 25 stone temple. This rift was created for leveling up and mining stones and is controlled by the guild. Statues appear in this rift, which are very easy to defeat. If you are an intermediate level hunter, it will not be difficult. This vault is like a dungeon for beginners. If Charles hunts alone, he will be able to assemble a team faster. Now he is at the 12th level, which is not much, and he urgently needs to improve his skills. Charles was wondering, as he leveled up in the stone temple, if he could find classes suitable for his abilities. He decided not to wait and immediately go to the fractured stone temple. But this was not a children's playroom, and even very talented adventurers failed here. It may be easy only for real talent, but for everyone else it is a challenge. The stone statues look like monsters from horror movies, and even Charles will have a hard time fighting them. The registrar was surprised that a guy on the 12th level wanted to go to a stone temple. It seemed crazy to her. Charles said he had carefully read the rules and there was nothing illegal about it. Jessica knew this, but she warned the guy that he was going to die, because the recommended level for this fracture is 25. She warned that the faults are not stable and very serious rivals can meet there. Charles was not at all worried and said that everything would be fine. He would look around and come right back. You can't get stronger without taking risks. Charles has to defeat strong monsters to level up. He entered the stone church and promised himself that he would not stay here for long. The guy realized that he just needed to defeat at least one monster to increase his level. The stone statues were very cunning and treacherous. One careless step and you could lose your head. But all these tricks were too cheap for the former S-class adventurer. When Charles saw his opponent at the 20th level, he thought it would be easy to defeat this monster. Although the stone statue tried to cut off his head, the boy easily dodged it and showed that he was on another level. He was smiling and showed no signs of excitement at all, and we were about to have a real masterclass from a young master. Charles activated gravity reduction, a skill he had practiced in the previous fight. He already knew how to fight and what to do in low gravity, unlike his opponent. Even with this level, the stone statue is still an easy opponent. Charles sees through all his movements. The guy instantly approached and started attacking with his sword. It was a filigree technique. The brick statue was able to withstand the boy's attacks. This stone man is quite strong, but he is only good at defense. It looks like the second round is about to begin, and the brick man is out for revenge and moving forward. It looks quite strange. Even knowing that Charles is much faster, he still flies into the attack without hesitation. Charles again weakened the surrounding gravity to demonstrate his technique. But now he used a new trick. After weakening gravity, he immediately doubled the surrounding gravity. The brick man could not cope with this false maneuver. He did not have time to dodge the boy's attack. Charles instantly chopped it into two pieces. Even the concrete could not withstand the attack of this talented guy. His plan worked, relieving pressure and accelerating before the final blow. It was a very powerful attack, and Charles immediately gained 28 experience points and increased his level to 16th. In addition, he gained 8 skill points, and he was pleased with his trip to the Stone Temple. He immediately decided to upgrade his fighting skills. He wanted to learn gravity magic and gravity control. But there's one problem. He only has enough points to upgrade one skill right now, so he decided to choose gravity control. 10 points were spent on improving gravity management to the second level. It looks like it will now be able to control the direction of pressure, and not just change the weight, which is a pretty important improvement. Depending on how it is used, it can provide significant benefits in different circumstances. Charles was happy. He had achieved what he wanted and was about to return to the real world, but something stopped him. He found the demon's core, a magic stone that would be enough to confirm his victory over the brick statue. He was ready to return, but realized that he still had a lot of mana left. He decided to test his new ability against the other brick statues, and the party is just getting started. Meanwhile, not only was he destroying brick statues, the Jack also did the same with a lightning strike. It looked quite effective despite his long tongue. This guy really knows how to fight. His friends were proud of his successes. Destroying such a monster with a single blow was a remarkable achievement. Even with lightning protection, it will be difficult to resist Jack. The guy said he didn't notice the protection of the brick statues. It felt like just a training fault. Jack is now at level 26. He said that they don't increase their level so fast anymore, and it's time to move on to more difficult faults. Kira reminded him of the sorcerer from the guild. She thought that Jack was too harsh in dealing with this newcomer. The guy smiled and said that he was talking as usual, and only wanted good for this loser. He explained that this sorcerer could easily die if he decided to go into the rift, so it was better not to have vain hopes. Jack heard strange noises and thought that another pack of brick statues was preparing to attack them. Destroying these brickmen has already become a routine for their team. It doesn't even excite them anymore. Kira asked him to stop and said that these sounds were too loud for brickmen. Jack replied that even monsters have their own peculiarities and asked his partner not to worry. He said that everything would be fine as long as he was around, and at that moment a huge brick statue walked into the room. Mark and Kira were immediately frightened. They had never seen such a huge monster in this training vault before. This is a level 30 brick statue, much taller and larger than all the other statues in this rift. Kira looked very scared. They are still students and have never fought a level 30 demon. Jack said that fighting against weak monsters has become too uninteresting. He is a Thunder Knight and much stronger than other adventurers of his level. The guy said he was ready to personally fight this giant and ordered the brick statue to show everything it could do. These words made the brick man angry, and he decided to give these children a lesson in parenting. Mark was not sure that her team would be able to destroy this demon, but Jack, as always, reassured everyone and said it would be easy. According to him, the level of the monster does not matter, because it is still an ordinary brick statue. The movements of these monsters are too slow and predictable, and this is what you need to emphasize to win. The stone man began to attack and almost cut off this self-confident guy's leg for these unpleasant words. Jack immediately recognized that their opponent was much faster than he thought, but the gap between his attacks remained the same. Jack realized that he had to take advantage of this and immediately went on the attack, with enough confidence to last him 10 lifetimes. Having activated his lightning power, he was sure that he could show his opponent the difference in their levels. The brick man was not going to give up easily without a fight, and continued to attack the young man. Jack was getting tired of these pathetic attempts, and he felt that he just needed to get closer to his opponent. But this giant looked too confident. He was clearly different from all the other brick statues Jack had fought. One of his attacks did hit the target. The guy was seriously wounded, and it looks like he will finally stop smiling. Jack has never felt such a serious force before. Even though his brick man level is above average, he is still too strong. Seeing that their team leader was injured, the rest of the team members became visibly worried. Jack tried to manage the process and ordered his friends not to be distracted and to look the enemy in the eye. Kira tried to concentrate and control her emotions, but when the demon approached her, she became very scared. He struck a serious blow with his sword. It was too powerful for this frail girl. Mark rushed to her aid, but she would not be able to hold out long in the battle with this giant. He wanted to help his friend, but he was helpless against this power and fury. So Mark and Kira lost their battle with the demon, and Jack looked very scared. He didn't understand what was happening. Previously, everything was clear and easy in the training rifts, but now he is facing a real demonic creature. Jack was angry when he felt his own fear. The strongest adventurer cannot be afraid. He gathered all his strength and activated a lightning strike. There was no way out. He had to fight this monster. Having delivered this powerful blow, the boy was sure that the strongest skill of the Thunder Knight would be enough to win. He thought that now this monster would beg for mercy, but all he heard was laughter. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed absolutely impossible, like something fake. He remembered Kira telling him a few minutes ago that even with lightning protection, no one could withstand the power of a Jack. But now he realized that these were just words that had nothing to do with the real world. He could not believe that this was the end of his own story, the story of the future legend of adventurers. The guy started crying and screaming. He asked the monster to stop because he didn't want to die in this place. His sword was broken, and his friends were defeated, and now he is like a helpless kitten in front of a mighty giant. Yesterday he was incredibly self-confident and arrogant, and today he falls to his knees and begs for mercy. He had already asked not to kill him and let him live, and was ready to give anything in return. The huge monster did not listen to the boy at all. He raised his sword and prepared to cut off his head. It is at such a critical moment in life that salvation usually comes. The gravity around you immediately weakened. Charles came to save the scoundrel, but the demon was against it and decided to kill them both. Charles realized that it would not be easy, but he had already intervened in the situation, and it was too late to run away. Jack recognized him immediately. He thought that a newcomer had come to save him, so they were both dead. Charles tried to come up with a plan of action in this difficult situation. Something extraordinary was needed to defeat this giant. Jack said that Charles should run away because he could never defeat such a powerful demon. Charles was well aware of this. He knew that he was now level 16, and his opponent was level 30. The difference in their levels is too great, but they need to come up with something urgently to stay alive. Devouring adventurers and other monsters, this giant was able to evolve into a new, unique state. Charles thought that this guy was too big. He still had a lot of mana left, so he was ready for another fight. Charles pulled out his sword and said he didn't want to waste time and suggested that we move on to dessert. The huge monster was happy. He was glad that instead of killing one guy, he could kill two at once. Jack kept shouting and saying that Charles could not win. He suggested that they should immediately run away and pray. Jack explained that even with 3 of them, they couldn't defeat this huge monster, so Charles had better not waste his strength. This guy was able to completely ignore everything that others said to him. It was his special talent. He weakened gravity again and prepared to attack, which is exactly what the monster was waiting for. Now the real rock and roll is going to start, and I'm betting $100 on Harry Potter. As soon as gravity was released, Charles immediately began to use his speed and flexibility. His opponent is too big and slow, and the boy took advantage of this and struck the first accurate blow with his sword. Watching this, Jack could not believe that this newcomer had a magic class. It seems he underestimated him in their first meeting. He didn't understand where he got such powerful energy and strength from. Maybe he was the son of some legendary warrior? Charles, meanwhile, realized that his opponent was too slow. Controlling gravity should be enough to win. But he also quickly realized that he wouldn't be able to do enough damage to his opponent, and that was a problem. The brick statue is a defensive type of monster, and due to the difference in levels, it took almost no damage. Charles felt that it was taking too much of his mana to maintain gravity control. We can't wait any longer, we have to act, but the huge brick monster has also decided to act. He threw the first punch, but Charles managed to dodge in time and use his speed advantage. The guy has no choice but to rely on his last attack. Charles activated all his mana and started attacking with gravity. He thought it would be easy for him to defeat this giant, but it seems his defense is much better than he expected. Weakening gravity takes too much mana, but without it, he definitely won't be able to defeat the monster. He realized that he couldn't waste time. He had to do everything he could to end the monster as soon as possible. Charles continued to attack and tried to break through the powerful defense of the brick statue. It was not easy. The brick giant, although it had weaknesses, was very well protected. The guy tried to find the right tactics and attack the weaknesses. This huge brick man continued to skillfully defend himself and tried to actively counterattack. If Charles can't find a way to win soon, he'll run out of mana and start having real problems. Jack didn't understand how this newcomer could be so fast. He thought that wizards didn't have such abilities. With the second level of gravity control, Charles gained a new skill and got ready to try it out during the battle. He gathered all his energy inside himself and activated a gravitational shift. Charles activated the gravitational shift on himself and felt a rather interesting effect. It was time to end this battle, so he activated double gravity and launched a rapid attack. With the force of double gravity, it will fall at an incredible speed. This may help. Charles looked very focused and concentrated on his opponent. He felt that it was the end. His fall could be compared to the fall of a comet. At first, it seemed that the brick giant had survived. Everything happened so quickly. But then it became clear that this gravitational comet had completely destroyed this brick monster. Thus, Charles received 524 points of experience and 14 points of skill. His level was upgraded to 23, but he looked as if nothing special had happened. Although he had to admit that this young man defeated an enemy twice as strong as him. For this, he received the third level soft fall skill, which reduces damage from falling and increases gravity resistance. Charles felt too tired and realized that he had spent a lot of mana. Jack still couldn't believe it. He had never seen such incredible strength. His legendary lightning strike did not leave even a scratch on the brick statue. He didn't expect this guy to save him out of all the people in the world, and he didn't understand why Charles decided to come to his rescue. It seemed strange after all the words Jack had said to him in the guild. Did Charles really want to take revenge and disgrace him? Jack thought seriously and began to suspect his savior of foul play. But Charles calmly approached him, asked how he was doing, and offered to help. Jack was very surprised. It seems he had begun to suspect his savior of bad intentions too soon. He realized that he was a decent and honest man and thanked him for his help and for saving his life. Soon, these two young and promising warriors returned to the Adventurers Guild. Jessica could not believe that Charles had found a level 30 brick statue in the fissure. It seemed to her something impossible. I can imagine her expression when she realized that Charles had defeated this monster. She said she didn't believe the guy. A newcomer couldn't defeat a level 30 monster alone. Charles took the monster's inner core out of his pocket and said it should be enough to prove his victory. Jessica admitted that it all looked very suspicious, but she had no choice but to record his achievement. She asked him if he wanted to sell the stone, because it could be worth quite a lot of money. Meanwhile, Jack approached the guy, looking for him to thank him again for saving him in the rift. He said he was very glad that Charles came to his aid and wanted to tell him important news. He looked very happy and said he wanted Charles to join the Thunder Knights. Everyone around us immediately fell silent. Only the special ones were invited to join the Knights of Thunder, the strongest group of newcomers. Jessica was also surprised and excited. It seems that this Charles is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Jack said that Charles is very lucky and others can only dream of such an offer. Everyone around him was incredibly surprised to hear that Charles refused the offer. The people around him were also surprised that Charles declined the invitation to join the team of the Thunder Knights. Jack also didn't understand anything. Yesterday, Charles was looking for a team, but today he refuses to join the best. Charles calmly replied that his plans had changed a bit since then. Jack couldn't believe it. The Thunder Knights are the best team of adventurers for beginners, and they don't refuse an invitation to join. Charles was calm. If he kept raising his level at the same pace, he should be able to make it in time. In the near future, a new fault should form. A mad theater and a unique object will fall out of it, which Charles needs. The guy remembers very well what happened in the past, so this knowledge will help him get this subject. The next day, Charles returned to the Adventurers Guild after a vacation and said he wanted to sell the materials. Jessica was surprised again. It looked like this guy was on the hunt again, and he was doing it alone again. Charles said that he wants to apply for a promotion. He wants to become an adventurer of rank D. Adventurers have their own rank system, starting with rank F. You can advance to rank E. D+ adventurers can clear real rifts, but this requires at least level 25. Charles calmly replied that he was aware of this, and that he was currently at the 26th level. Jessica was shocked. She had never seen a newcomer rise so quickly in the rankings. She didn't understand how he managed to do it. He cleared the rifts on his own, and he had a magic class. Charles replied that he trains a lot, and that's enough to make rapid progress. His strength is not only determined by his class, after all he was an S-class adventurer, but he also has experience and knowledge for 10 years ahead. He wants to raise his level as quickly as possible to be able to enter useful faults. In addition, he will be able to get assignments more easily, which is good, because in the future there will be a fault in the Mad Theater. In this rift you can get a unique weapon. In the past, the adventurer who did this became incredibly strong. After that, he became insane and started killing adventurers, so Charles cannot allow such a weapon to fall into the wrong hands. That is why he realized that he needed allies to clean up this rift. A large group will only slow him down. You need to choose an ally carefully. One will be enough. You need to find someone who will be a perfect match for the magic of gravity and have a sufficient level of skills. It is also important that he is also a loner and agrees to the terms of the charter, although there are many of them. The guy doesn't have much time left. He needs to visit other guilds to try to find someone. Charles spent most of the day visiting other guilds in the city. It was already the 4th guild, and he began to think about whom to lower the selection criteria a bit. The guy witnessed a conflict in this guild between two beautiful girls. The blonde Linda yelled at Mila and said that she was so stupid that it was hard to believe. Mila apologized, but Linda said that she didn't need an apology, and she was expelling Mila from the group. According to Linda, Mila did not try hard enough to demonstrate her level, and for this, monetary compensation can be demanded. Charles stood silently by and watched this interesting female conflict. He immediately remembered himself in the future, remembered how he had experienced a similar situation. But it's better not to interfere, because the choice of an ally should not be based on a sense of pity and mercy. Meanwhile, the quarrel continued, with Linda calling the classroom soap unnecessary garbage. It was about the shaman class, and as soon as Charles heard that, he immediately stopped and became interested. When everyone heard that Mila had chosen the shaman class, they began to pronounce her an adventurer who had quit her job. In the meantime, Charles realized that the shaman class was perfect for a gravity master. In addition, the shaman's skills will play an important role in the battle with the boss of the Mad Theater. Meanwhile, Linda got so angry that she started yelling at Charles and said that he was not invited to this performance. The guy greeted me and said that he was a D-rank adventurer who came to find an ally. Linda was excited and said that they had an open spot on the team at the moment, and they wouldn't mind if he joined them. Charles didn't listen to her at all. He walked over to Mila and suggested that they form a team. Linda couldn't believe that this guy was completely oblivious to them and was offering to unite to this fool. Charles was happy that he was able to find her. He realized that he could not miss such a great chance. Linda said that this girl had a completely useless class, and that Charles would be better off joining them. Mila said that she would love to team up with Charles, but he is a D-rank adventurer, and she is only level 10. The guy said that the problem with the levels could be easily solved. He asked to unite again, and said that he needed her strength. The girl was unsure. She thought she would be in his way, and thought about quitting her job as an adventurer. Charles asked for some time to help Mila regain her self-confidence. The girl looked nervous and confused. It was clear that she was hesitating before a difficult choice. Still, she agreed and asked her new friend to take care of her. Linda was incredibly angry. She said that wizards were not needed, and she was sure that Charles would regret his choice in the future. He did not pay much attention to it and said that he knew his class much better than everyone else. Shaman's weaknesses can be easily compensated for with the help of gravity magic. In addition, Her curses will be incredibly useful when fighting the boss of the Mad Theater, which is very important. Charles was pleased. He knew that as long as the militia was with him, there was no doubt that they would get the weapons from the rift. The new allies went to a cafe to get to know each other better, and Mila was the first to tell them about herself. She believed that her shaman class was too weak and worried that she might be a burden to the boy. Charles reassured her and said that he also had a magic class, which everyone considered unnecessary. He promised that in a few years, everything would change completely and suggested discussing the strategy before the fault appeared. Mila agreed and said she was ready to go into any training rift, but Charles said it would be a real rift. He explained that this fault will appear soon. It's a level 30 fault called the Mad Theater. Mila was immediately afraid. This fault was too high and it scared her. An unknown fault is the exact opposite of a training fault, and there is almost no information about such faults. Mila was very worried about her low level, but Charles assured her that he would always help her in a difficult situation. He knows all about these faults through books he read in his past life, so they will be well prepared for anything. The guy said that they would be on the same team, and he was sure that they would be able to cross this gap. He asked Mil to trust him and rely on his knowledge and experience. The girl apologized for asking too many questions, but she was very interested to hear about the weapons from this fault. Did she also not realize how soon the fracture of the Mad Theater would appear? Charles replied that he could not tell all the details about this mysterious weapon. Let it remain a mystery. Mila was worried. She believed that it was impossible to predict where and when a new fault would appear. As soon as she said these words, the phones of everyone in the room started ringing loudly. Mila looked worried, but Charles was very calm. It happened. A new fault was discovered in the city. She could not believe that they were sitting here deliberately waiting for this event. Charles said they would raid tomorrow because no one would dare to go into the rift without information for a week. After resting, they met the next day and went in search of this fault. Charles immediately saw that the fault agency had also had a hard time that day. A girl ran up to them and asked these adventurers to wait, as she seemed to have a message for them. The girl said hello to Charles and Mila and asked to find any information about the rift and its boss. She also told them to come home alive because it is easy to die in an unknown rift. Charles deliberately said that they only wanted to explore the fault. If he had told the truth, they would not have been allowed in. Mila and Charles have thus entered the fault line of the Mad Theater, and the most interesting things are yet to come. Sensing that the girl was worried, Charles apologized for forcing her to follow him. He said that he would fight in the vanguard, and as soon as it became too dangerous, they would immediately begin to retreat. Mila said she would try her best and fight in close combat, and even become a decoy if necessary. I asked her to calm down and told her that her curses would be enough, especially the mana sucking. Mana suck is a skill that absorbs the target's magical energy and is great for fighting strong monsters. This skill also helps to restore allies' mana, which can be incredibly useful for gravity masters. With this skill, you can fight without worrying about losing mana. You can stay in the rift more and increase your level. Mila thought that this ability was weak and ineffective, and there were many spells that dealt more damage to enemies. Charles replied that this was not true. They agreed that he would lure the monsters to him, and Mila would attack them. It's time to check how ready this team is for serious battles. The first test is a circus bear of the 26th level. As soon as Charles was able to lure the monster to him, Mila immediately activated the Ball of Darkness. The white circus bear immediately felt the power of the shaman class. It seems that this girl is not as weak as she says she is. Charles was pleased with her attack and said that now it was his turn to attack. Now this bear will feel the power of the former S-class adventurer, and I hope it will be spectacular. Charles activated double gravity and used his sword. It was really beautiful. The circus bear was finished, and the boy received 212 experience points for it. Mila also did not stand aside. She received 3 levels of promotion at once, a pretty good result for the first battle. She said she was happy about it, but she still has a feeling that she is some kind of parasite. Charles said it was nonsense, and he really needed her help, and it was also important for him that she improve her level because they were allies. The girl was happy to hear these words. She began to feel a strange sensation, something she hadn't experienced when she worked with others. She immediately started smiling and said she would be happy to continue working with Charles. Mila was very insecure and clumsy, but Charles failed to help her discover her fighting instincts were also well preserved. Now Charles was absolutely sure he could defeat the boss and get the rare weapon. In a previous life, David received this weapon and immediately became one of the most feared thieves among adventurers. If he doesn't get the item this time, then the story must change for the better, so Charles must do it. David will capture this vault much later, so there shouldn't be any problems. At this point, David practiced and fought with others, improving his level. When you fight with this guy, you have to be very careful and defend yourself against a fatal attack. David believes that our world works on the principle of kill or be killed, which characterizes it well. Now he is at level 37, and it has become easier for him to hunt people of the same level than monsters. Meanwhile, Charles and Mila were not resting either. It was time to activate double gravity again. Now they are fighting a killer doll that is on the 27th level. With the help of several victories, they were able to increase their fighting skills. Mila is already at level 22. Charles is now at level 27. Mila believed that Charles could fight better if he did everything on his own. She felt like a burden. Charles replied that this was not the case. At this level, the monsters were not so dangerous and their movements were easy to predict. He once again reminded the girl that sorcerers are a very strong class of adventurers who should not be underestimated. Soon, the girl noticed that they had little mana left and suggested that they return to the real world. Charles has completely forgotten about it. He enhances his performance by controlling gravity. If you have less than half of your mana left, then you really need to return to the guild. He smiled strangely, looked at Mila and said it was time, but judging by his face, it was unlikely that he meant returning to the guild. At that moment, another monster appeared in front of them, a goblin clown of the 24th level, an interesting character. Charles said that the preparations were complete, grabbed the monster by the neck, and ordered the mill to suck out its mana. If you have the mana drain skill and a monster that doesn't move, you can drain mana endlessly. In addition, thanks to this skill, you can restore mana to your allies, which is how the perfect combination of a shaman and a sorcerer manifests itself. Mila said that she understood her partner's logic, but she didn't want to cause problems for the monster, who was a good girl. Charles assured her that everything would be fine, and the girl immediately began to suck her mother out of the monster. When the process was completed, Charles said they had to move on, and he was pleased with his assistant. The girl looked a little upset. She felt sorry for this monster. He looked like a mummy. A little later, Mila suggested that her partner begin the process of restoring his mana reserves. She had already mastered this technique a long time ago and was able to start the process easily. Everything went painlessly and quickly. Charles was pleased with the cooperation with the Mila, and his mana quickly recovered from 16 units to 25. Mila thought that this was not enough, and the effect was not so strong. She thought that she should have restored mana much better. Charles reassured her and told her that she only needed to use 6 goblins, and everything would be fine. The girl was shocked. She could barely stand the mana sucking from one monster, and there were 6 more to go. Charles assured them that there was nothing wrong with it and said that it would further raise their level, and the destruction of the goblins continued. They quickly destroyed 6 more goblins and almost completely restored their mana. Now Mila is at level 24, Charles is already at level 28. Using this tactic, you can hunt as much as you want and raise your level. But don't rush to restore mana, because if you make a mistake, it can lead to serious consequences. But if you do everything right, you can get a strong effect and fight even 100 demons. In one day, Mila was able to improve her level by many steps, which was a fantastic result. The girl was happy because it was the first time she had seen such progress, and her cooperation with Charles had already begun to pay dividends. During their training in the guild, they were told that they could not fight monsters of the same level as them or higher. Chaz replied that he didn't think he could learn anything from the guild, but it was impossible to level up without taking risks. Mila watched him as a real teacher, and he had already taught her a lot. They had already gone deep enough into the rift of the Mad Theater that I wondered how far they wanted to go. Charles said that they are almost there. That's their goal, the boss of the Mad Theater. No one expects the vault to be cleaned up on the second day, and Charles will be happy to take advantage of it. But he underestimated Mila's uncertainty, and she was very scared as soon as she heard that they would have to fight the boss. Charles offered her to go back if she was so scared, but she said she was ready for anything. In her mind, she probably immediately recalled how Linda was constantly angry with her because of her constant fears. This went on for many years and caused serious emotional damage to Mila. This became an additional motivation for her to try, and it was time to completely change and move forward. She looked at Charles and said that if he needed her strength, he could always count on her. At that moment, he realized that he had made the right choice in choosing her as his partner, and it was time to go to the boss. But Mill had a question whether Charles's strategy really works against the fault boss of the Mad Theater. Charles reminded her that the shaman was perfect for the battle against this particular boss, and assured her that everything would go perfectly. They opened the door and went inside. It was very dark and almost nothing was visible. Only after taking a few more steps forward did they finally see the boss of the faulty theater. When you imagine a fault boss, you hardly think of a crazy clown of the 35th level. Mila also expected to see something different, but she needs to concentrate and get ready for battle. Charles looked calm and showed almost no emotion. He knew what he had come here for and was ready to do anything for the sake of the goal. If they can kill the boss of the Mad Theater, they will finally be able to get a unique weapon from this rift. The guy got ready for the battle and told Mila to do everything as they had planned in advance. Until now, they did not know that they were not alone in this room and that David was watching them. It looks like our story is getting much more confusing. Either Charles has forgotten what will happen in the future, or the story has changed completely. It will not be easy to defeat the boss in any case, even though they have created a plan. But this crazy clown does not care about any plans. Charles and Mila are ready for battle. Each of them knows exactly what they have to do to win. The guy must first distract the boss's attention so that the soap can take a favorable position. The boss is quite a serious level, and it won't be easy to beat him, so you'll have to show all your talents. The crazy clown looked very confident, although it is unclear whether he is laughing because he is confident in his own abilities or because he is a clown. In any case, double gravity has been activated, and Charles will be able to dodge the boss's attacks with it. Mila also did not rest and tried to show all her extraordinary abilities. The mana sucking was activated. During this time, Charles was really able to divert the boss's attention to himself and allow Mill to take a favorable position. But as soon as she activated the mana drain, the clone immediately noticed her and turned its attention to her. The girl quickly realized that everything had gone wrong, and she could be in serious trouble in a few seconds. Charles was immediately afraid for his partner's health and ordered her to flee quickly. He told her to head as quickly as possible to the gate from which they had come here. She needs to stay closer to the center, otherwise this giant can get her and break all her bones. The crazy clown was very close and activated the power of fire. If the soap did not speed up, it would turn into a fried steak. The situation was approaching critical. It was hard to escape from the fire, and even harder to escape from your own death. Charles reminded the clown that Mila did not come here alone, and he realized that it was time to rescue his partner. With the help of gravity control, he was able to distract the clown from the girl and deal him several powerful blows. Mila watched Charles's skill with pleasure. She had never seen such fast attacks before. The battle continued, and Charles tried to show all his current abilities to defeat his opponent. Of course, his arsenal now has fewer abilities than when he was an S-class adventurer. But he now has many years of experience on his side, which can be used to defeat anyone. The guy closed the passage to the gate and got ready for a serious test. Will his young body withstand the boss's attack? Mila was very afraid for her partner. She thought that he would not be able to withstand this blow. Charles remained calm and at the last moment activated the power of gravitational shift, another of his secret techniques. There was a huge explosion and a flash of fire which can hardly be called 3D graphics. The boss of the crazy theater and the boy were still alive. The battle would continue until there was only one left. The crazy clown kept smiling as if he were mentally retarded, and this made him even scarier. Charles looked quite calm, his gravitational shift skill working even better than he expected. Mila, meanwhile, was resting calmly, and she began to realize that Charles wanted to attack from the perfect distance. The attacks of the Mad Theater boss are too fast. If you move slowly, you will turn into a fried chicken. But if you attack this crazy clown from a distance, he may have serious problems. After taking a break, Mila rejoined her partner and continued to try to suck the mana out of the boss. The girl saw that Charles was too far from the shelter. Could her attack have hit him? Mila began to worry that something might have sucked out some of his mana, which would be very bad. Meanwhile, the clown turned his attention to her and began to attack, but so far her defense has kept him at bay. It looks like this giant has run out of mana, constant fire, and fast movement has taken a lot of energy. The mad clown is very dependent on his mana level, and now he may have serious problems. After realizing this, Charles continued to attack again. He intuitively felt that victory was near. The guy activated the force of the comet's fall and went rapidly forward, and soon everything would be resolved. When the mad clown saw that Charles was attacking him again, it was too late to react and dodge. Without a high level of mana, the boss's movements had become slow and predictable, and now he may not even dream of escaping. Mila saw that they were very close to victory, and strangely enough, she didn't show any unnecessary emotions. All she had to do was activate the Ball of Darkness, and she did so immediately and attacked the boss. It seems that this boar is seriously injured and is no longer as cheerful as he used to be. Everything did not go according to his plan. Charles activated double gravity and to deliver the final and decisive blow. Thus, in a few seconds, the boss vault of the Mad Theater was completely neutralized. Charles got more than 1,000 experience points, 6 skill points, and reached level 30. Mila was happy. They really did it. She said that the time portal would close soon, and we should try to get home as soon as possible. Charles, as always, reassured her and said there was no need to rush. The portal would be active for half a day. The girl calmed down and was no longer nervous. She still couldn't see what was right next to her. Only later did the girl realize that the strangely glowing object was the very weapon they had come here for. It's the boss's weapon, the clown sword that Charles has been talking about so much, and finally you can have it for yourself without any problems. This is the best object in the world for a gravity master. Its power is completely beyond imagination. Charles said that this was the very weapon he had been talking about, and that he wanted so badly to get. The clown sword is a C-ranked weapon that adds 11 points to attack power, speeds up skill activation, and reduces mana loss. Mila had never seen a Class C object in her life, but it didn't look ordinary enough. Charles replied that she was completely wrong in this matter. The rank and strength of the attack were not important. The importance of this sword was in its abilities. The clown sword improves all skill-based classes. It is the strongest sword of all. Its owner will be able to use gravitational magic faster and spend less mana on it. Charles will also be able to improve all his weaknesses, and now Mila has begun to understand why this subject is so important. An adventurer who received this item in a past life was able to rise to rank A with its power, but this guy decided to become an assassin. Fortunately, Charles could prevent this and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After hearing all this, Mila was upset for some reason, especially when she was told that this weapon would strengthen the boy's weaknesses. Is she no longer needed by the Charles and will have to return to her old guild? He replied that he would like to continue their cooperation, but even with this sword, his mana is quickly running out. By clearing the rift of the Mad Theater, the guy's level increased, and he earned additional skill points. To become the strongest adventurer, you need to remember about agility, although you can also improve your gravity skills. Charles started thinking about how to spend the skill points he earned for defeating the boss. Soon he decided to improve his gravity magic and gravity control skill, a good choice. He also received a new ability, a gravity ball, which together with this and the new weapon will make it much easier for him to use magic. He wanted to experience so many things that he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, the young team of adventurers heard someone approaching them, and at first they thought it might be another monster. But it was David. He smiled and said that he didn't have time to come on time, but better late than never. He applauded Charles and Mila and said that they had done all the dirty work for him, and he was very grateful for that. Charles immediately became very serious. He was unhappy and thought that David had come at the wrong time. It looks like he used the disguise skill to hide his presence and calmly watch the fight with the boss. If Charles and Mila had lost, he would have used their experience to defeat the boss in the future, which was probably his plan. It's a pretty despicable thing to do, but in Charles's past life it happened a lot, so it's not new. Charles began to look at this guy more closely, and it seemed to him that they might have met in a past life. A little later, he finally realized that it was the same David, the owner of the clown sword from his past life. The legendary killer of adventurers who lost his mind after gaining this incredible power. Charles didn't understand why David was in this vault now. It used to take him much longer to get here. He began to wonder if they could have met him during the battle with the boss of the Mad Theater. It seems that this guy was constantly watching them during this battle. In his past life, he did the same thing. David killed the adventurers who were tired after the battle with the boss and received this sword in his past life. David said that Charles had a very interesting weapon in his hands, and he also wanted to get the same sword. He asked me to give him this sword so that he could look at it for a while. It looks like we're going to have another serious battle. Charles replied that he refused this request and said that it was time for them to return home. David smiled in response and called the guy an idiot. He was used to always getting what he wanted. The guy decided to quickly kill Charles and then play with his girlfriend for a while. He came up to the young adventurers and told them that they needed to watch their feet more carefully. It was a classic distraction technique, after which the lethal force was activated. But David did not know that he was facing an unusual newcomer who had seen Harry Potter. Opposite him, a former S-Class master, Charles easily dodged David's attack and prepared for battle. He tried to attack with his magical power, but David was also able to easily stop his attack. Charles wanted to strike him while he was using his skills, but David was moving too fast. Compared to them, this guy with red hair was on a completely different level, and Mila felt afraid. David, like a real devil, felt when he was afraid. He looked very relaxed and self-confident. He approached Charles and asked him how he realized that he had already killed many adventurers. Charles immediately warned the girl that this guy wanted to kill them and take the sword of the mad clown. David is an assassin and a master of speed. This class specializes in surprise attacks. David said he didn't want to waste time, realizing that all cards were fair game. He ordered them to give him their weapons, and maybe he would let them live. The problem with solving crimes in the dungeons is that no one can find evidence, and almost never are the killers punished. Charles was sure that if he gave this guy the gun, he would kill him and Mila anyway. You can't negotiate with people like David. These sociopaths only want death for everyone around them. David recognized that he was a real man who was not afraid of death. But was it wise? The guy with red hair got angry and said that soon Charles and Mila would be begging him for a quick death. He's prepared for a quick attack. It's getting really dangerous and we have to act. David was a legendary assassin who hunted adventurers in his past life, and it was he who used the clown sword. Charles should have foreseen that this guy could come to this rift much earlier. This short-sightedness could cost him his life and the life of an innocent girl, and his experience did not help him in this situation. Mila was not going to give up without a fight and told David not to come near them. The assassins specialize in high-speed and unexpected attacks, primarily targeting shamans. If this guy is next to you, it will be too late to activate the spell and call for mommy. That is why Charles ordered the girl not to approach the David under any circumstances. He promised to kill the bastard himself. Even if he fights alone, Charles is still a strong opponent, although it will be almost impossible for him to defeat David. He was well aware of the huge difference in their levels and the difference in their skills. David showed his confidence and fury, perhaps part of his plan to intimidate his opponent. Charles soon realized that this bastard would try to attack Mila first, and the girl would be in mortal danger. There was no time to think. Charles took action and activated the gravity reduction and went on the attack. He was not acting very confidently, and David felt it. One of them killed only monsters, the other killed hundreds of people. David said that he enjoys cutting other people, and that this experience gives him a huge advantage in combat. It was clear that this sick guy was enjoying the battle, and even had time to play with his victims. It was very difficult for Charles. He could hardly hold back the enemy's onslaught, and could not find any weaknesses in his defense at all. But David also felt the strength of his opponent, and Charles's sword no longer trembles, although the difference in their levels is enormous. David was very surprised because Charles was adapting to his movements better and better with each stroke of the sword. Mila watched her teacher with admiration. She was amazed at how smart and strong he was. This young girl has never met an adventurer stronger than Charles. Thanks to the fact that they managed to get the clown's sword, Charles can now switch between his combat skills faster. This helps a lot in the battle against David, and now you don't have to worry about your mana supply at all. No, David was not going to vomit, he was just angry and said that he was done playing games and prepared to attack. This guy always has a few aces up his sleeve, and he activated one of his signature and most dangerous techniques. A poisonous arrow flew at Charles's face with incredible speed. Will he have time to dodge it? Although it was unexpected and very dangerous, our hero managed to dodge in time and saved his life. David was amazed. No one had ever been able to escape a poison arrow attack before, let alone at such close range. The guy got even angrier and said that Charles was just lucky, and sooner or later his luck would run out. The battle of the two talents continued, and David went forward furiously and tried to kill his opponent. He activated the lethal attack technique again, which didn't help him last time, and nothing changed this time either. Charles felt that he was taking the initiative in the fight and activated double gravity. It was enough to wound David in the arm, and it hurt the bastard, who had rarely been wounded before. Charles called him too predictable. Using the skills of an assassin, he constantly aims for the neck. Because of this, it doesn't matter how many attacks a David tries to make, because his movements are too easy to read. All this time, Mila was nervously watching the battle of these young adventurers. But a little later, she realized that it was time to help her partner and activated the Ball of Darkness. Charles immediately realized that it was time for teamwork. The girl had distracted David so he could take advantage of it. It was a precise counterattack with a sword to his left eye, and blood immediately began to pour from his face. Charles already knows all of his opponent's skills, and with the help of gravity, he can keep up with all of his moves. But there is one problem. The amount of mana left after the battle with the boss is too low. It's only a matter of time before it runs out, and if it does, David will easily kill him, so we have to hurry up and finish him off. Meanwhile, David had already started to panic. He didn't understand why he couldn't do anything about this guy. The further they fight, the better Charles understands his movements, and the harder it is to defeat him. David tried to come up with something and strike back, but Charles skillfully exploited his blind spot. To defend himself, he used a shadow jump and was able to dodge Charles's gravity attack. David couldn't understand why his opponent, having a huge advantage, was in such a hurry to end the fight. A little later, he realized that Charles was in a hurry for a reason. After the battle with the boss, he hadn't had time to recover his strength. He said that Charles was really strong, and if he could survive that day, he would definitely become a hero. But this will never happen, because today he will die because he was unlucky enough to face death. Charles did not answer, but he realized that his supply was about to run out, and he had to come up with something immediately. The Battle of the Titans continued. It seems they are not going to rest and continue to show miracles of combat skill. Mila also took part in this battle on a full scale, her Ball of Darkness causing significant problems for the freak with red hair. The point of her attacks was not to kill him, but to try to distract his attention and allow Charles to attack in peace. Although David managed to dodge Mill's attacks, this allowed Charles to take a break and prepare his own attack. But the girl did not understand this at all. She was upset because she could not hurt him. She could only watch the boys fight to the death. At first, everything was fine, but now she began to feel that her partner was losing the battle. It's not often that a David gets a chance to kill such a serious opponent. The law of kill or be killed works in real life. With the last of his strength, Charles tried to respond and launch dangerous attacks, but his opponent managed to dodge. He was always very close to victory, but just a little bit was missing to finally kill the bastard. The battle continued, and Charles did not give up. After a few minutes, he was finally able to kick the David hard in the jaw. It was effective, but it was not enough to kill the bad guy. David asked his opponent to show his best. It's normal for him to be so annoyed with Charles. Due to the decrease in gravity, Charles has developed some acrobatic skills. David is constantly trying to attack, although his attacks are easy to stop, but it seems he has guessed that Charles has little mana left. David was surprised that his opponent was still alive, but as soon as his mana ran out, darkness would come. Charles is still defending himself well thanks to his body-strengthening skill, but the question is, how long will it last? Feeling that his mana was running out, the guy realized that he had to win at the first good opportunity. He activated gravity again and jumped high like a flea. David was amazed by this acrobatics, which is a rather rare talent, especially for sorcerers. It's time to activate double gravity and strike with all your remaining mana. Charles has activated his important ability, the fall of a comet, his last hope for victory. It was really effective, and David couldn't understand how his opponent had such power. Charles's blow was too strong. Even the rest of his mana was enough for such power. Judging by his face, he has used up all his energy reserves, and that's very bad. But Mila was happy. She rejoiced and said that he had succeeded. But it seemed to be looking in a completely different direction, because David was still alive and well. He started to rejoice when he realized that his opponent had no mana left, so his victory was very close. Very upset, he admitted that he could not win, and ordered the girl to run away immediately. He really wanted her to be able to get out of this crazy rift and save her life. He knew that David would not have enough strength to catch up with her, and he had to take advantage of it immediately. Mila was in despair. She didn't know what to do and was very worried. Did she really have to leave her friend? Meanwhile, David mocked her and said that she hadn't helped her partner at all. Charles tried to distract her and told her not to listen to the bastard. The girl was very upset. She always knew that she would be redundant in a team with Charles. If she had given up as Linda told her to, Charles would not have lost, and all this would not have happened. But in this difficult moment, she remembered the words of her friend, the same words when he said he needed her strength. This memory immediately made her feel better, as if she had a newfound desire to fight and win. Meanwhile, David recognized that his opponent was very strong. Even after losing all his strength in the battle against the boss, he still fought David on equal terms. He said he would always remember Charles as his most principled rival and prepared to send him to hell. But it looks like it's not Charles who's going to hell tonight. Mila has activated the ball of darkness, and the party is just beginning. David felt that he was in trouble. He had underestimated this little girl. Her insolence made him angry, and he said he would cut off her tongue and both hands. She was able to wound him with a blindside attack, a good technique for an inexperienced adventurer. The girl immediately ran to her partner for help, and he did not understand why she was so brave. She grabbed Charles and told him that they had to run away immediately, but the boy replied that he had no strength left. Mila said that with the help of his words, she was able to discover a hidden strength in herself and realize that she was capable of much more. The girl gathered all her energy and began to activate the mana recovery skill. This made David very angry, and he said that it was time for the girl to die. He activated a lethal attack and prepared to take her life once and for all. But it was too late. She restored Charles's mana supply, and the guy managed to defend her with a mad sword. He thanked the girl and said that he was now her debtor for the rest of his life. From the very beginning, they fought together as a real team, and this is their main strength. Now that Charles has fully recovered his mana and David is seriously wounded, who will die today? The second round of the battle has begun, and we can call it the revenge of the century. Charles immediately went forward. He felt his strength was restored, and he knew that his opponent was bleeding. David realized that he could lose and activated black magic, but it was too late to try to seize the initiative. He fights not only with Charles, who has restored his mana supply, but also with his assistant. The girl activated her shamanic skills and hoped to do everything to help Charles win. The gravitational magic was activated, and Charles now looks like a holy angel from heaven. David's magic takes too long to activate. In his past life, he was faster thanks to the mad sword effect. But without this extraordinary weapon, he's not as dangerous, and now he can't become a legendary killer of adventurers. Gravitational magic is no joke. Anyone who has personally experienced it no longer jokes with sorcerers. David didn't understand how it was possible, why he was losing when his level was much higher than Charles. The Criminal Investigation Department has not yet developed as much in cases within the fractures. Therefore, if someone kills in the faults, it is almost impossible to prove it, but this time there is a mileage involved. Charles said he would look after David and asked the girl to report the incident to the Rift Crimes Unit. Once the rift is conquered, the demons no longer appear, so she can easily return. Heavily wounded, David looked at his opponent and kept wondering. He was just a kid, so where did he get so much strength? This guy seems to be radically different from all those David had met before. This story in the fracture of the Mad Theater has been successfully completed, and it's time to take a break. Soon after, the news came out that the serial killer of the adventurers had finally been caught, and justice had been done. Charles was glad that this scoundrel had finally been caught, so that many adventurers would remain alive in the future. Mila was also happy. She was asked a lot of questions during the investigation, but everything ended well. Crimes in the fault lines are very difficult to solve, and if the perpetrator is unknown, the department refuses to pursue the case. And with the emergence of the faults, the situation in the country has changed dramatically, and the crime rate in the real world has decreased. Control over the external situation has also been significantly strengthened, and the number of poor people has increased due to changes in social structures. This is not surprising, as their welfare has now taken a back seat to the government's priorities. It's always scary to meet a real killer inside a rift, but such situations are not uncommon in the life of an adventurer. Our world is like that, but it doesn't mean that there is no other way to survive but to become an adventurer. Charles recalled how Mila saved him at a critical moment and thanked her for it. The girl replied that she felt like a real ally for Charles and was very happy. She realizes that there are still many challenges ahead, but when she is with him, she feels that she is capable of anything. Charles was pleasantly surprised to hear these words and replied that he hoped to see her in the future. We witnessed a real strong friendship between a shaman and a sorcerer, which is rare to see. The boy and girl continued to enjoy their well-deserved rest and talked. Mila admitted that she still doesn't understand a lot of things, so she tries to do everything she is told. But someday, she wants to learn to make decisions on her own so that she can always be useful to the team. Linda probably didn't like these qualities of Mila either, and that's why she was constantly yelling at her. But when Mila is with Charles, it seems that she can go through all the trials. That is why she would like to stay with him forever in the group. It seems that someone has fallen in love with the young sorcerer. Charles was happy to hear that. Mila is a really nice person, although sometimes she talks too much. The girl wanted to continue her conversation, but in the meantime, I wondered if she had an off switch. Meanwhile, other people had noticed them, and they already knew about the rumors about the Mad Theater. The story that two young adventurers destroyed the Rift Boss and caught the killer in one day has already gained traction. It seems that our heroes are now celebrities, and this is a new reality to which they need to be prepared. As it turned out, even Jack had already heard their story, and the whole guild was talking about them. There are many videos about new superheroes circulating on the internet, and people are collecting information from various sources and creating legends. They usually write about Charles, although no one knows his real name yet. Although people exaggerate their achievements, the fact remains that Charles is now a celebrity. Jack came to try to recruit Charles to his team again, but was pushed away by Linda. As soon as she heard about the news, she immediately ran to find a soap, a classic of the genre. She began to apologize to her former partner and said that she had said too much. She would say that she had thought it over and asked Mill to return to her team and be allies again. She realized that Mila was able to earn a lot of money for cleaning the vault, and she must have raised her level significantly. Now Linda is absolutely sure that Mila will become an indispensable part of their team. Mila said it was too loud in here and asked Charles to go outside with her. Jack and Linda were incredibly angry, but it was too late. Their train had left. Charles decided to ask if Mila and Linda were friends, but the girl replied that Linda did not exist for her. It seems that the rumors about their work in the Mad Theater Rift have really spread, and other guilds are aware of it as well. There are a lot of videos on the internet where newcomers fight against a serial killer, and such videos always get a lot of views. These recordings are posted on the websites of many popular companies. They do it not for entertainment, but for additional views and profits, because where there is action, there is always money. Mila was surprised that her personality also attracted a lot of attention, but part of her even liked it. This month, various videos on faulting have gained many millions of views. The girl with blonde hair, whose name was Betty, was happy and kept saying that she was the best in the world. But suddenly she saw a video about a serial killer and a mysterious adventurer in a fractured mad theater. She was angry because their fight got more views than her video, and it seems that fights between adventurers are always more interesting. Betty said she had to make a video immediately that would get more views. Now she really doesn't like this guy Charles. Betty is a young fault researcher, and you can tell from her behavior that she is not a very pleasant person. Meanwhile, Charles and Betty went to a new cafe to have a quiet conversation. She began to say something about her weapon, a question that had been bothering her a lot lately. As you level up, the rarity of the monsters you need to defeat also increases. That's why weapons play a key role for an adventurer, and to compensate for the weakness of Shaman's firepower, they need an expensive staff. That's why in the upcoming Rift, Charles hopes to make as much money as possible, and this issue will be resolved. Mila was upset. She said that the staff was probably too expensive for her. The guy replied that this topic was not worth her worries and said that he wanted his partner to have a great weapon. Now the girl looked incredibly happy, no matter how much she didn't want to show it, but her love was immediately apparent. She said she was very happy that they were now equal partners and hoped everything would be fine in the future. Charles thought that this girl was too naive. He hoped that everything would be fine in her life. Now it's time to think about which fault to go into next. Charles already had thoughts on this. He said that they should go to the fissure of the tomb of the ancient kings, which sounds quite interesting. This vault was found only a few days ago, and it has a very good chance of producing precious items. No one knows that the tomb of the ancient kings is a rare vault. Charles knows the information about this place from research notes he took in a past life. In this rift, you can find very rare items that will cost a lot of money. They should not have many rivals because there is still very little information about this vault. Mila looked at her partner and thought that he had a very scary face now, like he was up to something. The decision was quickly made. The team finished their vacation and went to the tomb of the ancient kings. It was quite dark in the rift, and there was fog in some places, not the most pleasant place. Soon, the action finally began, and the first monster Charles and Mila encountered was a skeleton warrior. This demon is at the 29th level, so it's unlikely to be a serious problem for young adventurers. Before Mila could recover, Charles had already activated the gravity dampening and started his attack. His actions showed experience and incredible confidence, qualities that are almost never found in young adventurers. If you didn't know that this guy was an S-class warrior in his past life, you would think he was from another world. His attacks were ruthless and incredibly fast, a real manual for close combat. Mila watched him as if mesmerized, and Charles, as expected, hardly felt the power of his enemy. I have to say a few words about the skeleton warriors. Stabbing attacks against these guys are completely ineffective. The guy realized this very quickly and ordered his partner to connect the magic attack. It's time for this beauty to show all her best qualities. Her level has increased during this time, so her efficiency should also increase. The skeleton warrior felt a ball of darkness coming at him, the already legendary Mila technique. It was a quick destruction of the opponent, for which they received 240 points of experience. Charles went to search the remains of the skeleton for something other than the magic stone, and Mila hoped he might find something. These hopes were not in vain, and a D-ranked sword of ancient kings was found, which adds attack power and emits a blue glow. Charles said they were very lucky and would be able to sell it for a lot of money, and Mila was happy. She didn't expect them to find something so valuable right away, because it was only their first battle in the vault. Charles said that this type of sword is very hard to find, so there must be many potential buyers. This weapon will fetch about $20,000, which is the best price for a rare item. Mila had never seen that kind of money in her life, until no one found out that this vault was very rare and should be used to its fullest. Charles said that they could not stop and had to continue looking for the items for the next 3 days. Mila was already mentally calculating the future profits if they could get a lot of valuable items in those 3 days. This is a truly precious place, and we need to make the most of it. The team of young adventurers heard strange sounds. It seems they are not the only ones fighting the monsters of the Rift of the Ancient Kings. As it turned out, there were fierce clashes in the other part of the vault. A huge mummy fought against Betty and her assistant, looking like Betty will soon finally meet Charles. It will be an interesting meeting, but for now, let's see how Knight George fights against the ancient mummy. There was almost no competition in this battle. It was an easy victory for the knight with a sharp sword. It looks like a real movie is being filmed right before our eyes. George has wounded the mummy, and Betty has only to finish it off. The manager turned on the camera and got ready to shoot a video that would get 1 million views. George activated us with his weapon of magic enchantment, of course. What could a movie be without special effects? As soon as the manager started filming, Betty immediately picked up the fire sword and prepared to act. She had to destroy the monster in a beautiful way, and it shouldn't be difficult because this mummy is already half dead. This seems to be how this girl earns her views, and she can hardly be treated as a serious adventurer. Betty started playing for the camera. She greeted the audience and said that today they were going to an interesting place. Now she is in the fissure of the tomb of the ancient kings and begins her research. According to her, she was able to destroy the monster with a single blow, and now this place doesn't seem so dangerous. The girl did not see that Charles and Mila were secretly watching her. They saw it all and realized how she was filming these videos. Mila immediately recognized Betty. She had seen her videos on some vault research websites. Charles did not answer. He looked very serious, as if he was thinking about something important. Mila immediately recalled how she had said that those who shoot such videos in the rifts only plan to make money from it. She immediately realized that Charles hated vault researchers, and now she understood his reaction to Betty. The manager continued to film the girl and saw that her feet were caught in the camera lens. At first he thought he was imagining things, but then he realized that these were really the feet of unknown people. Later, he told Betty about it, and she came back and saw the spies in person. She started shouting at them and said they had wasted her cameraman's work, and now she had to start all over again. Charles began to approach the girl and said that she should be ashamed of herself for deceiving her fans. Judging by her expression, she was not at all ashamed and said that she had to show her best. She approached the manager and asked him if they could use the footage they had already shot. He said that he would need to edit the video a little bit, but overall it looked pretty good. Betty was still upset and said that if it weren't for those spies, the video would have turned out much better. Charles went over to talk to her, and the girl said her name was Betty, and she was the world's best fault researcher. The young adventurers also gave their names, but were much less brazen. Charles said that they were ashamed of themselves for causing her problems, and the girl said that it was nothing to worry about. Charles was curious why she decided to become a fault researcher. Were there no other interesting things to do? Betty replied that the answer is always the same. She does it for the money, a timeless classic. Fault exploration is a very profitable business, and such videos get a huge number of views. If you are popular, you will be paid for advertising, so you can become famous through this work. Betty said that lately she felt like a real idol for young people, but Charles didn't think so. He told her that being an adventurer is not as easy as it seems, and she should stop before it's too late. Though she was unhappy with what he said, she had to admit that Charles was right. You can't relax in faults of this magnitude. If she continues to take this case lightly, she will definitely regret it in the future. The girl was very upset. She said that Charles not only ruined her video, but also said a lot of bad words. Mila also admitted that Charles was too harsh and should have spoken more gently to Betty. But the guy continued to be sure that he had done everything right. He said it was for his health. George approached his mistress and asked her not to be upset and to ignore the boy's words. Suddenly, the girl changed her face and became much more serious. She told the manager to get the camera ready to shoot. She approached Charles and said that if he said such words, he must be confident in his abilities. She said it was time to organize a competition to see who could collect the most magic stones. If she wins, Charles will have to apologize to her on camera and take back all his words. She promised that she would do everything to prevent anyone from recognizing him, so Charles need not worry. If Charles wins, Betty will always listen to all his orders. A fair enough bet. The guy agreed to these conditions. Even though Mila was against it, it was too late. The competition was starting now and would end in 3 hours. Betty said that no one has the right to run away when defeated, and this girl has become very self-confident now. Thus, the two teams of adventurers went in different directions and began searching for the magic stones. Betty's assistants were pleased with her words. They thought it was only fair to show the impudent boy his true place. The girl was a good showman, and she realized that with a video like this, her fame would increase several times over. With fame comes a lot of money, and she will teach this impudent guy a lesson. But this young adventurer was not going to give up without a fight. He had already found the first monster and started a fight. Charles wasn't worried at all. He was sure that victory would be on his side, as it always was. The mummy was too slow to keep up with his movements, and now they are on different levels. Charles activated the meteor's fall and destroyed the opponent. Now he is on the 31st level. For this, he received 364 points of experience and 3 points of skill, a good start to the competition. Usually monsters are too slow. Charles easily jumps up with a gravitational shift to launch an attack. Then he gets the monster with the help of double gravity, and this is his battle plan in a nutshell. Another artifact was found, a glove of ancient ruins of Class D. It seems they mixed up everything, because it is Thanos' glove. Mila still couldn't get over the conflict between Charles and Betty. She thought the boy was too cruel to the girl. He said that he was very angry that they were using the faults to make videos, and he was not going to lose in this competition. They need to realize that it is really dangerous and it will benefit them. Charles began to worry that they were finding too many ancient objects that would be difficult to carry with them. Luckily, Mill had his bag with him, and they calmly continued to explore the vault. There were a lot of different interesting statues and objects there, and the danger was felt everywhere. So far, no one has attacked the young adventurers, but the Mila felt uncomfortable. As soon as they entered one of the rooms, the exit was immediately blocked. Charles immediately realized that it was a fault trap, but it didn't scare him at all. He still remained calm. A fault trap is a special trap that sometimes occurs in faults, and you can use such situations to your advantage. Charles said that this chance should not be missed and asked the girl to get ready. Now everything would begin. The huge statue began to speak. This monster wanted the young adventurers to prove that they had the wisdom of kings. He said they had to answer him 3 questions, and if they made even one mistake, they would lose their lives. It seems to be a special kind of riddle trap, and the whole monster is very high level, so Charles and Mila should be careful. The girl was not as calm as her experienced friend. She had long since begun to panic. Charles smiled and said there was no need to worry. He was not going to lose these statues. It's time for the first riddle. How many experience points do you need to level up from the 1st to the 10th level? Mila was shocked. She thought that no one in the world knew this, but Charles calmly replied that it required 45 points. It was the right answer, and the guy said he was ready for the second question. The questions went on, and Charles had already managed to solve 19 riddles in a row. He and the Miles were already powerless before this brainstorm, and asked the statue to finally stop. Mila suggested that Charles try to make a deliberate mistake, and meanwhile it was the turn of the 20th riddle. The statue asked what kind of monster throws green slime. Charles replied that there was no fissure in which green slime could be found. It could only be created through alchemy. The monster statue was shocked. 20 consecutive correct answers. It can't be. The monster seemed like a joke and was filmed by a hidden camera, but Betty was actually far away. As soon as Charles answered this question correctly, the exit door was immediately opened. If it were anyone else, they would have answered this question incorrectly. Once you've got the right answer, it's time to get rewarded for your incredible mind. This is a B-rank keeper bracelet. This bracelet has an additional space in which you can store items. The size of this space depends on the magical power of the owner. It is a very useful and incredibly rare item. Mila immediately asked how expensive it was, and Charles said that if he was lucky, he could sell it for $100,000. As always, the girl was shocked by such figures, probably because she didn't have enough money as a child. Perhaps this award was given by Charles for the number of correct answers? Now you don't have to worry about competing with your betas, because with the Guardian bracelet it shouldn't be a problem. Charles said that victory is now in their pocket, and they just have to wait. It's not hard to destroy ordinary monsters here. The skeleton warriors have good defense against swords, but it's not enough. While Charles is distracted, Mila has the opportunity to attack the monsters with magic, so they easily win. The mummies are too slow, and Charles has no problem destroying them with gravity control. Also, they give up their mana too easily when the Mila starts attacking them. Now Charles has raised his level to the 33rd, which is to be expected from a rare fault. He also found another sword from the ancient ruins and immediately sent it to the storage facility. This Guardian bracelet is really useful. Young adventurers have collected 6 magic stones. Charles was convinced that this was enough, and that their main task today was to make money. Meanwhile, Betty also continued her work and said that they had successfully passed all the tests. They've already destroyed more than one mummy, although these ancient guys are quite strong. George said that this is not enough. If we don't speed up the pace, the competition will be lost. But he also said that Charles and Mila must also be having significant problems finding the stones. Betty imagined that she would lose this competition. Then she would offer Charles money and ask him to forget about the situation. The problem was that she had already posted a video on the internet where she talked about these competitions. In the meantime, Charles and Mila came to her and asked how she was doing, and she said she had no problems. She told Charles that he could apologize to her, and then the competition would be officially over. The guy didn't say anything in response and opened the storehouse of precious items, and Betty hadn't felt such surprise in a long time. She didn't understand where he got so many cool items and weapons, and she was also interested in the bracelet on his arm. Charles smiled. He realized that the girl had trouble finding gems. Now it was his turn to offer the girl an apology and end the competition early. Betty was too confident. She said that their competition was not over yet, and ordered her assistants to continue working. Mila again thought that Charles was too cruel, but the guy thought that a little joking would not hurt. He hopes that she will not do anything stupid and will not get into mortal danger. Mila asked him if he was really trying to take revenge on this girl. He said that she was taking this dungeon too easy and he didn't like it. Dungeons are always a risk, and you can't treat vault exploration like a Betty. If it continues to take these dangers too lightly, it will soon regret it. Meanwhile, Betty was thinking about how to win, and she needed to come up with something incredible. She didn't understand how Charles and Mila were able to find so many stones and artifacts so quickly. George turned to his girlfriend and said that they had little mana left, and maybe it was time to stop. Betty got angry and said that she knew she had to watch her mana, but they couldn't go back and lose. It has not yet shown what it is capable of. Its potential has not been fully realized. To understand the motives and views of this girl, we need to rewind the clock back 8 years. The catastrophe had just begun, and fault breaks were happening all the time. One of the green monsters killed her father in front of Betty, a fate you wouldn't wish on an enemy. The girl managed to escape and take her little brother with her, and they were very lucky to survive. They ran to a shelter where people from all over the city were hiding, where they could rest and find food. People around quickly realized that these children were left without parents, and it was hard for everyone to watch. At that time, Betty started watching videos about the country's coolest adventurers. The girl in the video said she didn't like the feeling of being defenseless in the face of disaster, so she decided to become an adventurer. She destroyed several dangerous monsters and gave an interview to a journalist. She was an adventurer of Caroline's rank, and she was happy to be able to save ordinary people from monsters. This video really motivated Betty. She also wants to become such a strong, kind, and fair person and motivate all the people around her. Since then, Betty has realized that she doesn't want other people to look down on her. She has to win even in such competitions, so she ordered her assistants to keep going. Now they have too little material for a new video, so it's time to find something interesting. As the girl ran forward, the assistants could not understand what she was up to. Betty said that while they were trying to get back, she remembered an enemy that could be a very interesting topic for a video. She found the boss of the tombs of ancient kings, a fallen pharaoh who is on the 40th level. Betty, meanwhile, is only on level 33. Looks like she's going to get in trouble soon, silly girl. It seems that this pharaoh attacked other adventurers in the depths of the dungeon, and it is unlikely that they will be able to do anything to him. Betty said that if he could find a narrow passage, he would not be able to catch up with them. She saw a girl trying to escape from Pharaoh, and if she was not helped, she would die. Betty immediately faced the same situation when her father also asked for help. She doesn't like the feeling of being defenseless in the face of disaster. Now the girl understands why she liked Caroline so much as a child, because she needed help so badly, but Betty decided to never run away again and to go towards trouble. She ordered her assistants to flee immediately and stopped Pharaoh's attack, thus saving the life of another adventurer. Betty ordered this girl to run away and promised to delay the enemy as much as possible. Although this young adventurer named Jennifer was rescued, death now threatens Betty. The majestic Pharaoh attacked her, but at the last moment George intervened and defended his boss. The girl was surprised that he didn't run away and stayed by her side at this critical moment, which really deserves respect. George said that he had no right to run away, although he was not as good as he would like to be during the fight. Although George and the manager are prepared to defend Betty to the end, Pharaoh is too determined. In a few seconds, George was already lying unconscious on the ground. Apparently his motivation was not enough to defeat the legendary warrior. It's the manager's turn to defend the girl, and he activates the barrier skill, but will it last? Pharaoh doesn't care who he destroys. He's sure he'll have a great time with these insects today. With one swing of his sword, he destroyed the manager's barrier. It was too easy. I realized that she was too weak. She lacked speed and strength, and it would be impossible to defeat this monster. Even though she was holding a sword, her confidence was immediately shattered when she was left alone. Pharaoh prepared to strike a decisive blow and put this little girl out of her misery. Of course, this could not happen. Charles sensed the danger in time and managed to save him. Even though he thought this impudent actress was too stupid, he activated the force of gravity to protect her. He took her in his arms and jumped high so that Pharaoh could not reach them with his swords, and Mila probably became jealous at that moment. Betty did not understand where her savior had come from. She had already prayed and prepared for death. Charles said that he decided to make sure she was not in danger, and then heard the story from Jennifer. He reminded her that he was right, and she really should now regret her frivolous attitude to the fractures. He reassured the girl and said that she was always safe in his hands, that this was no longer an action movie. It was a real romantic drama. Perhaps these two forgot that next to them was a very dangerous pharaoh with 4 arms. Charles managed to activate gravity in time and defended himself from the monster's new attack. Although he managed to save the girl, the main danger is still ahead and he needs to focus on his opponent. It's ridiculous to watch him fight with Betty in his arms. He should have asked her to stand aside and not interfere. He reduced gravity with his skill and was able to repel the halberd attack. By this time, help from the shaman came, and Mila activated her crown jewel, the Ball of Darkness, again. It is unlikely that this will kill Pharaoh. This guy is too experienced and dangerous to die so easily. When she saw that he easily repelled her attack, she was upset again, probably depressed because of her constant failures. Meanwhile, Charles saw that Betty's helpers were badly wounded and unable to run away. Their opponent is a high-ranking monster. It's the worst situation possible, so it will be extremely difficult to survive. Although the clown sword reduces the gravity of opponents when attacking, the fight will still be much harder than with a clown. Betty realized that her assistants were trying to save her life, so she could not leave them and run away. Charles asked her not to worry and assured her that he could keep them safe. He was always happy to test his strength against a strong opponent. The guy called Mila and asked her to urgently replenish Betty's mana balance. He promised that he could buy them some time and divert the monster's attention to himself. Betty used Fire Charm. She is a magical swordsman who fights in close combat with little magic support. Charles was sure that she must have the ability to heal because she was a magical swordsman. While time is distracting the enemy, she will restore her health through healing. Also at this time, the soap will help her restore her mana using the power of the shaman. By reducing gravity, Charles increased his speed, but his attack power decreased. So far, its purpose is to distract the enemy, so there are no problems yet, but the difference in their levels is too high. The main question at the moment is whether the guy will be able to continue to distract attention using only gravity reduction. At this difficult moment, George came to the rescue. Although he was badly wounded, he was able to help Charles increase his speed. He asked the guy to save Betty, and it looks like their team is much bigger today. The battle continued. The strength of this boss is that he is big and fast. It is too difficult to find a moment to attack. The Pharaoh skillfully uses his swords there. The attacks come with different trajectories from different directions. Although Charles has been able to defend himself so far, this guy is too fast, and if he hits him with his sword, the battle will be over. Charles realized that he even had to, hold out until help came. Meanwhile, the manager was also still alive, although he felt as if he were the morning after a loud party. He saw how selflessly Charles fought and defended himself trying to save Betty. When he saw these extremely fast and flexible movements, he realized that he had to film it. The internet has never seen such a technique before, and it is guaranteed to get millions of views. It's as if Charles deliberately chose the best angles for the filming. It will be a real bestseller. The manager managed to shoot everything beautifully. It looks like he had time to take a Quentin Tarantino course before traveling to the vault. So far, Charles has managed to compensate for the difference in levels by reducing gravity. But he has one problem. He can't do any damage to his opponent. Charles can't defeat him alone, but the transfer of mana to Betty is almost complete. The girl thanked Mila when everything was done, and now it was her time to join the game. She activated the healing skill. It shouldn't take too long. A few minutes later, Betty was completely ready for battle, and now all hell would break loose, and Pharaoh would wish he hadn't been born. Of course, this battle will not be over without soap, and she also said that she will fight to the end with her team. Charles was pleased, but the situation was still not in their favor, so there was no need to stall any longer. The guy said that they should defeat this giant in one attack, but judging by his biceps, it would be very difficult. Betty has already joined Charles, and together they form a real force that will be enough to win. But not everything started to work out right away. At first, Charles started having problems. Mila immediately saw that her friend was pressed against the wall. The situation was quite tense. Charles started to activate gravity reduction and weight reduction, which should help even in a critical situation. With the help of these skills, he began to throw various statues at Pharaoh, an unusual technique of fighting. Pharaoh easily repelled this attack and cut the statue into several pieces with his sword. Charles felt that this was their chance to strike the decisive blow, so he called Mila and ordered her to shoot the monster's head. Mila is always ready to take on such responsibility. She is no longer an intimidated girl like she used to be. Activating the ball of darkness, she attacked Pharaoh, and everyone stopped in anticipation. As it turned out later, Pharaoh had no problem with this attack. The ball of darkness did not help. Although Mila was upset, it seems that Charles wanted to do just that to test his opponent. He realized that the monster's head was covered with strong armor, which meant that something important was hidden behind it. Meanwhile, Betty found the opponent's blind spot and started her attack. But because of his 4 arms, it's almost impossible to get close to Pharaoh. This guy is really powerful. Betty was surprised to see that Charles was able to approach the demon and attack it. The boy looked at Betty and said that he would now try to weaken Pharaoh's defense, and at that moment she should destroy his mask. Magical swordsmen have the skill of piercing armor, and it does not take much time to prepare for this. This will immediately significantly reduce the enemy's defense and make it much easier to defeat them. Betty was ready for this, but she did not understand what Charles would do to weaken Pharaoh. The power of the fallen Pharaoh is formed in his 4 arms, but if you stop them, he will be much slower. This will give the adventurers more chances to attack, so this is the plan Charles chose. He activated the gravity skill and began to attack, but the pharaoh was expecting exactly that. Charles immediately used gravity chains, which restrains the monster's movements and can bind Pharaoh's hands. This was enough to slow it down, so Charles used chains closer to the monster's shoulders. This tactic can be used against large and multi-armed opponents. Due to the fact that the chains are located near the shoulders, they will be difficult to break. Betty watched the guy's technique with pleasure, and she realized that it was her time to attack. It seems that she's been waiting for this moment for a long time. This attack could change her life. That scared little girl no longer exists. Now she's a real professional adventurer. Betty went on the attack and activated the armor piercing, while Charles and Mila watched with bated breath. Pharaoh did not have time to quickly repel the girl's attack because his 4 arms were shackled. The girl hit the mark, and the fallen Pharaoh immediately grabbed his face. A little later, it became clear that the plan had been fulfilled. The armor on his face was destroyed, and this guy showed his true face. Pharaoh can hardly be called handsome. His face is his weak point. Charles ordered his team to attack immediately while the fallen Pharaoh's movements were slowed. The guy activated a gravitational shift and was the first to step forward as a true leader. Pharaoh began to defend himself, but Charles had seen these moves before, a powerful all-hands attack. It's pretty predictable, but when his hands are tied, this technique is not too dangerous. Charles also noticed that in such an attack, Pharaoh bends his head too much. With these observations, you can finally kill this handsome man and send him to hell. At such moments, Charles always activates the Comet's Fall, which seems to be his signature weapon for destroying enemies. The guy looked very confident. It seemed that he was sure that this would be enough to destroy the monster. And so it was. The comet's impact caused incredible damage to this giant. So now the boss of the Tomb of the Ancient Kings has been officially destroyed. His Majesty, the fallen Pharaoh, is dead. While Charles gained additional experience and skill points and leveled up, Betty ran to help her friends. After the death of the fallen Pharaoh, it remained to wait for a just reward. This reward is the C-ranked staff of the King of the Damned, which adds magical power and enhances dark magic. Rare rift bosses often drop important items, and this staff is perfect for Mael. Charles thought they would have to keep looking for items to sell for a long time, but they were lucky and got the staff right away. Mila was not sure that she deserved such a reward, but Charles reminded her that she had helped him in many battles. It was with her power that he was able to obtain the Sword of the Mad Theater, so it is only fair to give her this staff. Betty also participated in the battle with Pharaoh, and she thanked the boy for his help and rescue. She said she was happy to be alive and that Charles could keep the drought and the magic stones. She didn't look happy, though, probably because it was time to talk about their agreement and the competition. The guy calmly replied that they could assume that Betty had won. The girl was incredibly surprised when Charles agreed to take his words back. He recognized that she was serious about the fishers. Betty said she was glad to hear that, and Mila and Charles just smiled. Charles said that in order to achieve more as an adventurer, you need to train more and shoot less video. The manager interrupted the conversation, saying that working as an adventurer doesn't always bring in a lot of money. Of course, if you are a high-level adventurer, there will be no problems with this. But Betty's mother has no legs because of the accident, and she also has 5 little brothers. Her father died a long time ago, so it is very difficult to feed the family, and she was unhappy that the manager started telling her this. She believed that there was no need to tell stories about her family to everyone around her. Charles was surprised. He had thought all along that the girl loved money because of her selfishness. Betty was angry and replied that she had always taken her job as an adventurer seriously. Everyone is afraid of disasters, and the girl wants to give people smiles in this turbulent time. Charles recognized that this was a really good goal and said that Betty was doing a great job. Although the girl was surprised, she immediately made a serious expression on her face, the little actress always sitting inside her. Thus ended the adventure in this rare rift of ancient kings. George reported that the equipment was in perfect order and that it would make a great video demonstrating the skills of an experienced adventurer. Betty was happy. Such content was bound to get millions of views. But George quickly disheartened her. They don't have enough magic stones and footage for a half-hour video. It's a difficult situation. George offered to take the stones away from Charles, but the girl said she did not want to accept gifts out of pity. They should have at least something in them. Any material that can be posted on the internet will do. The manager showed Betty a video of Charles fighting on equal terms against a huge fallen pharaoh. Moving on to the Adventurers Guild, these events happened a few days after the last adventure. Mila and Charles continued their training and education with the goal of becoming the best adventurers they could be. The girl started screaming and said that Charles had to watch this video. The guy calmly replied that she shouldn't look for information about the faults on the internet, but just ask an experienced adventurer. It looks like Charles was referring to himself. He remembers information about most future faults. But it was something else. A new video about the appearance of the mysterious adventurer was released on Betty's YouTube channel. It quickly gained more than 1 million views, and in the comments, everyone was surprised at the speed and strength of this guy. As soon as Mila showed this to Charles, he immediately smiled with pride. Now he understood why everyone around him was looking at him so strangely. Mila was happy, more than 1 million views in 24 hours, which is exactly what you would expect from a charity. At home, Betty also had time to see how many views her video had received. The girl was very excited and said she was the best, even though it wasn't her who showed her technique in the video. Her phone started ringing. It was Charles. They had exchanged contacts after the Rift incident. Betty greeted him and said that it was not surprising that Charles had already missed her. She smiled and said that she understood why he became a fan. By agreement, she could post this video on her channel, but if he doesn't like it, she can delete it later. Charles understood that Betty was trying to feed her family in this turbulent time, so he said that he shouldn't delete the video. Betty was happy and said that she had an interesting idea. Charles is a superstar now, so it would be nice to make a video together. Charles hung up immediately, and Mila wanted to know what happened, but he said there was a problem with the connection. Nowadays, he is not thinking about fame and making videos. He is interested in something else. He thinks about a very rare item that he was unable to obtain in his past life. The Ring of Wisdom. At the current rate of development, he will be able to rely on it this time, and the whole future story will change dramatically. Soon after, he applied for a promotion to C rank, and now he is at level 36, which is enough to be promoted. Mila is already at the 32nd level, and soon she will be able to increase her rank as well. Jessica was again incredibly surprised. This young team is the fastest in the guild to improve their level. To increase your rank, you need to constantly defeat monsters of a higher level, which is a very difficult task. Without the right knowledge, it will be very difficult to achieve this, so only the best of the best reach the maximum level. Adventurers who have reached the rank of C are already considered first class, and Mila promised to do her best to keep up with her friend. Charles didn't look incredibly pleased. He said that he wanted to improve his level to B within a month. Mila was very surprised. It would be almost impossible to do this in a month. Only a few people have been able to reach such a high morning. Charles replied that he had to do it to get the object he wanted, which he was constantly thinking about. This item is located in a place that cannot be accessed without rank B. It is a high-ranked Rift library of secrets. If you defeat the boss of this high-ranking Rift, you can get the Ring of Wisdom. Mila couldn't understand how Charles knew all this if this boss hadn't been defeated yet. And I was also very curious about the effects and benefits this ring gives its owner. Charles replied that the Wisdom Ring could be related to the phenomenon of fractures, which shocked the girl. The Ring of Wisdom is a rare item with incredible potential, but in a past life its location was unknown. According to rumors, the ring hides the secret of the rifts, and Charles has little time, but he must get this ring. The guy said he could not risk Mila's life, and if she refused to go with him, he would understand. The girl replied that she wanted to help and would be happy to go into this high-ranking rift with Charles. But to do this, I need to be promoted immediately, which will not be easy, and I need to come up with a plan. Charles said that he had taken care of everything in advance and made a list of faults to clean up, which would help to raise the level. So the young adventurers immediately went to work, and the first opponent was a blood feast. This monster is the boss of the Red Troll Rift. It is on the 32nd level, but it did not help him from the gravity attack. After that, the Siren, the Mermaid Lake Rift boss, was attacked, but the soap quickly destroyed this level 30 monster. After that, Charles used a comet to destroy the Arachne, the Rift boss of the 36th level Catacomb. Over the next 2 weeks, 3 faults were passed. Mila has already reached the 35th level, and Charles is now at the 38th level. Although these were low-level faults, we had to work hard to clean them up, especially in the last vault. But the movements of the bosses at this level are too predictable, so you can't expect anything out of the ordinary. Charles picked out the faults that were easy to find. All the faults of the right level in the city were found. If the young adventurers manage to clear 5 more rifts above the 30th level, they will be able to rise to rank B. Charles and Mila came to the guild again and told Jessica that they were planning to raise their rank again. The girl said that this time there was a difficult exam and that she had to wait a few days. At that moment, Edward, a professional adventurer, approached them. He could not believe that these children wanted to get a B rank. Experienced adventurers can sign contracts with guilds, and Edward already had such a contract. Their job is to manage fractures and resolve unforeseen situations. They are also supposed to help capture difficult rifts, and for this they have a lot of influence in guilds. Edward thought it was a joke that these children could not qualify for such a high rank. But Jessica told him that Charles and Mila had already reached the age of 40, which he hadn't expected. Edward looked at these children and wondered how they could defeat so many bosses with just the two of them. Edward has been an adventurer for more than 7 years, and for a long time he was the only B-rank adventurer in this guild. He could not believe that some little scoundrels were trying to take away his fame. Charles was upset that they had again attracted the attention of an unpleasant personality. Edward said that he could not accept this, that children who had not worked for at least a year were not worthy of the rank of B. Edward is one of the few B-rank adventurers in this guild. He has a lot of influence. Perhaps the guild will not be able to ignore the opinion of such an experienced adventurer. Applications for advanced training are analyzed by the guild leaders, and the opinion of contract adventurers is also taken into account. If it was just about Charles, he would have kept quiet, but Mila is with him and they will not back down. The guy looked at Edward confidently and said that he wanted to know the reason for the rejection of the application. Edward aggressively approached the guy and said that they were too inexperienced to carry such a high rank. Rank B is a big responsibility, and Edward believes that it is not something that can be easily obtained by anyone. Mila felt all this negative energy and immediately became very upset. She also wanted to raise her rank. A lot of people had already gathered around. Some adventurers recognized that these children were unlucky to catch sight of Edward. Edward said that to become an adventurer, you have to be over the age of 17. Charles replied that he was well aware of all this information and also knew a lot about adventurers and faults. It's been 15 years since the Fishers appeared, and in this country only 6 people would be able to reach the rank in less than a year. Charles said that these people were not promoted because of someone's mistake, and Edward visibly began to worry. Charles said that he was strong enough to get the rank, and if Edward rejected his application for some unknown reason, he was ready to listen to it. Charles realized that some of the laws related to faults in adventurers were still not finalized. Edward looked tense and said that young people should listen to the opinions of more experienced adventurers. But Charles replied that one should not make decisions based on one's own feelings, but should look at real achievements. Any decision should be made based on clear rules, because this is the policy of any adventurer's guild. Jessica heard this and became visibly nervous. She completely agreed with the young man's words. Mila continued to admire her friend. She was surprised because Charles was so easily opposed by an experienced adventurer. Even in such a situation, Charles shows his superiority. Everyone around him felt how stubborn this guy is. Edward was the most angry of all. He believed that this bastard was publicly mocking him, something an experienced adventurer cannot forgive. He immediately went up to Jessica and asked her what level and class these children were in, and she replied that Charles was a level 38 gravity master. The adventurer was very surprised. He had never heard of such a rare class before. But surely the master of gravity is something quite interesting. No wonder Charles has a high level, knowing about his connections. Edward admitted that he had jumped to conclusions and needed to take into account all of the boy's abilities. He is ready to reconsider his decisions, but only under one important condition. Edward confidently said that this condition was a personal check. Is Charles worthy of the rank of B? Edward told the boy that as soon as he was ready, he could come to the training room. If Charles can defeat him during a practice battle, Edward will agree to Charles and Mila's promotion. But if Charles can't win, then he may not even dream of the B rank. Everyone around him was quite interested, but no one believed that the young man would be able to defeat the experienced adventurer. Edward has recently killed 2 young apprentices during a training battle, so it will be very difficult for Charles. Edward was smiling confidently. He felt that he would make this impudent guy suffer. The main problem is that Charles is now at the 38th level, and Edward is at the 47th level. Edward considered his opponent to be an ordinary peasant who had been helped to raise his level. Edward is an experienced druid warrior. His class enhances physical abilities with the power of beasts. He is confident that his characteristics are better in all respects, and he will be able to trample this young rascal. Edward thought that Charles would never appear in the guild again after this defeat, but the guy looked quite calm. He realized that Edward was in a class with high physical abilities, and that this could be a problem. He realized that it was time to spend his experience and skill points and improve his performance. With improved gravity management skills, he will be able to further increase his strengths. Edward mocked his rival, saying that nothing would help Charles avoid a shameful defeat. Accidents during a training battle are commonplace, so anything can happen. Charles confidently drew his sword and said that he had nothing to worry about, because a shameful defeat awaited his opponent. Mila was very nervous. She realized that she would not be able to help her friend during the battle, and it was upsetting her. Edward wanted this to be a lesson for all young adventurers. He wanted to show that experience should be respected. Pulling out his huge sword, he said it was time to start a training battle. Edward said he wouldn't use his skills, but Charles could do his best. Other adventurers had already gathered around, all wanting to see how the young fool would be killed. Charles calmly replied that he was ready and would start the fight with the power of gravity reduction. Edward realized that his opponent had a low level and a weak class, and everyone knows that wizards are incapable of anything. He was absolutely sure that no attack of gravity could do him any harm. Edward felt that it was time to have some fun, and the fight started immediately. Charles was very confident and went forward. It was at this moment that the experienced adventurer realized that he was facing a very unusual young man. He didn't understand why Charles had such a high speed. Judging by his low level, he shouldn't be that fast. So far, Edward didn't understand what was going on. It seems he had underestimated his opponent too much. The experienced adventurer realized that he had to concentrate and show this guy what a real B rank was. He tried to cut off his head with his huge sword, but realized that Charles's speed had reached a completely different level. The guy easily dodged Edward's attack and had already managed to get behind him. When Edward realized that he could not resist this speed, it was too late. Charles approached and delivered a powerful knee to the jaw. Although the fun begins now, Edward no longer looks down on this young adventurer. The moments of their fight were filmed, and no one could believe that an ordinary beginner could do such a thing. While Charles wins the training battle against Edward, it is hard for the other adventurers of the guild to accept. Some other students said that there was nothing surprising in this. It was just a test of skills, and Edward did not use his strengths. The experienced adventurer still couldn't hit the young man, and he began to think about a possible defeat. If he doesn't win, everyone around him will mock him, and he can't suffer such a disgrace in his guild. Edward realizes that his opponent's level is much lower than his own, but why is Charles so strong? Perhaps Edward does not know that the Master of Gravity is the strongest class you can get. With the help of gravity control skills, you can compensate for the lack of physical strength. In short duels, Charles's mana should be enough to maximize the use of gravity skills. Edward may have a higher level, but without the use of skills, it will be very difficult for him to win. Charles mentioned that David was much stronger in close combat and had very strong abilities. Besides, he didn't have such a strong hatred for Charles, but these two enemies are similar in some ways. The guy realized that it was time to act, not think. Time was running out, and he had to finish this fight. So he activated double gravity and went on the attack, and Edward immediately felt the strength of his opponent. He was surprised to realize that the sword Charles had suddenly become heavier than expected. It seems he was strong not only in speed. When Edward tried to strike back, he realized that his opponent had disappeared. Edward believed that this did not happen, and that it was some kind of unknown magic. He had not yet seen that Charles was behind him. After how many seconds, Charles came up behind him and threatened his opponent with his sword. That's how self-confident he was. While Edward was attacking, Charles reduced gravity and used this moment to get behind him. During the jump, he was in his opponent's blind spot, so Edward thought that Charles had disappeared. Everyone around was surprised and happy at the same time. It's not every day that you see a young beginner defeat a B-ranked adventurer. Mila looked the happiest of all. She was very happy to see that Charles had won. Edward thought that it was all a joke. He didn't understand how he could lose to a newcomer and didn't recognize Charles's achievements. The guy was sure that now there shouldn't be any problems with professional development. But after a few seconds, he realized that it was too early to rejoice because he felt Edward's bloodlust. The experienced adventurer was not going to lose this battle. He activated the Predator's Clawbreaker and selflessly ran to attack. All his words about the rules and not using skills during the battle are irrelevant now. The battle is not for life, but for death. Charles managed to defend himself, but he felt the true power of his opponent on his own body. The guy lost his concentration after winning a training battle, which is unacceptable for a B-rank adventurer. Edward insidiously used the weapon as a decoy and at that moment attacked with real skill. The young adventurers of the guild who watched this battle were dissatisfied with Edward's actions and said that it was the act of a real coward. He promised that he would not use his skills during the battle, as only losers do. But strangely enough, this did not scare Charles at all. The guy still looked quite confident and said that he was ready to continue the battle. Edward was incredibly angry. He thought that Charles was barely standing on his feet, and he still continued to mock him. Edward wasn't going to accept it. He underestimated his opponent because of his weak level, but now everything will be different. If rumors of his loss spread through the guild, he will face total disgrace. Therefore, Edward said that there was no point in continuing the fight, and he officially rejected the application for a promotion. According to him, the last blow was not struck during their fight, and with this approach, Charles will not be able to defeat strong demons. He said he deliberately left a lot of holes in his defense, but Charles was unable to take advantage of it. In addition, Edward did not use his skills at all, and Charles was still injured. The people around him were very unhappy with Edward's actions. They called him a stupid coward and said that he was not going to recognize Charles from the very beginning. These words made Edward very angry. He could hear them mocking him and losing all his self-confidence. Seeing Edward's anger, some of the guild students immediately fell silent, as few people want to anger such a strong adventurer. But unexpectedly, it turned out that there are people who are ready to defend the rights of Charles. It was Jack, who said that Edward was acting unfairly. According to him, Charles fought absolutely honestly and was able to win, while Edward broke his promise and used his abilities during the battle. Jack said that the adventurers on the contract had lost their honor, which made Edward very angry. Instead, Charles was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect help in a difficult situation to come from this side. Jack looked at him and smiled. He said that Charles was his best friend, and he would definitely help him. Charles appreciated the help, but the phrase about his best friend was rather strange. Mila watched the debate sadly, knowing full well that despite Charles's victory, the situation was still bad. Unless Edward recognizes the guy's skills, all of this is meaningless, and they will not be able to improve their skills. The difference in strength was obvious, and it seems that this is what made Charles so angry with his opponent that he had to beat him even harder. Although perhaps the guy should have just pretended to be a weak adventurer and lost the fight? Their conversation ended unexpectedly, and everyone around them heard strange sounds and were distracted from the conflict. Suddenly, the vice president of the guild, Michael, appeared. He said he had been looking for Edward for a long time and asked what was going on here. Edward calmly explained that it was just a small test, and he had wasted his time. Michael knew that accidents during training battles were not uncommon, so he asked Charles to go and see a doctor immediately. Edward said that it was just a scratch that would heal quickly, and it was nothing serious. Michael said that he and Edward needed to talk urgently, so the inspection was officially over. Jack was the most furious of all. He couldn't believe that one of the best adventurers in the guild would turn out to be a coward. Mila was also upset. She went to Charles and asked what they should do next. Meanwhile, the vice president of the guild asked Edward why he had organized this fight. Edward explained that the guy wanted to apply for a promotion to the rank of B, and he decided to show him his true place. Perhaps the vice president underestimates the adventurers too much, but Edward really hates them. When they got to the vice president's office, it was time to talk about the B-rank vault called the Animal Mausoleum. It is not very easy to control a rift of such a high rank. Adventurers are increasingly increasing the level and finding a lot of materials. The guild has received reports of an unexpected change in the location of monsters in this rift. Also, the concentration of magical energy has reached its maximum, so now we need to prepare for a catastrophe. The guild wants to completely eliminate all possible risks, that is to capture this vault before a disaster occurs. The agency also wants to preserve several B-rank vaults, and the head of the guild is not against preserving this vault either. That is why Michael told Edward to close this rift in the Animal Mausoleum. Right now, they don't know much about the vaults, so it would be unwise to draw any premature conclusions. Michael asked Edward to talk to the guild director and ask him to change his mind. But Edward was against it. He asked Michael to shut up and said that he had always received unpleasant errands from him. He started throwing various papers from the office and said that it was not his problem. He told Michael to stop looking at all these numbers because it would not help him learn more about the real faults. Edward has a lot more experience and there is no problem with that. If necessary, he will easily close this problematic gap. Michael was very unhappy. He thought it might be too late because they didn't know where the disaster would come from. He believed that they were obliged to protect this city and country and could not allow the disaster to destroy them. He hoped that the worst possible scenario would not come to pass and that nothing bad would happen. Meanwhile, Charles had already seen a doctor and was resting after a training battle with Mila. The girl looked more upset than he did. She didn't expect such a high-class adventurer to be such a bad person. You can get a new rank only in the guild of your neighborhood, and Edward will probably not allow Charles to improve his skills. But to get into the mystical library, you have to do it. Mila can take the exam in another guild, but her level is too low for that. Charles was trying to come up with a new plan when Betty came up to him, and it was an unexpected meeting. She had already heard that during the exam he had problems with an adventurer on a contract, and one of her fans sent her a video of the fight. The whole world will know about the injustice on the part of the adventurer B rank. 1,000 shameful comments have already been written to Edward. Betty said that all of her fans are incredibly angry and want justice. She remembered that Charles had saved her and realized that she had to repay him. She said she wanted to do everything in her power to help him achieve justice in this matter. And of course the girl recognized that she could also make quite good money in this business. Thomas explained that they still don't know much about the rifts, so it makes sense that guilds rely on experienced adventurers. In addition, we must admit that Edward is hardly the type of person who changes his mind about others. He doesn't care about anyone else but him, so it's almost impossible to talk to him and negotiate with him. While Betty was agreeing with Charles, Mila was quietly and calmly eavesdropping on the conversation. Betty said that she was very worried about Charles and didn't want him to get into serious trouble. At that moment, Mila realized that she could no longer remain silent. She asked Betty if she liked Charles. Betty immediately blushed and started laughing nervously. She said it was a joke and she didn't like Charles. According to her, he is too self-confident and arrogant, and such guys are not her type at all. She explained that she wanted to help him because he had saved her life. It would be fair of her. She also considers herself an idol, so they shouldn't date. At least her fans wouldn't understand. Everything Betty said seemed rather strange, but the conversation about her preferences suddenly ended. Mila's phone started ringing loudly, and she received a message that a new B-rank fault had appeared in the city, and everyone urgently needed to go to a safe place. This rift is very close to the guild. It's called the Beast Mausoleum. Will there be an invasion? An invasion is a catastrophe when demons come out of a rift into our world, and to stop this catastrophe, you need to destroy the rift and defeat its boss. It was quite strange, because in Charles's past life this had never happened. I wonder if it was a coincidence or the result of his changes in this world. If this is really the result of changes, then this story becomes much more interesting. The rift is getting more and more out of control every minute, even though it has passed all the tests and the guild is supposed to control it. Betty hasn't been in a rift of this rank before. She's too low for that. However, she realized that there are people in this city who have no level at all, so she decided to go into this rift. Charles replied that they would all leave together, the rift would get out of control, and there was no telling what might happen if the disaster was not stopped. In a disaster, the monsters are much stronger than they should be, and we must hope that everything will be limited to invasion. Meanwhile, other high-level adventurers also set out to stop the potential disaster. A werewolf of the 34th level, a powerful enough opponent for any adventurer, stood in their way. But Edward was much stronger than this monster and ordered him to flee or accept his death with dignity. In a few seconds, the werewolf was dead. It seems that Edward is much better at beating monsters than beating children. Edward was very angry. He didn't expect Michael's predictions to really happen. He seems to have embarrassed himself again. Now he thinks that everyone around him is trying to make a fool of him. He was accompanied by young adventurers from the guild, who were amazed at how he was able to destroy the werewolf with a single blow. He started shouting at the students and said that he was the strongest they had worked with, and the werewolf was only rank C. Edward realized that if there was too much destruction around him, his position could be in danger. We must stop it immediately and destroy the Rift boss, a level 47 Phantom Fox. Edward is sure that he can defeat the boss, and if he succeeds, he will become a hero and will be able to shift the blame to Michael. He got ready and went in search of his boss. There was already a lot of destruction around. Dozens of people had already died. Soon enough, they came across the boss of the Animal Mausoleum's vault, a Phantom Fox. This is not some fox in the woods. This guy will not even hesitate to rip your head off in a matter of seconds. The young students were very scared. They said that this was not the monster they had been told about in the guild. It was something much stronger. They were absolutely right. The Rift boss is level 55, and he looked much more impressive than in the photos in the books. It seems that this is evolution. Due to it, the level of the creature increases significantly, and during evolution, the monster changes its shape. The Phantom Fox became a real demon spirit, gained new skills, and evolved into a completely different life form. When magical power accumulates, unusual events begin to occur in the portal, and this often happens along with other disasters. The young students were frightened, and they suggested that Edward urgently run away and find a safe place. These fools didn't realize that if they ran away, it would only get worse, and that Edward's role as the portal's protector would be jeopardized. He turned around and started shouting at these young fools and explained that he had been in similar situations many times. He is a professional adventurer of the B rank, so it is impossible to retreat. He will be able to destroy this monster with one blow. The young adventurers John and Flynn said that such a monster could not be stopped and that fighting it was total madness. According to them, Edward would die immediately as soon as he attacked the monster. He thought he had brought these two pieces of shit with him for nothing. Edward told the boys that they shouldn't doubt his words. Now he would help them gain a little self-confidence. Edward used his magical powers and inflicted great pain on the boys. Berserker is a magical skill of a beast warrior. It temporarily increases the attack power of a person under the influence of this skill. At the beginning of his career, Edward used this as a lure, and it's been a long time since he last used this skill. He ordered the brothers to put aside all their worries and confidently go to battle and fight to the death. Under the influence of this technique, John and Flynn drew their red swords and began to attack the Rift boss. It seems that this guy always acts like a real coward. He uses his brothers as bait and then wants to strike the decisive blow. Edward has always believed that an ordinary adventurer cannot survive unless he is cunning. He didn't care that these young and up-and-coming talents were now at risk of dying in a battle against a real demon. The Phantom Fox, after its evolution, is a beast of a completely different caliber. This demon spirit is incredibly dangerous. It looks like he's going to use demonic destruction now. I don't know what it is, but it sounds very convincing. It seemed that the monster was mocking these young adventurers, obviously not considering them equal rivals. The demonic destruction began to work, and huge stones began to fall on the adventurers. It seems to be a telekinesis skill. The scope of his abilities is too wide. Edward immediately recognized that this was the first time he had ever met such a powerful opponent with magical abilities of the 55th level. If he doesn't do something urgently, he will lose his arms and legs, but at least he won't be able to beat children anymore. Only now, when he felt the strength of his opponent, he realized that he had to run away while his brothers were distracting the monster. But now it may be too late. The Phantom Fox is very angry and eager to taste human blood. The demon was too fast and strong and managed to wound Edward. It's very close to the end. Edward couldn't understand why this monster had appeared here. Edward was very powerful in close combat, but now he lost in a few seconds. Luckily, Edward still has a skill that only animal warriors can do. It's called Deadman, disguising himself as a dead body for a few seconds. The Phantom Fox approached its victim and saw that his heart was not beating, and the monster immediately turned around and walked away. Now Edward has the opportunity to escape. Now he doesn't care about others at all, basically as always. It seems that while this scoundrel was thinking about how to save his life, the monster sensed him. Now no tricks of the professional adventurer work, it's too late to call for mommy. The demon seriously injured the adventurer, and now Edward cannot move at all. Edward begged for rescue. He could not believe that he would die in such a place in such a horrible way. But death is still a long way off, because the Phantom Fox has started using telekinesis again. It seems he likes torture. Now Edward will feel what real pain and darkness are. Now even his young brothers will not help him. The Phantom Fox grabbed its victim and began to inflict inhuman suffering on it. but it was even painful to watch. India failed to punish this scoundrel, so it was up to the monster from the fault to do so. Meanwhile, the disaster continued to destroy the city's streets and kill innocent people. Fortunately, there were young adventurers who were willing to risk their own lives to save others. These young adventurers channeled their abilities to destroy monsters and help ordinary people. During these few hours of the disaster, Charles had already managed to gain more than 500 experience points. Betty said that they would not be able to save everyone and take everyone to safety. That is why they must do everything to clear the maze, otherwise the number of victims will only increase. More than half an hour has passed since the danger was reported, but the threat has not yet been eliminated. Charles realized that the boss of the Beast Mausoleum should have already been destroyed by one of the adventurers' groups. But too much time has passed, and there is no result, so we need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. As it turned out, Edward was still alive, but judging by his behavior, he had completely lost his mind. He started attacking the group of exorcists. They tried to stop him and tell him that they were fighting on the same side, but he didn't hear them. The Phantom Fox has completely taken control of him in its clutches, and there is hardly anything Edward can do to help. If such strong adventurers begin to defect to the enemy, the catastrophe could become even more widespread. It was decided to destroy Edward. It was better than watching him fight on the enemy's side. But he's still a professional adventurer of the B rank, and it's not easy to defeat such a guy in close combat. He started attacking his opponents and inflicting very serious injuries on them. With the help of the King of Beasts' punch, he destroyed the exorcist with incredible ease and speed. It was very unexpected. They all came here to find and kill the monster, not to fight against other adventurers. It was impossible to convince Edward to stop. His mind was completely controlled by the enemy. A deadly battle with a rank B adventurer is like fighting a high-level monster. The problem is not even the anomaly itself, because it is only a side effect of the disaster. But the problem is that no one has ever experienced such a catastrophe. It is something completely new and dangerous. This is not a task that ordinary adventurers or exorcist teams can handle. Fortunately for the exorcists, a young adventurer, Charles, came to their aid in time. He activated the gravity reduction and began to attack Edward. He quickly realized that Edward was under the psychic control of the monster boss. Edward is not an opponent that ordinary adventurers can defeat. He is a rather powerful beast. But Charles understood perfectly well that an adventurer of the B rank must be able to fight with opponents of equal strength. Even though Edward fights differently, his movements are slower than during the exam for promotion. Perhaps all these slowdowns are a side effect of the monster's psychic influence. Edward began to aggressively attack the boy and activated his King of Beasts punch skill again. Charles managed to dodge skillfully, and he noticed that his opponent had lost patience and began to attack hastily without preparation. Now it's Charles's turn to strike back with the help of double gravity. He was able to severely wound his opponent and hoped that after that, Edward would be free of the monster's influence. The experienced adventurer was still divided into two worlds, as if he were still partially under the control of the monster. Charles told him that if he wanted to fight, they could continue the exam for promotion. Edward replied that he would not allow anyone to look down on him and would destroy the Charles. He immediately went on the attack and activated his berserker power. It looks like it will be difficult to help him. Charles felt that the monster's influence on Edward's brain had increased significantly. But even if this opponent is much stronger than him, he cannot delay this fight any longer. Charles immediately apologized to Edward for his future actions and jumped up high, like I already know what's going to happen. The time has come for the comet falling technique, and with the help of the double impact of gravity, this technique has become even more dangerous. Charles used his strengths perfectly and was able to cut off Edward's right arm. He also managed to cut his opponent's tendons, so now he will not pose any threat. The exorcist Morpheus was amazed to see the actions of this young adventurer. Charles fought against a B-rank adventurer, but restrained his strength so as not to kill his opponent, an indicator of a very powerful warrior. Meanwhile, a group of women supporters came running to Charles. They were scared and started yelling at the guy because he ran away. Charles quickly apologized to the girls and said that there was an urgent situation that needed to be resolved. Now they need to take all the wounded to a safe place. The situation is still very unstable and dangerous. But it looks like they won't succeed, because a much more serious problem is on the horizon. The girls were very frightened when they saw a phantom fox appear in front of them. They had never seen such a dangerous monster before. Even though the young adventurers have already defeated many monster bosses, they have not yet met such a strong opponent. Although Charles was trying to show his confidence with all his appearance, it was clear that he was also excited about the upcoming battle. It looks like the boss of the mausoleum's rift beasts is out hunting, as long as he doesn't become someone's dinner. Mila was very scared. She probably didn't read the books in the guild because she didn't understand what kind of beast it was. Charles quickly explained to the girl that they were facing the boss of the fault in the animal mausoleum. The Phantom Fox, or as it is also called the Demonic Fox VIJ, this monster is at level 55. Charles analyzed his opponent and realized that the information he received was different from what was written in the books. It seems that the monster's evolution took place almost instantly from the appearance of the fault, which greatly complicates the situation. When a monster evolves, it is very difficult to predict what skills it will use during the battle. To stop the destruction of the city, you need to defeat this monster, but it will not be easy. The Phantom Fox activated the animal necromancy ability and began attacking with 30th level phantoms. It's going to be fantastic, it's going to be very hot, and we're going to witness an incredible battle. Betty was very frightened when she saw that the fox had called a large number of phantom monsters to help him. She realized that these monsters only enjoy destroying the city and killing innocent people. Charles realized that it was time to take control of the situation and ordered the girls to immediately take the wounded to a safe place. Betty began to worry about Charles, but the boy said that everything was fine and he would try to defeat the monster on his own. It was hard for her to accept this when Charles starts playing the role of the hero, and she wants to do the opposite even more. That is why Betty realized that she could not allow Charles to risk his life alone. She turned back around and said that she and Mila would help Charles destroy the phantoms, and Morpheus should take care of the wounded. This bold exorcist was shocked by the behavior of these young adventurers. It seemed to him to be absolute madness. He realized that this monster was at level 55, and if reinforcements did not arrive in time, they would all die. It seems that all these problems did not interest Charles and the girls at all. For them, risking their own lives seemed like something ordinary. The guy said he was leaving the phantoms for Betty and Mila, a true example of a gentleman's behavior. So while the girls will fight against high-level phantoms, Charles will take on the task of destroying the boss. The Phantom Fox activated the roar of the Ghost Beast, which is hardly a power created just to intimidate. A little later, it became clear that it helps to move other objects. Morpheus was shocked to see the scope of the monster's skill, something he hadn't heard of even in books. The Phantom Fox was preparing to attack and destroy everyone who stood in its way, not quite the kind of fox you see in fairy tales. Although Charles was in danger, he continued to remain calm and in control of his body and mind. Mila and Betty were worried about their friend. They realized that Charles could not lose this battle. This monster has an incredibly strong aura, even though it doesn't even use all of its powers to the maximum. It seems as if the Phantom Fox is playing with his rivals as if they were children. Charles wasn't going to wait until he was crushed by a huge rock. It was time to show some gravity tricks. Morpheus was surprised. He had never seen such fast movements and such a talented adventurer. He didn't know that Charles had too much experience in speed battles where people's lives were at stake. Surely the guy's past life, which he spent with a class of thieves, did him good. This experience is priceless. The Phantom Leaf also looked quite surprised to see the technique of this young adventurer. Charles looked pleased. He looked confidently at the monster and said that his spells did not work on wizards. Teasing a Phantom Fox is a form of mental retardation, and Charles probably didn't know that. But he activated partial gravity and forced the monster to settle for a dinner of stones. The Phantom Leader had never seen such insolence, and he was furious that these children were not taught to respect adults. As soon as Charles realized that his opponent was distracted for a few seconds, he immediately activated the gravity bomb. Morpheus continued to marvel at this guy's technique. It looked like something incredible. Compared to a rank B adventurer, Charles single-handedly destroyed a level 55 Rift boss. Morpheus was sure that one day this guy would become the strongest adventurer in the world. If you destroy the boss, the rift should close and all the other monsters should disappear immediately. Betty said they didn't have time and that Charles had to kill the bastard for good. The guy prepared his sword for battle and promised that he would destroy this red-headed wretch once and for all. The Phantom Fox was still alive, though badly wounded, and it got angry and started attacking the boy with stones. This beast is really huge and strong, but when it attacks, it completely loses control. Charles was sure that the monster had no chance of winning without control, so it was time to send it to hell. The guy activated double gravity and started attacking his opponent with his own weapon, a huge rock. The Phantom Fox could not like such tricks. He was losing his mind with rage at Charles. But even when the guy is in the air, he's still very dangerous with the help of double gravity. This skill of a true master of gravity always comes in handy. It seems the fox has completely lost its advantage. Compared to other humanoid bosses, this one is much weaker. But I realized that he would not be able to finish this fight too quickly, even though some moments seemed illogical. Vijay's Demon Fox is at level 55, although Charles is currently only at level 38. Charles started to run out of mana. He realized that it would be difficult, but given the difference in levels, he was still lucky. The boy hasn't suffered from the monster's attacks yet, but if he continues to lose mana mindlessly, the fox will soon destroy him. Charles must not spend a mana level during the battle, but this is impossible, because without it, there is no victory. He started to think about asking Betty and Mila for help. They always fight better together. But the guy quickly realized that the girls were fighting phantoms, and that's why they shouldn't be distracted from this process. They are now busy helping the wounded and defenseless. Based on his past life, Charles has learned to predict possible outcomes of a battle. The boss has very similar attacks, but also a lot of health, which he can restore through auto-attacks. It will be very lucky if only he dies, although it will be sad to die in such a place. But if Charles continues to delay, no one will be able to stop the catastrophe. The guy realized that he could not run away and leave everyone else to fend for themselves. There was no other way for him. That's why Charles tried to concentrate and make one last attempt to achieve the coveted victory. He must use his powers effectively and dodge to save others. Now is the time for Charles to be much more aggressive and angry than before. His first attack was quite successful. He was able to seriously wound one of his opponent's heads. This made the Phantom Fox angry, and he decided to activate the beast's demonic art skill again. After that, he did not stop and continued to scare Charles with his tricks. He activated the growling of the demonic beast. The Phantom Fox began to use skills too aggressively. This is not a beast that can be defeated by just one adventurer. Betty realized that her friend could not win on his own. He urgently needed help. Mila didn't understand that Charles was cornered at that moment, but for some reason he didn't want to back down. It seems as if the boss of the Animal Mausoleum's rift is afraid of him, but how is that possible? The phantom beasts have already begun their attack on the young adventurer, and now it will be even harder for him than before. Charles realized it was time to focus on his inner strength. After a short meditation, he moved forward and began to attack all his enemies as if he were immortal. There was too much blood around, and books will be written about this legendary battle, and legends will be told to children. Morpheus has never seen such a terrifying and frightening force before. This young adventurer is a real monster. Charles quickly destroyed the phantom beasts and turned his attention to his main opponent. As soon as he found his weak spot, he immediately disappeared from his field of vision, using double gravity. Charles realized that he had to end this fight in one blow and activated his crown jewel weapon, the Falling Comet. It was a brutal murder of a phantom fox, but this red-headed boy deserved such a fate. Everything around us immediately began to change. The phantom fox disappeared into a black hole, and we are unlikely to see him again. The catastrophe that had been destroying the city for many hours was also stopped, and this Armageddon is finally over. Charles was happy. It's a wonder he survived it all, but for killing such a strong opponent, he raised his level by 6 steps. He also received 6,500 experience points and 23 skill points for this legendary battle. The phantoms summoned by the Rift boss disappeared immediately, and with the closure of the rift, the other monsters should have disappeared as well. It seems that now we can sleep well, although the chances of winning were minimal, but they did it. Mila immediately ran to congratulate Charles on his victory, and now her friend is at the 44th level of combat skills. At this point, only Betty did not look happy. She stood still and looked very gloomy. It's unlikely that this has anything to do with Charles. We'll talk about their potential romantic relationship later. At that moment, the girl realized that she had become a hero who had protected many lives, and her father would have been proud of her. Morpheus was the most surprised. The exorcist still couldn't believe that Charles could defeat the boss on his own. He looked at this young adventurer in surprise and could not understand who he was. A few hours later, Charles and Betty returned to the Adventurers Guild. Jessica greeted Charles and the girls and thanked them for their help in closing the dangerous vault. She thanked them for the millions of lives saved and said that without them, the situation could have gotten out of control. Everyone around them was talking about them. It was strange to hear that 3 young adventurers had saved the whole city. Mila was still upset. She had the impression that Charles had done everything himself and was ashamed of it. Charles reassured his friend and said that he would not have been able to kill the boss without their help, because it was the girls who distracted the phantoms at the critical moment. Betty, in turn, said that she completely agreed with this and that they had achieved victory thanks to women's support. Charles smiled and said that she probably regretted that she could not film the fight and upload it to her channel. The girl smiled and said that she was actively fighting the phantoms and could not think about the channel, especially since she had to help the wounded. The vice president of the guild did not expect the disaster to happen immediately after his conversation with Edward. Even a special group was unable to solve the problem with the vault, and it was fortunate that young adventurers saved the city. If they hadn't been there, the guild would hardly have been able to stop this threat, so Charles and his team deserve respect. The vice president took a closer look at this guy, as he had seen him somewhere before. Later, he remembered that it was the same guy Edward had told him about, a young adventurer who was trying to raise his rank. It's amazing that a whole city was saved thanks to such a young guy. It's hard to believe. Michael smiled and realized that future legends of the world of adventurers were being born before his eyes. Meanwhile, not only did the guild have interesting events, but the city's central hospital was also worth a visit. One nasty guy survived the crash, and he seems to be very angry. Edward woke up in the hospital and couldn't remember what happened after the Rift Boss started controlling his mind. Only a little later did he remember that this bastard Charles had cut off his arm, the arm of a B-rated adventurer. Edward was incredibly angry to hear that Charles had now become a national hero. He promised to make the boy's life hell and use his position and influence to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, the exorcist Morpheus entered his room and called him an ungrateful bastard. Morpheus explained that during the battle for the city, they wanted to kill Edward when the boss controlled his mind. But Charles saved the adventurer. Edward started screaming and said that he would never thank the person who cut off his arm. Edward was very angry and told them to leave, but Morpheus said he had to meet someone. He ordered a young man to come into the room, and Edward recognized him immediately. It was John. He used him and his brother as bait to distract the Rift Boss, but John was able to survive. Morpheus said that he now knows that Edward manipulated the minds of his subordinates for his own benefit. The use of psychic skills without permission is a criminal offense, especially to save one's own life. There is no way that a B-ranked adventurer who has signed a military contract with the guild could not know the laws of rift crimes. Edward was incredibly angry and realized that his situation was even more critical now than after the loss of his arm. A few days after that, Charles rested and returned to the Adventurers Guild. He applied again for a promotion, but Jessica again turned him down. The girl explained that the rules are stricter when you move up in rank, so if you are rejected, you cannot immediately reapply. You have to wait at least 3 months for this, but Charles was furious. It was a shock for him. Now he is at the 44th level and has fulfilled all the conditions to increase his rank. The guy realized that in 3 months the Library of Secrets would be completely cleared out and he would not be able to get the same rare item. You have to wait 3 months to reapply for a promotion, and all this happened because of Edward. Mila stood up for the boy. She said that Charles was a hero who saved the city from disaster. She also reminded him that he defeated a rank B adventurer when he was under enemy control. Jessica explained that Edward was fired because he violated the rules of the contract, and now his opinion does not affect Charles's promotion. The guy realized that he had less and less chance of getting promoted in the near future. Despite the fact that the Ring of Wisdom can influence the future of this world, he needs to come up with another way to get it. At that moment, the vice president of the guild approached the young adventurers. Michael greeted the young heroes and asked them what they were talking about. As soon as he heard this interesting and intense dialogue, he immediately decided to join. Charles also wondered why the vice president of the guild decided to join their conversation. Michael recognized this guy and, looking at Jesse, said that he supported the promotion of the adventurer Charles. This was very unexpected even for Charles himself. He could not have foreseen such a turn of events. Jessica was also shocked. She said that this was not the way to do it. Although the adventurers had disagreed with some of the rules before, She said that this could lead to general dissatisfaction and that the president of the guild was also unlikely to support this decision. Michael replied that they could not ignore the guy's heroism in cleaning up the recent fault. The vice president personally conducted an investigation into the disaster and knows what he is talking about. He also learned that the reason Charles failed the exam for promotion was not his abilities, but Edward's personal hatred. That's why the guild rules won't be violated, because they should have promoted him from the very beginning. Although the guild director always adheres to the rules, Michael is confident that he will convince him to take this step. The vice president will explain that it would be a huge loss for the guild not to promote the guy right now. This is his main task, to support adventurers because they are the defenders of the world. The catastrophe that threatened the city should have been foreseen and stopped by the guild before it caused major problems. First of all, the vice president would like to thank the president for stopping this disaster. And this is how he would like to thank the guy for saving the city. Charles smiled and shook the vice president's hand, and sometimes justice does prevail. Thus, in a few hours, Charles's application for a promotion was accepted and supported. This way, the young adventurer was able to get the rank of B, an incredible achievement in such a short time. There are not many adventurers with such a high rank in the guild. They can be counted on one hand. Compared to his past life, Charles reaches new ranks with incredible speed. Although you can quickly level up by fighting higher-level enemies, these results are still incredible. Mila was surprised to see that Charles looked quite upset after the promotion. He said that he was fine, but he was only thinking about the difficult situations that lay ahead. The events of this timeline are incredibly fast. For example, the appearance of a rank B fault. This fault could have destroyed the city, but it was quickly stopped. In Charles's past life, there had never been such a catastrophe. Going back in time, his actions greatly influenced the events of this timeline, which is very interesting. Fractures are events that defy logic. They appear unexpectedly, which is probably why this fault appeared, even if it did not exist in the past life. At first, Charles didn't think he could influence this timeline so much. It's a butterfly effect. It's as if small changes in the world lead to incredibly big consequences. Charles looked very nervous, and I couldn't understand why he was so excited. It's a very bad habit to think about negative options all the time. It takes too much energy. But be that as it may, Charles and his team achieved their goal, and he was able to get the B rank. Suddenly his phone rang and he saw a new message. A new fault had appeared. The guy was immediately excited and realized that this crack in the Library of Secrets had finally appeared. The information about the rift was published just a couple of minutes ago. Thanks to the guild vice president, Charles can clear this rift. The boss of this dungeon will drop a ring of wisdom. With this item, you can reveal the secret of the rifts. Now it will become clear why faults appear in the world, but to enter this fault, you need to have at least a rank of B. Charles looked at Mill and said that it was time to apply for the clearing of this fault. In the meantime, we need to move to another place for a while and listen to a rather important conversation. An adult man was sitting in a large and wealthy office, talking to someone on the phone. He already knew that in the future, a rift of the B rank, a library of secrets, would appear. The items that fall from his boss will be very dangerous, and they can't let these items fall into the wrong hands. The person with whom this man spoke said on the phone that this fault must be captured. But the owner of this office said that then all sorts of bad rumors would start, so someone had to be the first to enter this rift. This will divert unnecessary attention, and there are several interesting options for this. You just need to find the right puppet. This man was worried that his identity and intentions would not be revealed. He needed those who would not be able to manipulate him in the future. He said that as soon as the portal was opened, we should immediately call the Chimera's clique. You need to destroy the boss and all his items, as well as eliminate all the adventurers in the rift. After that, pretend it was just an accident, and journalists should not find out the truth. That was the end of the conversation, and someone came into the office. It was a young assistant who reported that he had received a report from a special unit about the recent disaster. As it turned out, the owner of this office is the president of a special unit, a Master Judas. Meanwhile, Charles and Mila had already left the guild and boarded the train. The girl actively asked questions about this fault. She wanted to be well prepared for the cleanup. Charles said that this rift is like a huge library, and all the monsters inside use magical attacks. The boss from the Library of Secrets is on the 60th level, and you need to be very careful with this opponent. Mila started to worry when she heard about the level of the boss, but he told her that he was confident that they could win. He assured me that he had prepared a winning strategy and that everything should go perfectly. But from the very beginning, he had problems, and soon heard that their application for fault cleaning was not accepted. This order came from the guild, and unfortunately, access to the Library of Secrets is limited. The woman explained that the young adventurers came from another department and did not understand anything. Recently, many adventurers have died in their area, and now the rules have changed. If an adventurer finds a rift and dies, the guild president will be blamed, which is why there are so many bans now. Charles replied that ignoring the occurrence of fault lines would only make the situation worse, but that high-ranking lawyers should prevent disasters. The registrar looked at the young adventurers and assessed their level. Charles had only recently received rank B. Mila was still without rank. She explained that entering the dangerous vault was out of the question, but another character joined them. He was a tall man with blonde hair, and he asked the charity if they really wanted to get into the Library of Secrets. It was Dr. Christopher, an adventurer who is on the 43rd level. He also has rank B. There are very few high-ranking adventurers in this area, and he said he also wants to clean up this rift. If they can get a large group together with Christopher and his friends, they may be allowed to enter the vault. Charles had promised Mila that she would raise her level before they entered the rift. But if high-ranking adventurers go with them, he won't have to worry about the safety of the meal. This guy Christopher looks very suspicious. Charles is not sure he can trust him. Mila started smiling and said that they should all go into this rift together. Christopher said that he wanted Charles to join their team, and they would try to clean up the rift. But that wasn't all. Christopher said he wanted to clear the portal, but he didn't want to take unnecessary people with him. He looked at Mila and said that all the monsters in the rift use magic, so the girl would not be needed. Moreover, the more people there are, the harder it will be to distribute the spoils they receive. Mila was upset but agreed with his words. But Charles said he would not go anywhere without her. Christopher believed that this stubbornness could only hinder their future cooperation. He explained that he already has 2 first-class adventurers in his team, and they all want to clear the rift. Charles explained that the shaman class would not be superfluous for the team, since Mila can replenish mana with her skills. For people who are very dependent on mana, such as a gravity master or a doctor, such an ally is indispensable. Without hesitation, Christopher agreed and said that he didn't mind if Mila came with them. They exchanged phone numbers, and as soon as Christopher talks to the other team members, he will call them. If all of them come to a common decision, then an application for access to the portal will be submitted immediately. If all goes well, they should meet at the entrance to the vault. Mila looked as upset as ever. She wasn't sure if it was a good idea to bring her along. Because of this unpleasant guy, she had the impression that he despised her. He agreed that Christopher was really unpleasant, but he could be useful to them. In any case, it's good that they said their terms right away. He looks like a leader who doesn't like unnecessary conflicts. Charles promised to protect the girl if he said something like that again. In any case, they are not in a position to refuse this opportunity. If there are more of them, the chance of getting the wisdom ring will decrease, but this is nothing compared to the fact that they may not enter the rift. It will be easier for them to defeat the boss with a large team, and the winning strategy will be simpler. Meanwhile, Christopher met with his team members and told them that their plans had changed. Lila, a 40-something adventurer, was not happy. She was against the idea of taking unnecessary garbage with her. Christopher explained that they had no choice. Their team was short of people, and without it, they would not be able to get permission to enter the vault. Lila didn't understand why they needed a support sorcerer and a shaman, as it would only help in close combat. Christopher explained that this guy's level was quite high, and his girlfriend was needed for insurance. Mila was happy that they could enter the rift, but she didn't like that everyone around her was too tense. She had previously thought that Christopher would be a major problem, but she had never been so wrong. Lila immediately told them that if they did not help, she would kill them personally. Charles was as calm as ever, and said they would definitely help with the cleanup. It was time to ask the last member of the team, Richard, a level 45 adventurer. The guy replied that he didn't care. If these two helped him enter the rift, he didn't mind their presence. Charles realized that all team members were at a high level, but at the same time he felt tension within their team. There are great privileges in clearing in the first days of the rift. You can sell information about the rift to the guild. The emergence of a new fissure is always a hot topic of discussion, and the first adventurers to enter the fissure receive rare items. Although the team is quite unpleasant, Charles and Mila still have no choice. Christopher acknowledged that their team was created very hastily, and they may have conflicts. But adventurers of such high rank rarely get together, so they are doomed to fail. There is greed, arrogance in this team, but Charles hopes that their trek into the rift will still go smoothly. The team gathered and went to the Library of Mystery. The most interesting part is yet to come. Christopher was in the lead as a true leader. Charles and Mila were at the very end. Now they understood what one of the elite B-rank vaults looks like, although everything around them is quite simple. Fractures of this rank are very rare, and Christopher was already dreaming of cleaning it up and making money on it. Now Charles realizes that it will be very difficult to get the ring, but anything is possible. Leela reminded him that Christopher had only brought Charles and Mila along to get permission to do the sweep. Mila was not happy. It seems that this bunch of fools do not understand how strong Charles is. Charles said that they had come a long way and would not leave empty-handed, which made Lila very angry. The guy said that he remembered their agreement well, that if he did nothing, he would get nothing. Lila turned away from him with a haughty look and said that she didn't need any unnecessary scenes with talk of nonsense. Mila began to get the impression that they were not getting anything at all, especially the coveted ring. Charles said that he was also concerned about this topic, but now they should focus on the future strategy. The Library of Secrets cannot be easily cleared, and it is only through knowledge from his past life that Charles has any idea what he will face. The structure of the vault can change at the request of his boss, and it is very difficult to predict everything for the future. Meanwhile, Christopher borrowed one of the library's books to read. He had never seen such a language before. This book was written as if in hieroglyphics. Perhaps it is the knowledge of a race unknown to humanity. All items in this rift, except for those that fall from the boss or his assistants, cannot be taken outside the rift. In the future, scientists will study the vaults from the point of view of culture and art, although little is clear from those studies. Scholars have not been able to figure out what language the authors of these mysterious books use. There are many different guesses and theories about this language and culture, but they are only theories. The Ring of Wisdom in the Library of Secrets. They say this item can answer all the secrets of the rifts. Charles was sure that he could get the ring, but first he had to destroy the boss. Suddenly, there was an explosion of fire, and Christopher immediately started using the shield skill. He managed to defend himself against an unknown attack, and it seems that their tests in this rift have already begun. The first opponent for the new team of adventurers will be the Librarian, a level 40 monster. Richard immediately got down to business and applied a deadly grip technique, and now we'll see what this guy can do. Judging by the fact that he cut off the librarian's head with one swipe of his hand, we can conclude that Richard is quite a strong adventurer. Though Charles did not show any emotion, his eyes showed that he was surprised at the speed of the monster's destruction. Christopher immediately praised his friend and said that he was incredible as always. But Richard said that he didn't need showy praise. He looked at the new team members and ordered them to do something. Lila started smiling and said that this is how adventurers should do their job. Mila replied that Lila hadn't done anything at all, so it looks like we're in for a women's fight. Lila offered her rival a fight to determine who was the strongest, and Mila immediately apologized. Charles realized that his partners were quick to assess the situation and knew how to use their skills correctly and effectively. This deserves respect, but the guy realized that it reminded him of something. He took a closer look at Richard and realized that he had seen this guy before. Mila began to worry that Charles would start fighting with other team members for her sake. The girl overestimates the guy too much. He didn't even think about fighting against Richard. When he saw the deadly grip and the monster's severed head, he realized that Richard was a thief, just like he was in his past life. Richard deliberately went behind his back, because I realized that the monster was going to hit him in a straight line and immediately cut off his head. If Richard wants to achieve more, he needs to improve his stealth skill. I also advised him to mix the class with a magical support class, or to learn the decoy skill. Charles is confident that Richard will be able to achieve a lot with these skills. Richard replied that Charles was a fool who hadn't been asked for advice. He knew his own class without being told. If this happens again, Richard promised to cut off Charles's head. He does not realize that the thief will become a useless class in the future, and if nothing is done, Richard will lose everything. Charles doesn't want anyone to repeat his fate. Although now his words seem stupid because thieves are in fashion now. Richard is one of the best adventurers of his rank in the country, but Charles was once also the best adventurer of the thief class. But now it doesn't matter. What happened in the past is in the past. Christopher said that this vault contained many useful items, but Richard ordered him to shut up. While Christopher was praising his aggressive friend, something appeared in the room. This is a 45th level watch rabbit, which honestly looks like a child's plaything. No matter what the rabbit looks like, this little toy has a higher level than a librarian. Charles didn't understand where this rabbit came from. It was one of the rare bosses that had destroyed many adventurers in the past. Charles said that this demon will not be easy to defeat, and it is better to find another way. It will not attack unless provoked. Richard replied that if Charles was afraid, he was ready to personally destroy this little doll. Charles's face made it clear that this was a big mistake, and his experience is now crucial. If Richard activates the Clockwork Rabbit skill, it will be very difficult to beat him. No matter what this small and fluffy beast looks like, it is probably a very powerful monster indeed. Richard took out his weapon and ran to attack the Clockwork Rabbit. Charles tried to stop him and explained that the rabbit was deliberately luring him into his trap. It was too late to stop Richard. This aggressive guy had already started attacking the Clockwork Rabbit. But in a few seconds, he felt what real speed was, and he wondered what kind of monster it was. So far, Richard did not understand why he needed a monster that only dodged and did not attack at all. It seemed to him that the Clockwork Rabbit had decided to escape using its speed. Only a little later did the guy realize that he might be a rare boss, because his behavior pattern was too strange. Now that they've attracted the monster's attention, they can't escape, it's too late. Charles realized that he would have to fight and told everyone around him that his main monster skill was speed, and they had to cover each other. He told everyone that letting your guard down for even a second is tantamount to death, although so far they've looked at him like a fool. Christopher realized that the rabbit was on the 45th level, but there were 5 of them, and together they could easily defeat it. Later, Christopher realized that this Clockwork Rabbit could manipulate space. Richard replied that he was not going to listen to a guy who was several levels below him. Richard had warned that whoever ordered him would lose his head, but he underestimated Charles's knowledge. The Clockwork Rabbit activated some kind of looking-glass magic, and books started falling off the shelves. Some of these books turned out to be real monsters of the 42nd level. They are called grimoires. It was at this point that some of the team members realized they were in real trouble. The Clockwork Rabbit, on the other hand, was enjoying the process and smiling. Charles once again turned to Richard and told him to retreat immediately, because it would be very difficult to win. This fool seems to be completely incapable of listening to the advice of others, so let's see where this will lead him. Grimoire is not an easy walk for any adventurer, especially if there are several of these monsters. So far, Richard has been able to dodge their attacks and strike back, but will it last? Leela and Christopher began to worry about their friend. There are too many enemies around him. The rabbit realized that it was time to attack, and this little toy also knows how to fight. Now the Clockwork Rabbit no longer looks like a child's toy. Now it is a real tyrant rabbit. Richard began to worry, now that this monster was not running away from him, but rather looking for a meeting. The brazen adventurer was preparing to die, but fortunately for him, Charles was there to help. It was very close to the end, but the magic of gravity is a very powerful thing, and is currently underestimated. Charles grew up watching the Jackie Chan cartoon, and he learned many techniques from it. As long as he can control gravity, no one can beat him in the air. Judging by the rabbit's face, he is quite upset. His plans to destroy the adventurers are postponed for now. Richard felt that he was close to death, but Charles was able to predict the monster's surprise attack and saved his life. Now Richard will take even monsters that look like children's toys much more seriously. A Clockwork Rabbit will never attack directly. Its tactics are incredibly simple. Attack one target and then retreat. Charles said that he would stop 3 grimoires now, and everyone else should fight the 4th. Christopher thought it was crazy, even though they had shown themselves to be weak in the last battle. They were also adventurers who could be trusted. Charles replied that a mistake could cost everyone their lives, so Christopher and the team should listen to what he has to say. The Clockwork Rabbit is not only fast, but also cunning, and it will always be difficult to deal with such an opponent. It's impossible to stay calm with it, especially when you don't have enough experience in fracture cleaning. Richard has lost all his confidence in his abilities, and Leela is starting to panic. As for the doctor and the shaman, they won't be able to help us unless everyone else gets their act together. Leela thought that Charles had lost his mind. Fighting 3 high-ranking monsters at the same time was crazy. But Mila completely trusted her friend. If Charles says so, she is sure that everything will be fine. She also decided to say a few loud words on her own behalf. She ordered everyone to calm down and help Charles. It was not expected to hear such words from this girl, but she was absolutely right. These nasty monsters move quickly in the air, have a long attack range, and high magic damage. In addition, you can't let your guard down with them. Otherwise, the Clockwork Rabbit will attack you right away. Now the guy's situation is much more critical than during the war with the monsters in the city. This is not a battle in which Charles can afford to make mistakes or underestimate the enemy. The guy concentrated and ordered all the monsters to attack so that he could cut them into 1,000,000 pieces. The Clockwork Rabbit was only too happy to hear such words from his potential victim. The toothy books also immediately began to attack, and now we are about to see a real spectacle in the fissure of the Library of Mystery. Christopher decided to be the first to help his new friend and activated the defense technique. It is worth noting the actions of this tall guy, because the defense technique really helps in difficult situations. After that, Lila also went on the attack, and what she hates most in life is being underestimated. The girl looked very aggressive and began to destroy her evil enemies. Her scythe is a real danger to anyone. But she must not forget about the damned Clockwork Rabbit, because there will be a price to pay. This rabbit has high attack power, magic damage, and the ability to move freely in the air. Charles also continued his battle against the monsters, and if he hadn't had the help of others, he would hardly still be alive. Although they look quite small, toothy books can inflict serious damage. Now let's see how they can stop the gravity reduction and the lightning attack of the Gravity Master. Charles skillfully switched his combat modes and attacked with different abilities. And of course, at the end it was time for the crown jewel technique of the comet falling, which as always was incredibly effective. He destroyed the first monster and received 2,015 experience points, a good addition for a book thief. But defeating one monster is not enough, so you have to keep going and keep going like Mila does. While the girl activated her ball of darkness power, Richard joined the fight and began to deliver instant sword blows. Thus, 2 book monsters have already been defeated, which is a good team effort for a new team. Of course, the Clockwork Rabbit was not pleased with the actions of his bookish assistants. He wanted to destroy his enemies, and that's why he used Alice's magic. The Clockwork Rabbit can manipulate only 4 grimoires, so he probably decided to call 2 more to replace the dead ones. If this continues, this battle may last forever, or until the young adventurers die. As soon as they kill the book monsters, this eared beast will immediately summon a replacement. Leela was incredibly angry and said that she would destroy all the monsters around. Charles, meanwhile, ordered to work together with Christopher's defense. The boy's advice made Lila even more angry, as she felt that he considered it weak. The girl was sure that she could destroy all these monsters on her own. But the Clockwork Rabbit still hasn't shown its rivals its full potential. He began to make the same sounds as he did the last time he attacked, probably choosing a victim for a future attack. Christopher realized that now the Clockwork Rabbit would take advantage of the fact that they were all too busy with other monsters. He ordered Lila to run away immediately, but one of the monsters decided to detain the girl. The toothy book bit her in the stomach and threw her to the ground, and at this rate, she might die soon. Charles said that as long as he was around, no one would die, and he came to the rescue again. The book monster has a tight grip on the girl, so there's only one way to help: a gravity bomb. It was a very strong explosion that helped to tear the book monster away from Lila, but the girl also felt a gravity bomb. She was thrown back a few meters and her whole body started to hurt, but Charles still saved her. If it wasn't for him, she would have become lunch for the book monster a long time ago, but now she is under attack again. Charles realized that she couldn't stop the monster without his help, and it looks like she's the weak link in the team now. Charles immediately called a doctor and ordered him to quickly save and treat Lila. The team's strike force can no longer fight, only Charles is left, and this is a real problem. At this rate, they could all be dead in a few hours, which is what happens when you piss off the Clockwork Rabbit. Charles believed that nothing was over yet. Alice's magic was taking too much mana from the rabbit. If they destroy the book monsters one by one, sooner or later they will win, and the rabbit also understands this perfectly well. Charles realized that they had to be patient in this battle, so he activated double gravity and continued to destroy the enemies. The body of these book monsters is quite strong, and their mouths are protected by sharp teeth, which is what causes most of the problems. One of the monsters has grabbed the sword Charles. If he can take it away and break it, then the adventurers will have almost no chance of survival. Charles realized that he had to activate the gravity bomb immediately and make the monster regret his decision. This helped to completely tear the book monster into 1,000,000 pieces and earned 800 experience points. Mila was happy about this small victory. She said that this way they could defeat all their rivals. But Christopher replied that it was too dangerous, and by these actions, Charles became the main target for his enemies. Now they will focus all their attention on him and will attack him non-stop. While the book monsters were attacking Charles, the Clockwork Rabbit was waiting for the perfect moment to launch a lightning attack. As soon as this eared beast started attacking, Charles immediately activated double gravity. He again anticipated all the actions of the opponent. With the help of double gravity, Charles was able to dodge all the attacks of his opponents. Even if Charles manages to destroy the remaining monsters, it will not be a complete victory. The monsters decided to use a surprise attack. They teamed up and cornered the guy, but they also have blind spots. This is why their plan failed, but if Charles continues to attack the rabbit, the book monsters will attack him from both sides. This eared beast is really smart. It perfectly chooses the moments to attack and constantly hides behind book monsters. This proves once again why he is a very rare monster boss, and you need to act extremely quickly to destroy him. Charles looked very determined, but determination alone will not be enough to defeat such an opponent. The boy began to attack the rabbit with his sword, but with the help of extraordinary speed, this monster was able to dodge in time. Now Charles felt what it's like when your opponent is incredibly fast. Usually Charles's opponents feel it. The guy tried to put all his strength into speed, which is why he tried to attack horizontally. But it would have been much more effective to strike vertically. It is very difficult to fight against a small and mobile monster. It was not only Charles who had a hard time, for example. Richard almost lost his arm at that moment because of the book monster's attack. Mila and Christopher were also in a critical situation, and so far only the power of the shield had saved them. They can't drag out the time, or they will be finally drawn into the space of the looking glass, and then no one will get out. They need to destroy the Clockwork Rabbit as quickly as possible, but it's one thing to talk, and another to act. There is almost no point in running after this little creature. It is too cunning and fast and knows every corner. Charles activated the gravity bomb again, but the Clockwork Rabbit escaped again with the help of a rabbit run. You could see this little scoundrel laughing at his enemies. Is it really a happy day for him? But even the happiest day in life ends sooner or later, and another gravity bomb is coming. This time, the fluffy beast did not have time to dodge, and it is unlikely that he will smile at Charles now. It's the guy's turn to mock the enemy. No one can dodge several gravity bombs in a row. Each high-speed skill has its weakness. Rabbit running has a short distance, and at the end, the monster becomes too vulnerable. All Charles had to do was time it perfectly and deliver the decisive blow with his skill. Even though the rabbit tried to have the last word, Charles reached a completely different level of martial arts. Thus, a rare Clockwork Rabbit was destroyed, and now Charles is at level 45, and he has also received 2,500 experience points. Now it was over, and the team of adventurers was able to get out of the looking glass. All the book monsters were destroyed automatically. Mila was happy that it was finally over. It seemed like this battle could last forever. But not all the members of the adventurous team looked satisfied and happy. For some reason, Lila was upset, and tears appeared on her face. Did she fall in love with a rabbit? The girl started screaming and said that she was not crying at all. It was just dust that got into her eyes. While Lila was taking her acting classes, Christopher approached Charles and thanked him for his victory. Christopher was confident that he had assembled a powerful enough team to clean up the rift, and he had never been so wrong. Suddenly, the boys saw a strange black smoke coming out of one of the books, like some kind of black magic. Charles immediately picked up the book and started analyzing it, and it could be something very important. And so it was. It's a rare secret boss item, Clockwork Rabbit Skill Guide, Rank B. This is a guide to additional monster skills. Depending on the adventurer's class, it can help a lot. It also turned out that this book was worth a lot of money, and Christopher had already mentally started to divide the profits. But then he thought about it and said that it was better to get out of this rift immediately. He had underestimated the Library of Secrets too much. Christopher has used up all his mana, and also noticed that Lila was seriously injured during the battle with the monsters. This would have been the right decision, but he could not allow someone else to take the Ring of Wisdom. The biggest problem with this vault is rabbits, and if you ignore them, no new problems should arise. Lila's wounds can be quickly healed by Christopher, and there's no need to worry about mana, as there's a way to restore it completely. Mila immediately recalled these painful memories of the process of restoring mana, and she understood what Charles was referring to. Librarians often go alone and have a huge supply of mana, an ideal target for energy siphoning. Richard said that he also doesn't mind continuing to clean up the rift, as he has no serious injuries after the battle. He recognized that Charles was a really strong adventurer. It would be easy to clean up the rift with him, and it would be wrong to refuse it. The only obstacle was Lila. She's not as tough a girl as she used to be. Now she's a scared little kid. Lila was one step away from death, and now she wants to leave. Her fear is understandable. A little later, the girl said that she was not afraid at all and was ready to continue, so we pretended to believe her. Other adventurers and exorcists began to gather at the entrance to the fissure of the Library of Secrets. A special unit also arrived. They showed their IDs and said they were on a mysterious mission. After a short conversation, the special unit was launched into the vault of the Library of Secrets. Alice couldn't understand why all this caution was necessary as she walked to the middle of the vault. Stephen explained to her that after all that had happened with the faults in the area, such procedures had become necessary. She still couldn't understand why she would destroy objects from the rifts, not even realizing what kind of power they had. But Stephen said that he was not interested in these details. Their task was to carry out the order as members of the Chimera clique. Stephen said it was time to dispel illusions, but Alice called him too boring. He explained to the girl that this was the order of the Chimera's call, and if she wanted to live, she had to fulfill this order. They need a lot of strength to fight against the boss of this rift, so you need to prepare and tune in for a serious battle. The two adventurers are not weak boys to beat. They are real professionals in their field. Stephen is at the 54th level of training, and Alice is now at the 57th level. Meanwhile, inside the rift, a serious battle was taking place against the 43rd level book demon. He looked like a real Satan, a big monster with horns and red eyes that would scare even the strongest warrior. Charles had a very hard time fighting and ordered Lila to activate and help him. The peculiarity of the book demon is that it can stretch its arms and legs as it pleases. You don't have to look him in the eye either. He just enjoys people's fear, and it gives him extra strength. For Lila, this is a particularly unpleasant opponent, given her weak psyche, which could be seen in the battle against the rabbit. Mila activated her ball of darkness powers in time, and together they can be a serious threat to this demon. The girl behaved like a real professional adventurer who was not afraid of anything. She definitely attacked and went forward. Thus, almost single-handedly, the girl was able to destroy the book demon and gain 1,000 points of experience. During this time, Mila became much stronger, and the battle against the clockwork rabbit went to her benefit, and the girl raised her level. Its skills become much faster and stronger, but it also causes faster mana loss. There are a few more rivals on the way to the boss, and if Mila is tired, she can take a break. Now we need to solve the main problem, the constant fear of Lila. It cannot continue at the same pace. The girl is afraid of every monster they meet, but she keeps saying that she has nothing to fear. At the very beginning, Lila looked incredibly confident, but now she is nothing compared to Mila. Lila went up to Charles and Mila and thanked them for saving her, even though she admitted that she would have been dead without their help. The battles with the monsters on the way to the Rift boss continued, and I had to make one last push. Christopher and Richard did a good job, and they also increased their experience and level significantly during this sweep. Charles immediately recognized that the two of them could now defeat many high-ranking monsters. Both Christopher and Richard gained additional confidence through this practice. Richard tried to kill the last monster, but Christopher reminded him that he had to leave one alive. Charles asked for it, but Richard was so excited that it was hard for him to stop at the last moment. But still, after all these battles, he began to respect Charles, so he was able to stop himself and let the monster live. The librarian has the largest mana supply of any known local monster, and Mila can quickly drain its energy. Charles was most interested in Richard, even though he is the biggest rude of the whole team, but he is a really good person. Richard always comes to the rescue and keeps an eye on all team members, watching their backs. Now the process of mana transfer is starting, and Mila is ready to show everyone how it works. After the mana was transferred to Christopher, the guy started smiling because he realized that he could use his powers to the fullest again. With such a useful ability, the Micah can explore faults for several days in a row without rest. Christopher said that they had to catch 2 more monsters for Charles and Leela to fully regain their powers. Charles explained that mana can be restored, but physical and psychological fatigue still accumulates. Mana transfer is a very useful skill, but it should be used wisely and activated only in critical situations. Christopher thanked for the help. Only thanks to the shaman's skills he can continue the cleanup. Now they're very close to the middle of the fissure. It's time to ask if they're really ready to go after the library boss secret. As it turned out, not everyone was happy about this news. For example, Richard did not expect that he would have to fight with his boss right now. Leela was also unhappy with the idea. They had barely survived the previous battles, and fighting the boss seemed crazy to her. Charles said that the girl was very scared, and at that moment she immediately said that everything was fine and she was ready to fight. This girl is too easy to manipulate, but what does the doctor think about all this? From the very beginning, he was assembling a team to completely clean up the fault, but now they have found a lot of resources, so it is not necessary to go further. Christopher could feel himself being overcome by greed, but was it worth the risk and continuing on his way to the boss? Charles said that before entering the rift, he had already learned everything he needed to know about the boss with the help of a rare item. He explained to all team members that with this information, they could easily defeat the boss. Christopher realized that now fault cleaning looks even more attractive. They immediately became very popular afterwards. But there is one important condition. In exchange for this information, Charles must receive all the items that will drop from the boss, and everything they collected on their way to the boss can be divided among team members. He has already discussed this plan with Mila, and the girl is fine with it, but if it's not enough, Charles can pay everyone extra. Christopher immediately thought about it. He really wanted to get rare items from the boss, but they will get a book with the skills of a clockwork rabbit, and they will be able to divide this huge money among the three of them. While this guy was dreaming about huge riches, Lila started yelling at him and told him to come back to the real world. Richard had already agreed to these terms, and now he had to wait for Lila's response. The girl looked confused, but under the pressure of the general opinion, she said that she also agreed. She warned everyone to attack the boss, otherwise the agreement would be terminated. But in order to get the desired result, they will have to go through a real hell. And the real hell is the Rift boss of the Library of Secrets, a level 60 ether. Soon, the team of young adventurers approached the entrance to the room of the Rift's main boss. Charles asked everyone to act exactly as they had agreed. The local boss is not very mobile and not very agile. If no one panics and everyone sticks to the plan, they will succeed. Christopher was sure that with the plan they could easily win. After all, they were B-rated adventurers. Only Lila did not believe in these fairy tales, Charles. An object that allows you to learn everything about the boss is just a joke. Mila reminded her that the girl had agreed to all the conditions in advance, so there was no need to start panicking. But the panic had already begun. Lila said that Charles had not shown them the object, so he could not be trusted. Christopher said that one of the rules of adventurers is not to reveal their strengths and not to show them to other people. Charles has saved them more than once throughout their journey, so it's unlikely that the information about the boss is unreliable. Richard also agreed that even if they were being deceived, it would be wrong to turn around and leave when the boss was only one step away. The profession of an adventurer is full of danger, and if Lila is not ready for it, she should change her profession. The girl started screaming and said that she just wanted to check the charisma, and she wasn't really afraid, so we believed her. Christopher assured the girl that she had nothing to fear. They would take all the damage and protect her in case of danger. Leela thought she was being humiliated, but he explained that they only wanted to help and give her confidence. Richard had always worried about the girl before. She had always been like this, and he was used to her behavior. Richard is not going to blindly trust Charles. He will be careful in the battle against the boss. Before you start, you need to distribute skill points, and you've already earned a lot of them along the way. Charles wanted to raise the level of gravity control, but for the boss battle, it would be better to increase gravity magic. So he did. And with the help of gravity's magic, his power will now become even more dangerous. He spent all his experience points on various useful gizmos, so let's see if it will help him during the battle. The team is now fully prepared to start the battle against the Rift boss of the Library of Secrets. Charles opened the main door and ordered everyone to prepare their weapons. Upon entering, he saw a very spacious room with high windows. He also saw the Rift boss of the Library of Secrets, a level 60 ether monster. Leela thought that this boss was too terrible looking, but he really seemed sedentary. The team was ordered to act according to the plan, so the adventurers' attack began. The station was not going to wait until it was destroyed, and a thunderbolt attack was activated. Now we will see whether the adventurers are ready for such a start to the battle, and whether their plan will work. Charles expected that she would start using lightning and thunder magic, and the information from her past life was confirmed. The magic of thunder and lightning has a short range, but its power is incredible, so a special plan was devised for the first stage. Charles began to attack the monster paired with Richard. He was fast thanks to the magic of gravity. And due to the class of thief, Richard could move as fast as Charles. The airwaves can't defeat them using only the magic of thunder and lightning. It will also be very difficult for her to accurately attack the guys because of her poor mobility and lack of maneuverability. And the main task is to hit the boss after she uses her skill, then they will be close to victory. The girls also did not stand aside. While Mila was using the ball of darkness, Lila was already attacking with dangerous blades. The Rift boss began to be attacked from different sides. It will be very difficult for her to defeat such a large team of adventurers. But this made the broadcaster very angry. She even started talking and said that no one had the right to attack her. No one expected this turn of events, especially the MIL. Charles realized that the monster had targeted Mila, and now it would try to attack with magic from a long distance. Charles began to order everyone to urgently protect Milo, even though Richard did not like to listen to others, but this situation forced him to do so. The Fault Boss activated a fire wave, and it became incredibly hot around, as if on a Copacabana beach. Naturally, Lila was the first to panic, probably wetting her pants and dreaming of running away home. It was obvious that Charles was not going to run away without the Ring of Wisdom, and if he couldn't dodge, he had to attack back. Christopher temporarily decided to play the main role in this battle. He came to the forefront and told everyone to hide behind him. After the team went behind his back, he activated a protective shield against the fire wave. Just as Charles said, the boss's massive skills can be easily dispelled by holy magic. Christopher said that everyone could rely on him to protect the team from the magic of the airwaves. Ether cannot move quickly, but it has many powerful spells in its arsenal. That is why you can come up with many strategies against it, in which it will not be able to respond to the opponent. The plan was simple. Wait until the enemy attack was over, and then launch a powerful retaliatory strike. Charles promised to cover all team members and ordered them to prepare for the attack. Mentally, Richard admitted that this guy was really smart, but he would have preferred to kill a few people with the help of the boss. Richard realized that Charles was an incredibly capable guy. But if you get rid of him, the whole group will immediately fall apart like a house of cards. This is what the thief was thinking about, although he would have been better off analyzing the enemy and using his skills. The battle continued, and Charles led the entire team and was the first to attack. They all need to unite and be a real team to defeat such a strong enemy. Without it, you can't even dream of winning, especially after the Sword of Zeus was activated by the Ether. This ability is especially dangerous, because if you don't have time to defend yourself or dodge, you can be reduced to ashes. Thanks to his gravity control skills, Charles was fast and flexible enough to dodge her attacks. Of course, this young adventurer was not going to sit on the defensive forever, and it was his turn to strike back. The broadcast is too slow, as expected. Melee combat is not her strong suit, and this should definitely be exploited. She must have decided to save her long-range attacks for last, so we need to hurry up and destroy her and complete the rift cleanup. Leela realized that this boss could be easily defeated even by 2 people if they attacked only in melee. And it seemed that this boss was too weak. She was behaving too self-confidently for a person who was most afraid of this boss. At the very beginning, Christopher agreed that Charles's strategy was too simple to defeat the boss. But in real combat, his tactics work with incredible accuracy. Using the enemy's weakness and attacking at close range is very smart. Charles's skills and experience will allow you to defeat this monster. His self-confidence and fearlessness really raise a lot of questions. He looks like an adventurer who has survived a lot of battles. Charles is incredibly calm and precise in his hands, but will he be able to defend himself against the Stone Rook? The guy realized that they had to change their tactics, or they would not be able to get closer to the enemy. The Stone Rook restricts the actions of the mill, thus protecting the Ether from long-range attacks. At the same time, it will be harder for Charles and Richard to get closer to the boss if they come out of cover, and she will immediately start attacking with her magic. Charles ordered all team members to immediately hide behind a stone column. Now the battle is in full swing, and the most interesting things are waiting for us. The chances are about equal, despite the quantitative advantage of the adventurers. Ether built a big wall so that no one could get close to her, and Lila immediately began to ridicule this act. For this, the broadcaster called her a stupid puppet and prepared to cut off her head. But Lila was able to choose the best position for cover. At least somewhere she showed her qualities. Now the broadcast is fully focused on other members of the adventurers' team. This gives Charles an opportunity. He started to pick up speed and immediately apologized to Lila. The girl still did not understand what he was up to. Perhaps he decided to give her to the monster as bait? The guy instantly approached Lila and pushed her away, although at first it seemed that he kicked her. It was a very strong push, but it was enough to make me jump onto the stone wall. Now it is clear that he used Lila as a springboard for high jumping. This girl now gives even more benefit. Ether is closely watching all the team members, waiting for them to come out of cover in an attempt to attack her. But if you use reduced gravity and attack it from above, it shouldn't have time to react. That's exactly what Charles did. He activated his crown jewel weapon, the falling comet, and confidently launched an attack. Although the blow was quite powerful, it became immediately clear that it was not the end. The Rift boss has too much defense, even more than Charles could have expected. Meanwhile, Richard stood there thinking that if he did nothing, this fight would end too quickly. In his opinion, Charles shows himself too well in this rift, and he does not like it. Richard wondered if this talented adventurer would be able to defend himself against his attack. While Richard was plotting his insidious plan, the Rift boss of the Library of Secrets was also preparing to attack. This girl was angry because of the constant attacks of the adventurers, and she wanted to tear them into small pieces as soon as possible. Charles saw that she was trying to use an elemental explosion, a massive spell that takes a lot of mana. But after this attack, she will be left defenseless, and Charles will be able to get closer for the final blow. If the Ether is really trying to use an elemental explosion, then Charles must act quickly. Luckily, the rest of the team will be able to protect themselves from this attack behind brick columns. Everything could be over with one accurate shot, and Charles was completely focused on that. But suddenly he saw a sword flying in his direction, and he managed to react and defend himself in time. It was an attack by the insidious rat Richard. He was surprised to see Charles manage to defend himself and showed an incredible reaction. Richard immediately apologized to the furious Charles and explained that he wanted to hit the boss. But Charles is not a fool. He clearly realized that this guy was aiming at him. In any case, he doesn't have time to fight against Richard now, because the Ether is preparing for a strong attack. Convinced that the monster was preparing an elemental explosion, Charles ordered all team members to hide behind the columns. Many of the adventurers did not know what an elemental explosion was, and it sounded quite scary. It is clear that Lila was more frightened than anyone else, but even Richard started to get nervous. Strangely enough, Mila remained calm and confident, and she must have really progressed a lot during this time. Elemental Explosion is a spell that launches a hail of magic bullets at enemies until the Ether runs out of mana. But if you bypass all its attacks and strike the decisive blow, you can finally get the coveted Ring of Wisdom. This was exactly the plan Charles had. He used his speed to start dodging the Elemental Explosion. The Rift boss had little health left, but it was still difficult to approach her. Such an airing does everything possible to prevent anyone from engaging in close combat with her. Richard watched Charles, and he recognized that the guy was very strong, but not strong enough to get close to the boss. He decided to wait behind the column. It would be wiser to wait until the boss had completely spent his mana. But when you're fighting a high-level Rift boss, you can't just sit back and play defense. Ether has destroyed one of the brick columns. It seems her attacks are that powerful. Even if Richard constantly dodges her attacks, he still won't be able to hide for long. He believed that Charles had deliberately put them all in harm's way, and now they had nowhere to run. If Charles is too slow, the magic ether can hurt other team members. The guy realized that he had no time and needed to attack right now. He had to get closer to the boss. As usual, Leela was nervous, thinking that Charles had lost his mind and was behaving irresponsibly. So far, Mila had been listening calmly to all this discontent, but a plan had already emerged in her mind. She mustered up the courage to tell the rest of the team that they should also approach the boss. The Rift boss will not be able to attack them with physical attacks, and this should be taken advantage of. It would be much safer to approach the monster than to stand aside, and Charles understood this perfectly. Lila thought that everyone around her had lost their minds. She couldn't believe that it would be safer to be around a monster. But Christopher agreed with Mila's words. They are a team and should help their partner. The doctor recognized that they had been relying on Charles for too long, and it was time to repay him. They have to help their partner and do everything possible to cover their back. That is why Christopher and the girls immediately ran to Charles's aid. They understood that it was dangerous, but they were ready to take this mortal risk. It would be difficult for them to evade such powerful attacks, and Christopher was the first to realize this. He activated his protective shield in time to help him survive the elemental explosion, although Christopher was well aware that he would not be able to contain such strong magic for long. He ordered the girls to run away quickly, and they immediately obeyed his order. Christopher realized that it had been a long time since he had risked his own life for the sake of others. Christopher said that he will now have the girls' full backs, so it's Charles's job to kill the boss. The guy noticed that the doctor was able to repel the Rift boss's attack, which shows his strengths. Charles hoped that the girls had managed to hide, because now was the perfect time to attack, to concentrate and demonstrate their speed. With the help of Christopher, they were able to repel the attack of the ether, and before it finds a new target, they need to act. Charles immediately activated hypergravity, which is gravity magic that increases the strength of the target's gravitational pressure. This is one of his new abilities that he got by spending experience points. Let's see what it can do. For an elementary explosion, you need to keep your hands above your head to aim at your opponent. But under the influence of hypergravity, it will be incredibly difficult to do so, and now the monster will not be able to attack the adventurers. Mila saw that Charles had completely deprived the boss of his magic powers, and he chose the perfect moment to do so. Shadow chains were activated. This technique has already proven itself well in past battles. Although they have never fought such a strong monster before, the ether is not going to give up so easily. This monster must not be allowed to restore its lost mana easily, otherwise it will be impossible to defeat. The most cowardly member of the team of adventurers decided to forget about fear and go on a desperate attack. Leela ran forward to attack the monster and used the Moonslash technique. Looks pretty good. This caused the boss of the Rift Library of Secrets to be probably the first seriously wounded during the battle. It was not an easy injury, and everyone around me held their breath when they saw what happened. Only a little later did it become clear that Lila was able to cut off the monster's arm, and she probably had to forget about her fear right away. This girl has incredible potential, but because of her mental problems, she cannot fully realize it. Charles immediately congratulated the girl on her excellent attack. Even he was surprised by the lunar cut technique. It's time to finish off the wounded beast and activate double gravity. Now the ether must feel what real pain is. A few seconds later, only ashes and small pieces remained of it, and now Charles is on the 49th level. This earned him 11,000 experience points and 16 skill points, and he finally defeated the beast. All team members began to congratulate Charles on his incredibly effective attack. In this way, another high-ranking boss of a dangerous and rare rift was destroyed. Finally, Charles will be able to learn all the secrets of the appearance of the rifts. He has achieved his goal and found the item that was lost in the first timeline. During the celebration in honor of the discovery of the Ring of Wisdom, only Richard was not happy. All that's left is to get the ring from the remains of the destroyed monster, and there should be no problems. A few seconds later, Charles held the Ring of Wisdom in his hands. They destroyed the boss of the Library of Secrets and got what they wanted. The Ring of Wisdom is rank B. It summons the Great Witch from the Library of Secrets. Charles also hopes that this ring can provide answers about the origin of faults in this world. Mila suggested taking the ring to the Special Forces, but Charles said it was a bad idea. Of course it's a bad idea. He didn't fight and risk his own life to give the award to someone else. There are several reasons for this. First, in the previous timeline, this ring belonged to the director of a special unit, and then it was lost. After what happened in the previous timeline, Charles cannot trust anyone else with the Ring of Wisdom. Also, only a high-ranking adventurer will be able to unlock the ring's true power, and Charles was an S-ranked adventurer in the past, so he can do it. And the last reason is that no adventurer in his right mind will give up a rare item that was achieved by hard work. Watching her friend, Mila realized that she hadn't seen Charles so happy in a long time. Christopher approached the boy and began to thank him for his boundless heroism, and it was with his help that they defeated the airwaves. As a thank you, he wants to treat the guy's wounds. He is a doctor after all. Although Charles tried to avoid direct attacks from the monster, he still has minor injuries. Charles thought it would be illogical to refuse help and agreed to Christopher's offer. The regeneration process was launched, and the doctor began to treat Charles with his staff. Christopher thought that this was the first time he had ever been so lucky. He had never met an adventurer with such outstanding abilities. During the process of healing his wounds, Christopher began to recall fragments of the fight against the boss. He always thought only about researching portals, not about his allies. But this time he was inspired by Charles's heroism, and he is immensely grateful for meeting such a good guy. At one point in the battle, Lila thought that they were all going to die today. This clearing of the rift made her very tired. But it's not that simple. Richard came here for the boss's rare items from the portal, and he's not ready to give them to some fool. The thief decided to stop waiting for the perfect moment and act immediately. The battle was too intense, and after the victory, the adventurers relax and lose focus. Realizing that there might not be a better moment, Richard took action and went on the attack. Thanks to the thief's skills, he can move silently, and his class also gives him a high attack speed. Richard was sure that when he activated the Shadow Grip, Charles would be headless before he knew it. He probably doesn't know this young adventurer very well. His talent is something from another world. Even in a relaxed state after a difficult battle, Charles still remained attentive and managed to defend himself against Richard's attack. The thief was surprised. He didn't understand how this guy managed to react and saw the shadowy grab. Charles had been following Richard closely for a long time, and it was time to act and activate double gravity. We need to show this thief what real strength and power are and discourage him from attacking from behind. Richard managed to dodge the first attack, and he was very lucky not to experience double gravity. Christopher started to panic because he didn't understand what was happening. He asked the guys to stop. Charles explained that Richard had tried to kill him during the battle, so it was clear that sooner or later they would have to fight. Of course, Charles did not expect that the battle would still be in the fault line, but you have to be prepared for anything. Richard hardly participated in the battle, so he has enough strength, but Charles also has mana left. Richard replied that there was no need to worry, because he had already gotten what he wanted from the beginning. He was wearing a guardian's bracelet, and in his fingers this rat held a ring of wisdom. Now it is clear that he never wanted to kill Charles. His goal was always rare objects. Christopher was very scared when he saw that Richard had stolen all these important items. This bracelet is very expensive, but inside it is a lot of loot that they collected in this rift. Leela called Richard a piece of shit and ordered him to come to her so she could break all his bones. Of course, this thief started to run away, and in order to beat him, you first have to catch up with him. Richard was well aware that all the team members, except for Charles, were at a fairly average level of combat training. He knows that Class Charles also has incredible speed, but can he defeat a high-ranking thief? It was hard for Charles to admit it, but in speed, in this timeline, he can't beat Richard. He couldn't believe that an adventurer of rank B's stature would engage in banal theft of items from his comrades. Richard's entire life has been built on blackmail and intrigue, and he is no stranger to it. From the very beginning of his career, he had a bad reputation, and no one wanted to deal with him. Richard decided to go to another area to search for new faults, but everyone there knew him. He was known not only for his reputation, but also for his strength, and he thought that the end of his career had come. It was at this point that he met the stupid and greedy leader of the group of adventurers, and a stupid young man with useful information about the boss of the rift in the Library of Secrets. That's how this team was created, and now it's clear that Richard had been preparing his insidious plans in advance. Meanwhile, Christopher couldn't believe that Richard had stolen all their belongings and potential profits. Money was always his main concern. Charles apologized to his comrades and said that all this happened because of his inattention. They have to capture Richard and hand him over to the Special Forces, even though he hasn't killed anyone, but has stolen all the team's loot. It will be difficult to prove this, as they are not legally formalized in any way. It is all based on a simple oral agreement. A special unit is unlikely to be able to help, but Charles needs the wisdom ring back immediately. Meanwhile, people from the Special Forces entered the vault, and they realized that they were late because of their slowness. When Mila saw another group of adventurers, she began to call for help, believing that together they could catch the thief. The girl immediately warned the two that Richard was very dangerous and that they should run away. As soon as Richard approached these adventurers, he immediately told them to get out of his way, or they would die. This fool did not realize that these were not ordinary young adventurers from the guild, but elite special forces. Stephen and Alice prepared to fight, but Richard was sure he could easily destroy these bums. He's a top-notch B-rated adventurer, but Stephen immediately showed him his place. It was a very tough encounter, and now Richard realized that he was not the fastest in this rift. He received several powerful blows and his face made a hole in the wall. This lesson in education was a success, and now the thief will not underestimate his new acquaintances. The girls and Christopher were incredibly scared when they saw how quickly these elite adventurers beat Richard. They knocked him out with a single punch, and we need to find out who they are. These are the same special forces we have seen before, and when Charles looked at them, he thought he recognized the uniform. Alice began to mock Richard. She believed that only 2 weak adventurers could fall with one blow. With such a level of training, he has no chance of getting into a special unit. Leela thought it was all a joke. She couldn't believe that an adventurer like Rank would lose this fight so easily. He's one of the best adventurers in his guild and neighborhood. Guys like that don't fall after the first hit. After examining Richard's body, the girl found the Ring of Wisdom. She liked this shiny toy and decided to take it for herself. She began to ask Stephen if she could keep it as a gift. The guy analyzed the Ring of Wisdom and said that it was the ring they had come for, but they had to destroy it. Elisa wanted to take this toy with her too much. She said that no one would know about it. Stephen replied that she was now on duty, and if she did not follow orders, he would kill her immediately. Christopher decided to approach them. He said that his team was very grateful that they had attacked this criminal Richard. But he is not sure that Richard deserved such a harsh punishment. After listening to him, Alice immediately thought that she did not understand what Christopher was talking about. Only a few seconds later, the girl started laughing nervously and assured them that they had misunderstood everything. She immediately pulled out a knife and said that they had come here to kill all the adventurers inside the rift. Their special unit received an order to kill every adventurer who entered here. No exceptions. Now Christopher and the others realized that it was no accident, and they would face the same fate as Richard. Charles immediately began to analyze these adventurers, carefully examining their uniforms and skills. Very soon, he had no doubt that they were special forces from the Click Chimera squad. Alice was surprised that this unknown guy knew so much about them. It was the first adventurer who had heard of them before. As it turned out, Click Chimeras are not fairy tales from the internet. The Chimera Clique is an underground organization that is directly subordinate to the state and does all the dirty work for them regarding the faults. In the future, they will cooperate with the governments of other countries, and their influence will spread around the world. This will be the strongest underground organization with first-class soldiers. Charles has already met one soldier of this clan once. Even in the first timeline, the rumors about the Chimera Clique were considered an ordinary internet fairy tale, and no one really believed them. They may not be as famous and powerful now, but meeting them today is the worst possible option of all. These guys are not the type to reveal their existence to ordinary people. It's not their style. So if they have really decided to show their face, there is no doubt that their task is to kill everyone in this rift. As soon as Lila realized that these bastards were trying to kill them, she immediately started screaming that they had to run away immediately. But Christopher was in no hurry to run away. There were 4 of them, and they could win by sheer numbers. But Charles realized that they were not on the same level, and if they did not retreat immediately, everyone would die in this hole. Alice was already choosing her first future victim, and she was interested in a guy with a sword. That is Charles. Charles saw that Alice had already put the Ring of Wisdom on her finger. He went through an incredible journey to get this item and learn all the secrets of the rifts, so he can't give up the ring. Charles immediately went on the attack and began to attack Alice, showing her that he was much stronger than her previous victim. As soon as Charles started to fight her, he immediately told the other team members that he could defeat her. The 3 of them have to concentrate all their forces and destroy the other member of the special unit. Although it's crazy, there's no other way to get the Wisdom Ring back, so they all have to unite and defy the Chimera's call. Christopher reminded Mila that they are only a support class and cannot be the main attacking element. They will not be able to successfully fight against an opponent who is focused on close combat. Unlike a Char, who can easily be fought one-on-one by a melee opponent with more power and experience. While Charles has decided to fight alone, they must destroy the Stevens, and for this they must rely on Lilith. We must not forget that their opponent destroyed Richard with a single blow, which already characterizes him as a strong adventurer. Given the level and skill of the Charlies, they should focus all their strength and skills on the bald guy. Stephen said that they underestimated his friend Alice, even though she was much stronger than him. It was unclear whether it was a joke or the truth, but when Christopher heard this, he almost peed his pants. Meanwhile, real lightning was flying near the site of the battle between Charles and Alice, and it was very hot. Alice looked like a real crazy woman. She thanked Charles and said that she hadn't had such a good time in a long time. She called him sweet and promised to kill him very slowly. It seems she has schizophrenia. Although Charles is good at dodging her attacks thanks to the magic of gravity, he is running out of energy. Alice, meanwhile, doesn't look tired at all, which only shows their gigantic difference in levels. Alice called Charles sweet once again and told him in confidence that Stephen was on level 54, and she was now on level 57. She felt that her opponent's level was lower than hers, and she realized that with such a difference in levels, he could not win. Charles calmly replied that he thought she was much stronger than she turned out to be. His aggressive responses only agitated her. This sick woman was no gift. From the moment she was born, she was forced to raise her levels as if her life depended on it. And this is the fate of the Chimera clan fighters. After what she has been through, Alice will not allow a stupid boy to mock her. Judging by her fighting style and weapons, she also belongs to a class that operates from the shadows and relies on her speed. They don't take all the damage like other adventurers with high defense and powerful weapons do. But they are much more mobile than others and are responsible for inflicting more damage on the enemy. Charles smiled into her face and told her that she was not at all different from him in terms of level. Unless he understands what she is really capable of, he will not be able to defeat her, so he can only provoke her. Christopher didn't understand what Charles was doing at all. It didn't look like a fight. It was a flirtation of wild monkeys. In response, this crazy woman started laughing like a joker. She had to play the role of Harley Quinn. She said that sweet Charles was a very interesting person, and he was asking to feel her real anger. Alice began to activate her Phantom Sword Swirl skill, which is probably very dangerous. She smiled again and told Charles she would make him bite his dirty tongue. I felt that she was really very strong. The aura around her spoke of it. Phantom Swirl of Swords is an attack that deals quantitative magic damage to one selected target. Simply put, her class is one of the rare and problematic classes, so she is a real problem. She asked Charles to dance with her, whatever that means, but judging by the way she looked, it wouldn't end well. Charles sensed the danger in time and dodged the girl's attack with the help of double gravity. She immediately appreciated his light and quick movements, his skills allowing him to hit with enough mobility and, at the right time, strength. Besides, she realized that this guy dodged all her knives so easily, and that was worthy of respect. She licked her lips and became even more interested in her opponent. It was clear that she was enjoying this battle. She told her sweet rival that he was much stronger than she expected. Now Alice can't wait to see his look of horror and despair. She probably still underestimates Charles. His sword is not exactly a toothpick, and she will soon feel it. The 49th level is fighting against the 57th level. The difference in skills is too great. Charles is still hanging on with gravitational magic, but it can't last forever. If he doubles gravity, he'll lose too much mana, and even in this aspect they're not equal, so you have to come up with something else. Also, Charles cannot rely on the help of Mill and other team members right now. When he realized that Alice was not showing all that she was capable of, he told her to stop playing games. If he provokes her into large-scale attacks, then her mother must end it, even though it's risky. But there is no other choice. He told her that all these knife tricks were childish games and ordered her to show her true power. Alice is a classic illusionist, a combat class that can bring to life any fantasy, even the most incredibly perverse. Realizing that Charles wanted to feel her true power, the girl activated a phantom swirl of swords, a reflection of life. Reflection of life is the ability to multiply the illusions several times, increase the attack radius and the number of knives. No monster or human has ever been able to evade this attack, and now Charles has personally met this force. Alice was sure that she had killed her sweet rival, but it turned out that Charles had survived. The girl wasn't too surprised. She praised him, but said it wasn't enough. Reflection of life can easily be combined with other magic attacks, thus putting your opponent in a difficult position. The worst thing about this spell is that it causes incredible fear of the unknown of what awaits the victim of this spell. But this is Charles, and he is always ready to look fear in the eye, like a true professional adventurer. He went ahead without fear of any magical attacks, but isn't that a crazy idea? It seems to be too crazy even for a girl like Alice, who was also shocked by her opponent's recklessness. Illusions are not so scary if you know how to find the gap between light and darkness. Alice could not believe that Charles was not afraid of the possibility of being left without a head. It was absolutely impossible. But how else could he have gotten out of this illusion? Was he just lucky? Elisa became even more angry, but it became clear that the initiative was starting to slip out of her hands. Charles has already reached a completely different level, and his progress has also increased during the time of cleaning up this rift. Now Elisa realized that this guy was not just lucky, he had knowledge, strength, and experience. She had never fought such a skilled adventurer before, though she had defeated high-level criminals and terrifying monsters. But Charles is on a completely different level, and now she is most interested in answering the question, who is he? Now Alice realizes that she underestimated her opponent and will fight in a completely different way. She told him that this was the first time she had met someone who did not succumb to illusions and broke free from the fear around him. While Alice was wondering whether Charles was human, the boy told her that now it was time to end the fight with one precise blow. Perhaps after he destroyed the Rift Boss of the Library of Secrets, he had some extra energy. But it would be too easy to kill this girl with one precise blow. She deserves something more cruel. After the guy's last attack, Elisa realized that she was bleeding, and that even the special forces are mortal. This crazy woman started laughing, and Charles was getting used to it, although he still looked very creepy. She said it was very cool, because it was the first time she had experienced these strange emotions. Now she clearly feels the fear of death, because she realizes that Charles can really kill her, and this excites her. As a token of gratitude, Alice wants to show her sweet rival her trump card, a skill called Shadow Clones. In fact, she doesn't really like to use this skill because enemies die in a few seconds and it becomes uninteresting. Charles realized that his opponent would finally show the strongest trick of the illusionist, that is, create his 3 exact copies. If Charles loses concentration for even a second, he will immediately become their personal toy. A tangible illusion is capable of reproducing magical attacks at will. These are shadow clones. This skill allows the illusionist to reproduce several identical copies, and the more copies, the stronger the illusionist. In the next few minutes, Charles will have a very hard time. You can't envy him in these battle conditions. Because of this spell, he can't even attack normally with Alice, and this creates big problems. Alice laughed at her enemy and kept calling him sweetie. She clearly understood that he could not attack them. Fighting several crazy women at the same time is a challenge for a real gladiator. Charles skillfully defended himself, but this would not be enough to win, because to win this battle, you have to attack. Shadow clones can theoretically be easily defeated, but not at such a low level as Charles. The girls were hoping that Charles could still fight. They didn't want to kill him too soon, because they like to enjoy the process. Charles understands that he has to take the Ring of Wisdom from Alice, but he doesn't know how to do it yet. We talked too much about Charles and Alice, and completely forgot to watch Stephen fight against the other members of the adventurers' team. Christopher and the girls didn't look very confident. They felt that they were much weaker than their opponent. But the doctor understood perfectly well that even though Richard was out of the game, they still had the advantage, and they had to take advantage of it. If Stephen tries to attack one of them, the other 2 teammates will immediately strike back. He understands this and therefore fights very carefully, and if you take advantage of the numerical advantage, you can defeat this bald guy. Christopher signaled to the girls and ordered them to act immediately activating the Ball of Darkness skill and cutting in a circle. This phantasm knew what it was doing and knew how to respond, so it activated the Fire Dragon Click skill. Christopher did not expect to see such a strong aura and energy, and it became clear that he had underestimated his enemy. The call of the Fire Dragon is no joke. After meeting this combat vehicle, you will be left with only ashes. The girls had already begun their dying prayer, but fortunately Christopher managed to run up to them and activate the defense. We have not seen these fighting women so scared today. The call of the Fire Dragon is a real hell. Leela was furious, even though she had never seen such fighting techniques, but she wanted to strike back. Christopher also didn't understand what this mysterious force was, and if he hadn't activated the defense in time, nothing would have been left of them. Stephen hoped he could buy time to wait for Alice and destroy all the other members of this team. But she keeps acting like a child and dragging out an unnecessary fight again, so Stephen realized that he was tired of playing games. He activated the path of the Blood Guardian and ordered all his rivals to surrender immediately or face death with dignity. Leela had never seen such fighting techniques, and she thought that now Stephen looked like a monster from the Rift. The Path of the Blood Guard is a skill available to all melee classes, making the adventurer incredibly strong. All the mana of the warrior's body goes to strengthen his muscles, making the adventurer stronger and his attacks much stronger than those of an ordinary person. No matter how many people stand in the way, no one can stop a Stephen from doing so. This monster realizes that this skill takes a lot of mana, but he is confident that he can kill everyone faster than the mana runs out. The girls looked incredibly scared, even though Christopher was trying to protect them, but he also realized that death was coming. Their opponent began to move much faster, and Christopher decided to activate the defense for a temporary rescue. It seems that after activating this powerful skill, even the Christopher shield will not be able to protect the adventuring team. Lila got up the courage to attack. She said she would make this asshole eat the ground off the floor, a pretty bold statement. She must have started attacking, confident that she could kill this bald phantom. She was very surprised by the result. She delivered a powerful blow to her opponent's arm, but it felt as if she had collided with a truck. Now it's time to defend herself. She had a moment to win and she didn't take it. The girl was unable to confidently defend herself and was seriously wounded. A little more time and she will be with Richard. The wounded Christopher also could not understand what kind of power neither his magic nor Lila's scythe could defeat. Now we're not even sure that Stephen is human. Maybe he's the real boss of the Rift in the Library of Secrets? Charles, meanwhile, fights the crazy girl one-on-one, but Stephen says he is much weaker than Alice. So Charles is doing very badly. This crazy woman keeps laughing and asks him to show her the real fear of death. Seeing that Alice decided to use shadow clones, Stephen realized that Charles would soon die. The girls watched the battle between the crazy woman and their leader in silence. They were very worried. Of course, Mila has always believed in Charles, but now the situation is so difficult that it is even hard to find a drop of faith in her heart. She soon realized that they had to unite and help him, otherwise Charles would die. Mila immediately remembered her previous team. Linda constantly used her as a decoy to distract the enemy. But now everything has changed radically. Charles has proved to her that she can stand on the same level as him and is capable of more. Does it really need to play the role of a bait for the enemy again after what it has already gone through? If she did that, she wouldn't be able to look Charles in the eye, so she decided to talk to Lila and Christopher. She asked them to listen to her carefully and assured them that they had not lost yet, a small lesson in motivation from Mila. There are 3 of them, which means that they can definitely defeat one opponent, and that will be enough to help Charles. Stephen looked at them like a bunch of fools, and fighting him again is one of the signs of mental retardation. Probably the young adventurers did not feel their huge difference in levels and decided to go to their obvious death. But Christopher, Mila, and Lila didn't look like fools. They looked like brave people who believe in themselves. Even though their opponent's equipment increases their physical capabilities, they have no choice but to fight. But now we need to figure out how to get closer to him, which will be difficult because they all don't have much mana left after the boss fight. At such moments, Mila always wonders what Charles would do in her place. It is absolutely impossible to drag out the battle, as they can easily lose due to the difference in levels and amount of mana. So if you fight, you need to defeat your opponent with one precise punch. But how do you defeat such a strong opponent? The girl realized that they were unlikely to be able to defeat the wall. But what if they tried to weaken it? Stephen doesn't like to wait long and immediately attacks his enemies. They don't have time to think. Even in his normal state, Stephen looked like a monster. And with these skills, he turned into a real titan. Mila asked her friends to rely on her because with her skills, they could stop him. She must have hit her head too hard during the fight, but nevertheless asked Lil to hit him on the right side of her body. Last time, such an attack didn't work, so is it really necessary to use this tactic again? Mila also asked Christopher to cast magic on Lila, something like a blood guardian. Without hesitation, Christopher replied that he could do it and agreed to take the risk. Leela was nervous. She didn't like this risky plan, but Christopher told her to believe in her friends, otherwise they wouldn't be able to win. The plan was slightly adjusted. Christopher will help strengthen the magic of the soap, and Lila will distract the enemy. As soon as everything was done, Mila immediately activated the power of the shadow chains, which is much stronger than a ball of darkness. Even Stephen was a little surprised to see this strange technique, but he was hardly frightened. Shadow chains are a rather unpleasant technique. They interfere with combat and restrain the enemy's strengths. Stephen admitted that for weaklings it was a pretty good plan, but it would not be enough to stop such a powerful beast. Leela realized that this monster with their powers could not be stopped, but there was no choice. It was time to take a chance. She activated the lunar incision and went on the attack, but Stephen is never afraid of anything. With a single wave of his hand, he took away the girl's weapon, and now she will have to fight without her braid. Leela started yelling at her partners and said that she lost her weapon because of their stupid plan. Christopher, meanwhile, was preparing for his own attack, using the shield to attack and run forward. The guy activated his signature technique and ran forward, promising an unforgettable meeting with his opponent. Stephen said that only fools would think that this childish trick would work. So far, he hadn't seen what was happening behind him, but the shadowy chains grabbed the Lil's weapon. Only after a few seconds did he realize that the danger was too close to him and managed to defend himself. It was at this perfect moment that Christopher launched his attack, and it looked more like a structured, well-worked plan. Finally, Stephen felt real pain, and drops of blood appeared on his hands, his blood. But it wasn't over yet. He was able to repel the attack of Christopher's shield, even though he was wounded. But Mila was already waiting for him. In recent weeks, the girl has become much more confident in her abilities, and now she can be called a real threat. The girl ran forward, screaming loudly, probably watching the movie Rambo 4 for extra motivation before this fight. With the help of her new attack, she was able to deprive Stephen of his weapon, and now this battle will be much more interesting. Christopher and Mila looked very confident. They felt that their opponent was also mortal and had his own weaknesses. Mila realized that he wouldn't be able to use his skills without a weapon, and now he wouldn't even be able to attack them. This small and fragile girl had thought through the plan to the last detail, and she was much more determined than most. Finally, it became clear what she had learned from fighting alongside Charles. Mila knew that they would not be able to defeat the Stephen, but they could leave him unarmed. Now it is not known how this bald phantom will fight them. He is probably not as confident as before. She held him off with her skills and even used others to distract him. Stephen realized that he was to blame for this. Most of all, he was to blame for underestimating his opponent. Lila started to mock him. She said that now this bald cucumber had lost his toy and would not be able to fight properly. I probably shouldn't have provoked him so much. I should have seized the moment and killed the bastard while I had the chance. Stephen got angry and hit the floor with his hand incredibly hard. If I had hit it like that, I would have broken my arm. With angry red eyes, he looked at his enemies and asked if they thought he couldn't kill them with his bare hands. Christopher and the company did not answer him. They realized that the battle was not over yet, and the hardest part was yet to come. Meanwhile, Charles continued his fierce duel against the crazy girl. During this time, he managed to lose his speed quite seriously, of course, because of fatigue. It is very difficult for him to fight with several girls at the same time. Alice realized that Charles was trying to save his mana by all means, but at this rate, he would never be able to defeat her. The girl said that if he didn't make her laugh, she would kill him, and the whole story would end. The weakness of every illusionist is an incredible loss of energy, so it would not be in her interest to prolong the fight either. Charles has to find the host among the copies, and then they will all disappear, but if he beats each copy one by one, he will quickly run out of energy. On the other hand, he won't be able to find the main body as long as the clones are in his way, and such options will certainly lead to his death. He will have to think about this puzzle for a long time. But for now, we will see how Mila activates the Ball of Darkness. Stephen was not too afraid of all these childish tricks. He was no stranger to battles against high-ranking adventurers. It looks like this guy is not going to back down even after losing his weapon. He is really special. His experience and strength are enough to defend himself and even attack while completely unarmed. All the members of the adventurers team tried to destroy it and were ready to make every effort to do so. But this bald charlatan easily dodged and defended himself from all their attacks. Can't he be killed? So far, no one could understand how this man could fight 3 opponents at the same time without any weapons. But as expected, he cannot use his skill to its full potential without a weapon. Even though Stephen is not in the most favorable position, judging by his behavior, he does not even think about retreating. Stephen also analyzed his opponents. He admitted that he underestimated them from the very beginning, and they are not as weak as they seem. He also realized that Charles was the strongest of them, precisely because Alice had been fighting him for so long. Now Steven can't help her. He won't be allowed to get too close to this guy, but he has to fulfill his mission. Even if he has to give his life for this, the adventurer of the Special Forces must fulfill the order. Alice began to use her new abilities and attack Charles with infernal knives. During this difficult and long battle, Charles managed to lose too much of his vital energy. Because of this, he was no longer as fast and could not dodge all her attacks in time. Alice was well aware that she had a stubborn opponent, but he would not be able to withstand her for long. She thanked him for a great battle and said it was time to end the show. Her clones began to circle Charles from different sides and close the distance, preparing the final blow. Alice said it was time for them to say goodbye, and she would never forget how much fun she had with him. The girl came close to Charles and prepared to deliver a fatal blow to his ribs. It was her signature style, a knife attack, but Charles was still strong and was able to stop her hand. He probably deliberately let her get close to him to grab her, a very clever tactic, albeit a risky one. Charles is well aware that for the final blow, the girl needs to concentrate, so she will be the one to deliver the decisive blow, not her clones. He had to really weaken her attention span to catch her in his hands, and now he has a better chance of winning. Alice told her sweet rival that he was a great guy for catching her, but she already had a boyfriend. According to her, a simple hug was not enough to win. She took out another knife and prepared to kill. Although she managed to wound the boy, Charles skillfully defended himself and survived. But the distance was broken again, and the girl escaped from his clutches, and now everything has to be done again. He let himself get caught on purpose, realizing that she needed concentration because her class was too dependent on mana. This is all Charles could do in this situation. He understands perfectly well that he cannot win because of the difference in levels, so he took a risk. And thanks to this bold plan, he was able to take what rightfully belonged to him. The Ring of Wisdom. Finally, this stupid girl's smile has disappeared from her face, so we can enjoy her sadness for a while. It didn't last long, and in a few seconds she recognized that Charles had deceived her quite cleverly. He searched for her main body for this very purpose, a good example of how his experience as a thief class came in handy. The Ring of Wisdom is a unique item that falls out of the main boss of the Rift Library of Secrets. This ring belongs to Class B. It summons the Great Witch from the Library of Secrets. The Shadow Clone skill is incredible, of course, but even it has its weaknesses. With his class and skills, Charles would not have been able to win. But now everything is different. No wonder he was saving his mana all the way through the battle. Alice believed that Charles had almost no energy left, and that was why he did not use his skills. Now she realized that he was saving up mana to use the ring. If he was planning to take the ring from her from the beginning, when did he realize that the Shadow Clone skill was working? It looks like he deliberately made her use the most dangerous technique from the very beginning. It was his cunning plan. But Alice was still too confident that this little ring could do nothing against her. Charles spent many hours researching the ring phenomenon in his past life. If everything is as they said, there should be no problems with this crazy woman. Charles put on the Ring of Wisdom and summoned the Great Witch of the Library of Secrets. If she appears now and really fights on his side, it will be incredibly epic. Strange things began to happen around me. The magic of the Wisdom Ring began to work. Soon the Witch of the Library of Secrets appeared, and to be honest, I was expecting something much scarier. So far, it looks like a small doll, but let's hope it's enough to beat Alice and Steven. Alice started to get nervous. She realized that this ring summons a magical creature, so it's not that simple. The time has come for Charles to smile, as the initiative has now passed completely into his hands. He is confident that he can now defeat all his enemies, even though the witch turned out to be a dwarf. Many rare things can be found in the vaults, and Elisa has personally seen such interesting objects more than once. Creatures that summon items are not so rare. Most often they are not needed and only waste mana. But this guy was really accumulating all his vital energy to use this ring. It is still unclear what he is up to and whether this witch can really help him. Alice said that Charles had been saving his mana in vain and hoping for the help of this doll. It seems he had overestimated his abilities. Charles explained that in order to dispel her illusion, he first had to take the ring away from her, and now he would be able to fight at full strength. Alice started laughing again and said that it sounded really good and she liked it. She asked him to show her what this doll could do against her and her clones. It should be explained that this little toy is a mini version of a real broadcast, and that's why she can use all the spells that her original version knew, which is really cool. In exchange for mana, Charles can use all of her skills exactly as he likes. And he will start with the power of the fire wave, something we have already seen. It should be very powerful. When Alice saw that her opponent was feeding the use of a massive spell, her knees began to shake. The girl realized that she had nowhere to run, and now she would either turn to ashes or get seriously sunburned. She could only pray that the power of the fire wave would keep her alive. After this attack, the girl was very surprised that this non-classical magic could not destroy her or even seriously damage her. But a little later it became clear that this was enough to completely dispel her own illusion. Fire Wave isn't the most powerful spell weapon, but it takes too much mana. Using the magic of summoned creatures can end in a fatal mana run, so this is no joke. When using such creatures, there are many aspects that need to be remembered to conserve mana, and you can't use the powers of the ether thoughtlessly. But clones are weak in the face of mass attacks, as they need magic spells to escape the fire wave. But the problem is that an illusionist usually doesn't have any magical protective spells. So Alice probably also spent a lot of mana summoning her clones, but now they will fight one-on-one. Alice began to think that Charles could have summoned this doll only to destroy its clones. At first she thought his ideas were quite absurd, but now everything has changed. Alice began to get noticeably nervous, and more often the smile disappeared from her sweet face. She was constantly thinking about one thing. Will she lose to a boy whose level is much lower than hers? She had to admit that Charles was the first to go so far and deep with her. Figuratively speaking, of course. Her heart is beating so hard that it seems like it's going to jump out of her chest, because no one has ever cornered her like Charles did. But Alice still has a small amount of mana left, and she knows how to surprise her opponent. The girl activated an illusionary kaleidoscope, something too much illusion in one evening. She laughed again and said they should have fun as if it were their last battle on this planet. Illusory kaleidoscope is a skill that uses magical and physical attacks. Again, this requires a lot of mana, and even though Charles is not afraid of illusions, it takes too much concentration to dodge this attack. Now Alice is sure that she will not take her eyes off him, and this time he will not leave her alive. Charles knew that it would be impossible to completely avoid her attack, but there was one interesting way to escape. The guy had something in mind, but he was in no hurry to run away or hide and took the full brunt of the attack. Alice immediately began to rejoice, thinking that she had finally gotten him, and that now the victory would be hers. She pulled out her knife and ran to finish off her wounded prey, but at the last moment saw that Charles had disappeared. She didn't understand where he had gone and began to get nervous, even though her sweet rival was right next to her. The gravity reduction was activated, a technique that is already quite familiar to us from this talented adventurer. Only a little later did she realize that something was happening above her head. But the problem was that it was too late. Charles had already activated his best weapon, the fall of the comet. Elisa managed to pull out her knife and defend herself against this attack, but it was very difficult for her. She repeated in her head that a guy like him couldn't beat her, but those were just words. Her sharp knife could not withstand the strain, and Charles broke it into 2 pieces and showed his true power. Now the idea that a guy who is much weaker than her could win doesn't seem so unbelievable. Alice fell to the floor in severe pain. No one had ever beaten her so badly. Charles came up to her and told her that their battle was over, and reminded her that she was not the only one who did not show her strengths until the very end. Meanwhile, a fierce battle between the Stevens and 3 young adventurers continued next to them. Leela continued to attack this bald man and tried to harm him in some way. But no matter how many blows she strikes him, he doesn't care, and he continues to move forward. Christopher also knew that they could not do him any harm. It was not as simple as it seemed. The Bloodguard's Path skill makes the wielder more resistant to enemy attacks, and also increases their physical strength. It seems that he is in incredible pain and is on the verge of collapse, but he does not stop using his strength. Christopher asked Lil not to panic. They must continue to stick to their plan until Stephen is completely exhausted. Stephen also thought he had everything under control. He just needed to hold out a little longer. His plan was simple. Wait until Alice defeated Charles, and then they would destroy everyone else together and complete the mission. Suddenly, everyone around heard loud explosions in the area of the Charles and Alice battle, and they realized that something serious had happened. When the fire dissipated, everyone saw that Charles had unexpectedly defeated this sickly girl. Mila was the most excited of all. Deep down, she always believed that Charles would be able to defeat anyone. Stephen couldn't believe it. It seemed absolutely impossible to him, Alice couldn't lose to this guy. If we go back 4 years, the Chimera Clique is a group of community outcasts who can do nothing but fight to the death. It was 4 years ago that Stephen joined this cohort of the Chosen Ones. It was on that distant day that he met her, a warrior girl who never loses to anyone. And now you want to tell him that this girl lost to an adventurer who was lower than her level? It's almost impossible to believe, but it's true. And when Charles approached Alice, he said she was too dangerous. The guy pulled out his sharp sword and said he never wanted to see her again in the future. When Stephen saw this, he became very angry, and if he could not defeat his enemies, he should at least do his best. Christopher realized Stephen's plans and started shouting that he was preparing to attack. He thought that he and the girls would be the target of this bald monster, but Stephen ran past them. His main target is no longer them, but the one who dared to insult his girlfriend. Charles was about to strike the girl one last time and send her to hell, but at the last moment, Stephen covered her with his own body. It was hard to predict this. It seemed that the members of the Chimera Clique did not care much about each other's lives. Only now did Christopher realize that he was wrong and that Stephen was not running to attack them, but to protect Alice. Stephen began to strike the boy with swinging blows to dislodge him and force him to move away from the girl. Then he approached Alice and took her in his arms like a real big brother, while the girl remained unconscious. Furious, Charles approached Stephen and asked him if he was really going to retreat. Stephen said he would only do it this once, but he remembered them all, and their next meeting would turn out to be the last day of life for the adventurers. Charles realized that these two bastards had been hired by someone to do this, and he asked who that person was. Stephen wasn't going to answer anything. He put Alice on his shoulders and said they were going home. The girl immediately activated the illusionist's magic called Mirage and finally said goodbye to Charles. She said that she had a lot of fun with him and she thanked him for this wonderful battle. She is a really sick girl. Thus, with the help of the illusionist's magic, they were able to retreat easily and quickly and escape completely. To be honest, Charles also lost too much strength and would not have been able to fight for long. He was lucky that his enemies fled. As soon as he fell to his knees from fatigue, Amila immediately ran up to him and apologized to him. Christopher also admitted that he did not expect such behavior from Stephen, and therefore did not have time to activate protection for Charles. The team members thought that Charles was fighting the strongest opponent, but during the fight, he was constantly thinking about finishing quickly and helping them. Their team showed everything they could do, and without their partners, Charles definitely could not have won. Now the mayor's office will come out of the shadows because they have lost this battle, and this incident can seriously affect their reputation. 10 years from now, they will also not be able to become the most influential shadow team, as they were in the previous timeline. This time, no one was hurt, and Charles was able to achieve his goal, but will things be so safe in the future? Now the guy is fully focused on the Wisdom Ring, yet it is the key to unraveling the origin of the faults. This subject is very important, which was confirmed when the Chimera's call appeared, but now everything is in place. In the previous timeline, this item was lost, although it was in the possession of the president of the special unit. Also, the last time the Chimeras did not enter the vault, perhaps this time this order was given personally by the president of the special unit. And now it was time for dessert, and Charles and the rest of the team saw someone rise from the dead. Yes, it was Richard. This guy is still alive. He said it was time to run and asked to be taken out of here. Most of all, his behavior infuriated Lila. She called him an arrogant bastard who had the courage to open his black mouth. If he wants to get out of there, she can personally take him to hell, and then everything will fall into place. Christopher assured the girl that Richard could not even stand. They would hand him over to the special forces as a real thief. Meanwhile, Elisa still continued to recall the wonderful battle with her participation, although she admitted that she was close to death. The girl also asked Stephen if he was sure that running away was a good idea, since Stephen could still kill all those bastards. The bald man replied that it was a risk, and Alice could have died, even though they lost this time. But later there would be a revenge. Next time they will ask for help in destroying the Charles from a past adventurer of rank A. Alice replied that she would not want this terrible man to kill her sweet Charles. A few hours later, the team of young adventurers rested and left the fissure. The Rift Association employees were surprised to hear that the young adventurers were able to destroy the boss of the Library of Secrets. Christopher said that it was a fairly easy task for them. After all, they are B-rated adventurers. He continued to tell how skillfully they destroyed monsters and defeated enemies. Meanwhile, someone else arrived at the entrance to this vault. This guy said that he came here to train in this dangerous vault, and he did not expect to be beaten. This is a soldier of the Special Forces. His name is Bart, and he is also shocked by the speed of clearing this vault. He said that civilians do what they want and don't think about the consequences for us. Lila immediately started shouting at him, calling him a stupid policeman who didn't understand anything. They are adventurers who risk their own lives to clean up the rifts and protect people. In the Special Forces, soldiers treat the adventurers as ordinary people because they appeared thanks to civilian organizations. But Special Forces are closely monitoring the activities of adventurers, and it is dangerous to get involved with them because they can take away your license. In the future, Special Forces will fully control the activities of adventurers. But now is a completely different time, and they can do nothing but talk. One of the Special Forces soldiers approached Lieutenant Bard and asked him to calm down. This girl's name is Lydia, and she said that the most important thing is that this vault no longer threatens other people. Charles felt this was the perfect moment to tell them about the guy who tried to take all their loot in the rift. As soon as the Special Forces soldiers heard about it, they were immediately interested in the story. Richard started to make excuses and said that it was all a misunderstanding, but Lila hit him and ordered him to shut up. Now his fate will be decided by the guild, and he probably has a criminal record in other branches of the city. Judging by Richard's behavior, this is not the first time this bandit has done such bad things. Charles is sure that other adventurers have already complained about him. At least now justice will be done and this thief will never harm anyone again. Charles turned to Barth and said that in addition to this, something else had happened during the study of the vault. He said that they were attacked by 2 soldiers from the Click Chimera organization, a blonde woman and a tall, bald man. Bart immediately became very serious. He asked Charles if he was sure about this, because if it was a joke, it was not funny at all. Charles replied that this was true, and he would write a report to the guild and send it to the Special Forces for verification. Now Bart became interested in this unknown adventurer. He seems too suspicious to him. But in any case, he could not ignore such a statement, so the man ordered the leader to immediately inform the department. A few hours later, the team of young adventurers returned to their guild. Some had to spend a lot of time explaining in detail what happened to them in the rift. Even though the Library of Secrets was cleared out, it is imperative to tell the guild all the nuances. It took a very long time, and only in the late afternoon the entire team of adventurers was released. They looked incredibly tired, and after a hard fight with the boss, they started fighting with the Chimera's call, and then gave explanations about it. Leela said that it would be much easier if that dirty thief didn't cause them any trouble. She meant Richard. The girl did not know that Charles had also been a thief in the past, and he was not very pleased to hear all this. He started shouting at the girl and said that not all people from this class were bad. There were good and decent citizens. Christopher smiled and asked his friends not to quarrel. Everything ended well, and that's what matters. He also reminded them that part of Richard's loot now belonged to them, and that he was thinking only of money as usual. Charles immediately reminded the rest of the team of the profit-sharing agreement. All rewards except the Wisdom Ring are reserved for Christopher, Lila, and Mila. As soon as they left the guild, they immediately went to the public transportation station, as they all live in different districts. Christopher said he was very happy to have met such good and honest people. From the very beginning, he was only thinking about how to use labor to capture the vault, driven only by greed. Next time he wants to give his best. When a fault appears, he will not stand aside and help his comrades. While Christopher was telling Charles all these tales of mutual aid, a small dialogue ensued between the girls. Leela approached her new friend, pushed her, and apologized for her rudeness in the rift. Charles and Mila turned out to be much stronger than she thought, and without them they would not have been able to survive the rift. If Charles wants to go to a dangerous place again, he can always count on Lila and Christopher. On this positive note, they said goodbye to their new friends. On the way home, Charles told Mila that the Wisdom Ring could summon a legendary creature. They approached the playground, and he decided to show the girl how it works. Charles did not take off his ring, and immediately activated the witch's skill from the Library of Secrets. This little doll appeared immediately, and it's hard to take it seriously, even knowing its power. Mila was amazed. She didn't know that this ring was so important and powerful, and thought it was just a trinket. It is the same Witch of the Ether, but smaller and more beautiful, that is a weakened version of the witch. Now Charles can use her skills by spending his own mana, although they are not as powerful as the original. Although its power is much lower and takes a lot of mana, its presence in the arsenal increases the range of Charles's abilities. So it is really useful, but can this little toy reveal the phenomenon of fractures? Charles explained that the Ether is considered one of the most unique monsters. This witch even knows how to speak their language, which only emphasizes her power. Mila immediately remembered how the witch had spoken to her during the battle in the Library of Secrets. Summoned monsters have the same level as the summoner. Some monsters have a special parameter that increases depending on their level, such as flexibility or luck. Ether has a unique parameter of wisdom, and this is its main weapon. If Charles continues to raise the level of this witch, one day he will be able to ask her about the secret of the rifts. This is his plan for the future, a very strategic and mature decision. This doll started screaming and making strange noises which scared Mila. Charles explained that the witch could not speak properly at the moment because her level was too low, but it was temporary. But still, she can say something. Ether looked at Charles and said that this world will soon meet its end. What a plot twist! Hardly what Charles expected to hear when he called in. Let's give the guy a little rest and move to the Judas's office, where interesting things are happening. Recently, he was informed that the Chimera's clique failed to fulfill its task, which made the man very angry. He got angry and smashed his phone against the wall. The Chimera clique had never failed its missions before. Judas realized that he needed to find out why the mission had failed with the help of the internet. Even though this old man is a novice in internet affairs, it seems that his grandchildren have already taught him something. He learned about a large number of cleared rifts and the first adventurer in history to be able to get a B rank so easily. He also learned how Charles saved people from a disaster and defeated 2 elite fighters of the Special Forces clique Chimera. Now it became clear who the impudent boy was who took the Ring of Wisdom. Judas realized that he was an unusual guy, someone who was living his second life, the life of the Master of Gravity, Charles. Judas promised that he would take revenge, and Charles would not be able to hide from his fury. A new day had come, which meant new dangerous fissures to clean up, and Charles was ready for it. The guy activated magnetic gravity to defeat the fault monster of a deep pit. Thanks to this new technique, he was able to destroy this demon and gained 700 experience points. Even though they were surrounded, he was able to destroy all the enemies, and you wouldn't expect anything less from this guy. Betty told him that if he had a manager, she would have asked him to collaborate with Charles. Charles told the girl to stop using him to promote her paid broadcasts. He decided to start leveling up, but at level 40 it became much harder to do so. Even though the two of them got along well together, they decided to invite Betty, and she didn't mind because she had a lot of free time. This made it easy and quick to clean up the fracture of the deep pit, which helped to make some progress. The team of adventurers went on a vacation they deserved. Betty thanked them for calling her, and thanks to cleaning up this fault, she earned some extra money and raised her level. But if time really wants her to be happy, it can give her this little witch to shoot some videos. Although it is an ordinary creature, it is very cute, and if you dress it up in a nice costume, it will get millions of views. Charles was angry at the suggestion and refused, and Betty called him too cheerful. She did not understand that the Ether is not an ordinary creature that cannot be shown to everyone around. This witch is too unique and smart, and she has many more hidden abilities. In addition, if her video gets on the internet, soldiers of the Chimera clique can find their location. Charles is also now worried about the words that this witch said yesterday. These words about the destruction of the world cannot be ignored, and if we do not deal with this situation, it may soon be too late. Since then, the Ether has not spoken again, but she is the key to unraveling the origin of the faults. Although Charles really wants to find out the truth about the faults, will this world really come to an end? Perhaps there is something that he did not give the necessary importance in his new life. In 10 years, the number of fractures will decrease, but inflation will increase, and people have no control over this. How the world can end? Charles is an S-rank adventurer in the past, and he must change the fate of this world. But to do so, he needs to improve his level, although the new faults proved too difficult for him in the mud. He realized that it was time to find a full-fledged third member of their team. They need a teammate they can trust and with whom they can inflict even more damage on the monsters. Although his class is versatile, he doesn't deal as much damage as the others. The shaman is also a strong class, but it's more of a support class. In the future, it will be even harder for them to fight if they don't find a permanent team member, and Betty is not very interested in cleaning up the rifts. Lila's class is just as mobile as Charles, so she's not really suited for this role either. There is also the head of the Thunder Knights, but this guy is too specific. Betty suggested that Charles look for adventurers of the same rank as him, as there are many strong loners. A talented B-rank adventurer with a combat class who works alone is quite interesting. Charles immediately remembered that he already knew a girl from his past life with similar characteristics. Their story ended sadly. She ran to save Charles and was seriously injured. She said that they hadn't been in the group for very long, but she was very happy to work with an adventurer like Charles. These are the words that ended their story. Sad memories that hurt Charles's heart. Remembering her, the boyfriend wondered if she was still alive in this world. Mila asked the boy what he was thinking about, but he replied that it was not very important. He's supposed to meet this girl in about 3 years. At least that's how it was in his past life. Charles and Mila walked toward the underground arena. Another rift had been cleared, so they were pleased with themselves. Mila said that clearing the fractures takes a lot of effort, but it's good that it raises the level significantly. She noticed a girl she knew and said she had never seen her here before. At first, Charles did not pay much attention to these words, but then he saw this girl, and his heart stopped for a moment. He immediately saw her big sword and felt a terrifying aura. It seemed incredibly similar and familiar to him. Could this be the same girl he was thinking about a few minutes ago? But it's impossible. Charles immediately walked forward without hesitation, and Mila didn't understand why he was so nervous. He approached this girl, said hello, and asked her if her name was Barbara. The girl looked at him aggressively and asked him back who he was and why he had approached her. Charles looked very tense. Mila couldn't understand if he knew this strange girl. Charles realizes that he can't treat her as if they were old friends, so he tells Mila that he's heard some rumors about this girl. To be more precise, she is described as a burgundy swordsman who has never lost a battle and a very talented lone adventurer. Charles said they were looking for a new member for their team and invited Barbara to join them. It seemed as if this proposal offended the girl. She called Charles too straightforward and stupid. The girl immediately refused and said that she would never babysit. She is not particularly interested in helping two defenseless weaklings like Charles and Mila. Meanwhile, Mila was silent and analyzed the situation. She realized that Charles recognized the girl's talent, as he even remembered her name. But Barbara has too bad a temper, and it will be difficult to make friends with her, or even to communicate normally. Charles was upset and didn't say anything yet, probably thinking about how to make Barbara a member of their team. Mila took control of the situation. She said that you can't give up when you don't know the strength of other team members. Barbara apologized, but said that she had been working as an adventurer for a long time and could tell right away who was worthy of attention and who was not. Charles said that he and his friend are now about the same level of skill. They have experience in grabbing and cleaning up B-rated faults. The guy said it was a pretty good resume for any young adventurers. Barbara replied that the high level did not mean anything. She probably did not like being an employee. It was evident in her expression and behavior. Maybe there is a reason why she always works alone. Charles decided to come in from the other side. He realized that the girl didn't want to be a nanny for weaklings. Because of this, he suggested that she compete in the training arena, which is a rather aggressive proposal, but it's interesting. If Charles can prove his strength to the girl, maybe then she will be able to trust him to have her back. The guy expected an instant positive response, but Barbara said that she was not interested in all these provocations. She was not interested in this group and the work, turned around and left. It was quite unexpected. Charles realized that Barbara did not want to get close to anyone. That's how she was in her past life, how he knew her. Mila was surprised if Time really wanted to fight this girl after all. You can get seriously hurt in the training arena. Usually, the training arena is organized by sparring adventurers and an instructor from the guild. To organize a battle of the adventurers, you need to get permission from the administration, which could have been resolved, but Barbara refused. In fact, it's hardly because she doesn't want to work with weaklings. It's something else. This girl's problems are much deeper than they seem. Everything she says is just a protective aura. She walked into the central hall and started watching the two girls talking to each other and exchanging phone numbers. Looking at them, Barbara was very upset, and only Charles could truly understand her. Her main problem is that no one cares about her personality, which is why she refused. Everyone around her only dreams of getting her power because Barbara belongs to a rare class of Reaper. She can defeat the enemy not only with physical force, but also with dark magic and any enemy. This class is a good combination of physical strength and magic, and anyone would want such a person in their team. Barbara will definitely achieve great things if she can save her life. Mila began to worry that she would not be able to find a common language with such a tough girl, but Charles explained that Barbara was a reliable person, albeit aggressive. As soon as the guy calmed his girlfriend down, they immediately returned home to rest. Charles spent the whole evening at his laptop, studying a lot of information that he has been interested in for a long time. Next to him sat the little witch Ether, who had probably already become best friends in this short time. Barbara has always chosen the most dangerous faults to explore. She is the bravest girl Charles has ever seen. Barbara hates weakness and has a rather difficult personality, as we realized after they met. She also always refused to join a team and chose the path of a lone warrior. Also, in the previous timeline, this talented girl saved Charles's life. The path of the lone warrior is full of dangers, but Charles could influence this timeline, and it changes everything. As a token of gratitude for his rescue in his past life, Charles must become Barbara's friend and keep her alive. The boy asked the little witch if she thought he could persuade the bandit to join him. At first, the broadcaster turned away and didn't answer anything. It seemed that she wasn't interested in this question at all. But then she came back and said that the power of one person can change the course of history. At first, Time did not understand anything at all and began to ask the witch what she meant. Apparently he's stupid, and the broadcaster decided not to explain all these nuances. When you are alone in your home and no one distracts you, it's the perfect time to reminisce. Charles recalled a conversation with an old friend of his in a past life. They needed to find a new teammate who could distract the enemies and inflict serious damage. Charles said that he had such a person, and given time, he would definitely be able to negotiate a merger with him. But from the very beginning, things didn't go as smoothly as he thought they would, as Barbara didn't want to get in touch with him at all. Charles even went to a bookstore and bought a book that teaches you how to make friends, but it doesn't work that way. He made all sorts of ridiculous attempts to get closer to Barbara, but no matter how hard he tried, he failed. One gloomy day, during a thunderstorm, he went to the Fault Territory, and he already had a permit to clear the dangerous portals. That's where he met Barbara. The girl was unhappy and asked him what he was doing here and why he was always following her. Most high-ranking adventurers go on raids into particularly dangerous rifts. It's a normal practice. Charles said that their group will also be involved in the capture of the Poison Blade Vault. Charles said that this was a great opportunity. Barbara would be able to see him in action and would want to join their team herself. But in the rift of the Poisonous Blade, everything was not so easy. It seemed like a real hell, even for a high-ranking adventurer. Charles was sickened by these difficult memories, even though a lot of time had passed since then. After meeting Barbara, all these memories keep coming back to him, and it's not easy for him to think about that day. He saw a new message and realized that a new fault disaster had occurred near his home. Monsters started attacking ordinary people, which is a rare occurrence for such unstable faults to happen. The situation looks like a critical one, as the Fault Association has begun to organize urgent raids. This is very strange, because approximately the same anomalies should begin to occur only 3 years later. But only a few seconds later, Charles was actually afraid. He saw the name of this dangerous fault, the Poison Blade. It seemed to him absolutely impossible, because this fault was to appear only 3 years later. It was in this rift that Barbara gave her life to save Charles's life, but that should not fall today. Charles was incredibly frightened, and now the little witch's words play with completely different colors. Charles looked at the screen of his laptop and could not understand anything. The entire news feed was filled with words about this dangerous fault. At that moment it was night, so he decided to wait until morning and go to his guild. Mila was already waiting for him there, and he immediately warned her about what they were going to do and told her the details of the accident. As soon as she saw him, she immediately complimented him on his new combat suit, which looks quite impressive. She was very surprised when he asked her to go shopping with him. She never thought she would help him choose clothes. The girl said that now they could always go shopping together, but Charles didn't say anything. Now he was completely focused on the news about the Poison Blade, because this fault was not supposed to appear until 3 years later. The guy was visibly nervous, and now we can guess what he was thinking about. In this rift, Barbara gave her life for him, and I know her character. She will take part in cleaning up the rift this time. Now he has much more raiding experience than in his previous life, but his level is much lower than before. The guy immediately thought that even with a high level, he had failed that day in the fracture of the Poison Blade. Barbara has a much higher level than he does, and she definitely won't listen to his advice. Charles will not be able to stop her. although with his current level, it would be suicide to go on this raid. This rift is too dangerous. Charles is not only risking his own life, but also Mila's, so it's better not to take her with him. The guy is seriously thinking about what to do next. He has to make a very difficult decision that will affect his future. Mila started to worry and asked Charles what was wrong. He had become very pale in the last few minutes. The guy assured the girl that everything was fine, but looking at him, it was clear that something was bothering him. She approached Charles, took his hand, and told him that if he was worried about something, he could share it with her. It was quite unexpected. It seems that the girl cares too much about Charles. Is it really love? As soon as Charles called this girl to the team, he immediately told her that he needed her strength. Mila was very happy to hear this, but she hates herself for not always being able to help him when he needs it. So now the girl can no longer keep silent and told Charles that she really asks him to rely on her. She has already proved that she can be trusted and that she will always support him in a difficult situation. Charles listened to the girl and thanked her for these warm words. He was really pleased to hear it. Soon he told her that he was actually concerned about a raid and wanted to take part in it. Mila said that she had read about it in the news, but she didn't understand why Charles wanted to take part in this particular raid. The guy also reminded them of the girl they had recently met and said that Barbara would also participate in this raid. He also said that the girl was going to die in this raid. Mila did not understand anything, but she was very surprised. Charles realizes it's hard to believe, but now he's focused on making sure Barbara is safe. Mila could not understand why Charles believed that Barbara would die and why he thought that she would participate in this particular raid. The guy asked Mila to wait and listen to him carefully because what he was saying was very important. All this time he said that he had a special item that helped him learn about new portals and subjects, but it was all a lie. It's true because he can see the future, even though it sounds like a madman, and Mila may not believe it. But it's true. At first the girl said that this could not be possible, but then she stopped talking and thought. Charles is also very serious, and by analyzing his facial expressions, you can see that he is not joking. Soon Mila said with a quiet voice that she believed him. Sometimes it seems that she is ready to follow him to the ends of the earth. Charles had already proven it twice. He knew every portal they had cleared through like the back of his hand. Besides, Mila has always trusted him. She doesn't think he would deceive her in such a stupid way. Charles was pleasantly surprised that this girl believed him so quickly, which is not something you see very often. Although her blind faith is a bit embarrassing for him, it is nice to know that she immediately believes everything he says. The young adventurers went to the nearest station. Their task was simple: get on the train and go to this vault. Charles warned that this raid could be the most dangerous battle they had ever fought. You have to be extremely careful not to die while clearing this vault. According to the news posted by the Special Forces soldiers, the boss level in this rift is approximately 65. Although it's not much different from Ether, this boss will evolve during the raid and reach level 80. They need to defeat it before it completes its evolution, because then it will be very difficult to do so. When Mila heard about the 80th level, she was immediately frightened. They had never fought such opponents and had never seen them with their own eyes. To be honest, Charles would not like to participate in this raid and fight this boss, but he needs to protect Barbara from this demon. At least 3 groups must participate in this raid. They must coordinate with each other and come up with a plan to kill the boss. Mila felt that her friend did not want to go into that rift at all, and realized that he was only doing it for Barbara's sake. She looked at the boy carefully and asked him what exactly had connected him to Barbara in the past. Charles immediately saw the images of that day in his mind's eye, and these memories hurt him. A few seconds later, he explained that Barbara had saved his life, and now it was his turn to repay her. Mila was surprised to hear that Barbara had saved Charles's life, and now everything was falling into place. The train was approaching the entrance to this vault, and soon the fun would begin. An hour later, Charles and Mila came close to the entrance, where they were met by an employee of the Vault Association. She thanked them for coming to the rescue in time, as too few adventurers have decided to take part in this raid. Before Charles and Mila came, only 5 adventurers had visited the vault. This means that there will be 7 people in the rift in total, but first Charles has to talk to Barbara. This girl appeared again unexpectedly and greeted them. She thought they were following her and reminded them that she did not want to fight with them on the team. Charles replied that they just wanted to take part in the raid. They had enough level for that and didn't necessarily need it. Barbara said she did not remember seeing them in the last raid in Kanto, so it was strange to see them today. Mila looked at her and did not understand how a girl who hated weakness could save Charles. When Barbara saw Mila looking at her, she made a remark to her, which was quite harsh. At that moment, another guy with glasses approached them and greeted the new members of the raid. This guy said that even weaklings like them can still do something to help. These guys are not from the guild, and they do not look like adventurers from a special unit. The patch on their clothes is quite familiar. Charles looked at this guy closely and tried to remember. It all seemed very familiar to him. Black Steel is a commercial company in the entertainment industry, and it enhances its image by maintaining overall security. It is a company of adventurers who undergo special training to develop their business using classroom skills. They will achieve a lot in the future, but for now they are just a startup that few people take seriously. The guy with the glasses was called Hans, and he was reminded that they were representatives of an important force and should behave more politely with potential customers. This was all said by Chief Shiraki, who is also from this group of adventurers. He apologized to Mila for his friend's rudeness. Hans sometimes behaves like an old man, but his character is not that bad. Mila thought that at least someone had a normal character, but this was clearly not the case with Barbara. Chirac approached Charles, gave him his business card, and said that he would be happy to go on this raid with them. He is a representative of the Black Steel Company, and Shiraki is the president of the Adventurers Department. Charles carefully took this business card in his hands. He has a lot of experience as an adventurer, more than 10 years. All this vast experience tells him that everything is not as simple as it seems, and he needs to be very careful. Chirac said that he was inspired by a young and talented adventurer like Charles. He smiled and said he hoped they could become good friends. Entering the rift of the poisonous blade, they immediately met a bloodsucker. This monster is at the 44th level. These demons do not attack one by one, but in groups. They are quite intelligent monsters who know how to plan attacks. This rift has caused many anomalies in the city, which is why monsters can be much stronger than those the adventurers fought before. But now there are 7 adventurers in the vault, and if you choose the right strategy, everything should be fine. Chirac turned around and asked the rest of the team not to panic and to cover his back. The experienced adventurers used deadly attacks and began to destroy the monsters one by one. I must admit that they worked very well together, like a real team. Later, one of the girls began to activate the power of life drawing. It looked quite cruel, even to the monster. Charles noticed their successful teamwork. Black Steel can train skilled adventurers. Hans and Pamela are an offensive force that destroys a large number of enemies in a short time. Flynn covers them all and draws the attention of strong enemies to himself. The leader stands behind all the time and watches his comrades, and if the situation becomes critical, he will enter the battle and protect the others. The main thing in teamwork is not only to effectively distribute roles among each other, but also to ensure that the leader can cope with his or her teammates. While Mila was activating the Ball of Darkness, Charles was destroying his enemies with a sharp sword. The Bloodsucker is a monster that is at the 44th level. Nothing extraordinary, but quite dangerous. Although this is a regular monster, looking at its characteristics, you can see that it has a lot of health. There are too many monsters, so Mila suggested killing them all in one fell swoop with the help of gravity. Charles replied that this was a bad idea. He would spend too much mana on such an attack, so it was better to destroy the enemies one by one. Ahead of them is the boss of the rift, and they need to conserve their strength as much as possible. Meanwhile, Barbara also took up the case, and what Charles had said about her turned out to be true. She activated the bug sword and immediately destroyed the huge monster. This girl looked simply incredible. All her movements were graceful, and years of hard training were immediately apparent. This was expected from Barbara. Charles had never met an adventurer who could destroy such a large monster in one fell swoop. This girl's class is endowed with an incredible power that can destroy everything around her. At the moment, among all the adventurers in this rift, Barbara is the strongest. The monster turned out to be still alive, but its health was only enough for one hit. Charles immediately decided that the soap should drain all his mana from this monster. Mila immediately ran to fulfill this order, but was suddenly stopped. It was the Gans. He ordered her to stop and activated the Celestial Rift. This guy with glasses seems to be always full of energy, although it will be difficult to make friends with his character. It looks like he decided to hit this monster for a reason. His goal is to improve his level. The person who struck the last blow at the monster gets the most points, so Charles was very unhappy with this act of Hans. This impudent guy replied that there are many monsters around and there are enough for everyone. Charles realized that Hans had deliberately pushed Mila away to take away her experience, but Hans said that he did not want to be taught how to live by little children. The monster needed to be alive to drain mana from it, and of course this made Charles very angry. For adventurers, level is an indicator of skill, so there is an unofficial rule that the one who has done the most damage to the monster finishes it off. After such an act, Charles will never again go to rifts with such people. Even though it was a one-time raid, there will definitely be no trust after that, because how can you cover up for someone who deliberately takes away your experience? Shiraki approached and asked what had happened, and Hans explained that the little children had started to take offense at him for various trifles. He said that there will be many more monsters that these children will be able to kill, so it is better to think about the future and stay positive. Charles was approached by Shiraki and apologized for his friend's behavior. He realized that there was a misunderstanding between them. Charles said that everything was fine. He probably overreacted to the behavior of the Hans. When they continued to clean up, Shiraki said he wanted the whole world to know about their feat in this vault. Special forces are beginning to spread their influence across the vaults, so lone adventurers cannot reach their potential. Chirac believes that the future belongs to corporate adventurers, who also want to achieve security for ordinary people. This guy is very ambitious, but there is one big problem to raise the level. Their team can't raise the level so quickly, so they fight for every opportunity. The higher the rank of an adventurer, the harder it is to earn experience, especially if you are in a team of 4. Each team may have conflicts about the unfair distribution of experience points, which is why such moments as with the Gans arise. The path of corporate adventurers is also not very easy, so they fight for their opportunities as best they can. The special unit was unlikely to explore this dangerous vault, which quickly became clear. Chirac said that they should not stop for long, because their duties also include creating a map of the vault. That is why their journey was constantly continuing, and they hardly stopped to rest. But still, Charles felt uncomfortable. He realized that something was wrong. During the battle, Shiraki perfectly controlled his subordinates. All actions were brought to automaticity. But now he says he can't control their behavior in the vault, referring to the behavior of the Gans. It turns out that he is a bad leader if his subordinates do not listen to his words at all. Charles feels that this is all very strange, and that is why he is so tense. The vault anomaly turned out to be not as scary as they said. Corporate adventurers were matched to this vault according to their rating. This rating is compiled for corporate employees every 3 quarters. Flynn thought it would be much harder because the selection process was tough and there were a lot of applicants. Chirac said that he hopes that the trek across the vault will be as easy, but that we should not let our guard down. They were sent to this raid as representatives of companies, so they have no right to fall on their faces. Mila only now realized that all these people were the strongest of the company's employees. This raid is different from anything these guys have seen before. The fault anomaly is only progressing. In the future, they will face serious consequences. In the last timeline, Charles came to the boss in the middle of his evolution. It is possible that it will be the same now, but the purpose of this trip is to research and rescue the Barbary. All Charles needs to do is write a report for the guild so that a special unit will pay attention to this vault. Thanks to this, the poisonous blade will be handled by trained soldiers, which is exactly what is needed. Everyone around them wants to defeat the boss, but they need to be persuaded not to fight this monster, although it will be difficult to convince Barbara of this. To do this, Charles must be confident and eloquent enough, because a lot depends on it. Charles saw that the group leader was trying to talk to Barbara, which was interesting. Shiraki said he had heard a lot about the girl. She was quite popular among single adventurers. He also knows that she would have recently received a rank, but she has already participated in raids in many high-level rifts. It is an honor for him to meet such a legendary adventurer as her. Barbara is incredibly talented. In her own style, the girl told Shiraki to shut up and stop talking all this nonsense. If he has something to say about the case, let him say it right away without unnecessary compliments. Even though it was strange to hear from such a nice girl, the broader community took it well. He said he wanted Barbara to become his right hand and a member of Black Steel, and he was sure she was perfect for it. If she joins them, her talents will help them grow their company faster. While this guy was encouraging Barbara to protect the country from fractures together, Mila watched him and thought he was very eloquent. As expected, Barbara calmly replied that she was not interested, short and direct. The guy started shouting and said that she shouldn't worry. If she became his right hand, he would gather many adventurers around him. Barbara asked him to shut up. She doesn't want to join any group, and she doesn't want to talk to him anymore. The girl explained that she chose the path of solitary confinement because she had always wanted to. Recently, she has been dating more and more determined guys. She explained that she had joined them only for the duration of the raid, and that later they would part ways. Chirac tried to explain to her that the higher her level became, the harder it was to continue her career as a lone adventurer. At high levels, going into dungeons of rank A and above will be too dangerous without support. But Barbara did not change her mind. She said she would follow this path for the rest of her life. Charles listened silently and calmly to all her words. He was really worried about this girl. Mila noticed that Barbara was always doing something that made the atmosphere in the air very hot. Suddenly, Hans approached them. Probably this fool wants to create a conflict situation again. He had already noticed that their leader was too nice to these children and asked them not to get in the way of the adults. While Hans is trying to prove his skills during the raid, his boss is trying to recruit another employee to join their team. It turns out that the Gansa is not doing a very good job, and when the man heard this, he got angry. He started shouting and ordered Charles to watch his tongue or he would tear it off. He's trying to pick fights with everyone again. Hans is constantly creating conflicts out of thin air. This fool is so arrogant that he doesn't even give a damn about Shiraki's words. Although this guy with blonde hair is not a leader at all, everyone listens to him only during the battle. They are only afraid of him. The team leader didn't like these words and he immediately lost his good mood. Mila also did not understand the words Charles. She could not understand why the other team members were afraid of Shiraki. He is kind to strangers and constantly apologizes if his subordinates do something wrong. But he never yells at them because he tries to create a friendly atmosphere. And as soon as the battle begins, everyone around him immediately obeys him, and it seems quite strange. Shiraki cannot lead others out of fear because he needs to save face and maintain good relations with unfamiliar adventurers. That's why Charles decided to say right away that everyone around him could listen to Shiraki like an obedient dog, but he would not do it. The leader of the group smiled and said that there had been a misunderstanding between them, and they needed to calm down and work together during the raid. Charles replied that they would work together, but he would not try to make sure that they got high scores after the raid. We are facing a real mental conflict. There hasn't been anything like this for a long time. There are only fights around. Soon the conversation was over, and everyone remained in their own minds. Mila wasn't sure it was right to quarrel with the group leader in such a place. Charles agreed that it was quite bold, but he was tired of being manipulated by Chirac. The team leader thought he was doing a great job as captain, but it's as if he became the mother of 3 small children who only know how to fight and don't know how to behave in society. For some reason, it was in this particular raid that a smart guy appeared who publicly showed his dissatisfaction. He is a smart, experienced, and strong man, and he is not afraid to speak the truth to the face. Chirac agreed to this raid only because he would be able to quickly raise the level and earn the respect of the company. But he won't be able to last long with small children and this smart guy. Charles understood that one had to be very careful with people like Chirac. But now we need to think about something else because they are actually still in a dangerous rift. Soon it turned out that a new wave of monsters had arrived, and it was time to warm up a bit. Chirac smiled because he realized that this was the perfect moment to deal with their understanding. It looks like this sneaky guy wants to show Charles his true colors. The level 47 killer mantises began to attack the team of adventurers. The Black Steel team was ready to fight. It's the only thing they do well. When Charles saw the level of the monsters, he realized that the deeper they went into the fault, the harder it would be for them. They have met low-level monsters before, but these guys are much stronger than the previous ones. They have powerful paws that are as sharp as a blade and strong bodies, so it's no joke. Although the monsters have no magical skills at all, they compensate for them with their physical superiority. The best way to defeat them is to hit them in the stomach, a blow that only a Barbara can deliver. Charles tried to stop her and tell her that it was dangerous to attack them alone. He asked to give them a chance to prove themselves as well. But this girl never listens to anyone. She took out her axe and ran forward rapidly. She didn't care that she was fighting alone against a pack of monsters. It was something normal for her. She never listens to anyone and gets into dangerous situations. She has always been like that. There is no choice. They will have to fight. Mila should help Barbara, and Charles will attack the mantises from the back. The battle promises to be incredibly exciting, and we will have interesting duels. It's not just monster versus human battles. You have to watch Chirac carefully. He's too unpredictable. He wants to teach Charles a lesson, and he constantly recalls the moment when this young boy disagreed with him. Now let's move on to the training complex and the events that took place before the clearing of this vault. It was commonplace for Shiraki to beat his teammates. No one could stop him because he was too strong. He believes that being a leader is not only a great responsibility, but also a leader must educate his subordinates. He beat them until they admitted all their mistakes and begged for salvation. It was hard for the rest of the team to watch, but no one could stop him. Chirac believes that fear is the best teacher for such fools, and now he wants to show Charles that he can risk his own life for the sake of others. Chirac said he would control the situation in the center, and ordered the others to attack the bugs from the right flank. Hans immediately said that he would obey this order after what happened at the training. He would not dare to disobey his boss. Also, Chirac was constantly looking at Barbara closely, and he was probably uncomfortable with her refusal. She knew that this guy was very strong and fast, but his attacks were too unprepared. But now it's time to fight the monsters, not think about each other, because they are in a dangerous rift. Barbara prepared to go below the monsters one by one, but unexpectedly she was outpaced by Shiraki. He ran around the girl and was the first to attack the monsters, and she was unlikely to like it. The guy turned around and said that it was too dangerous to fight alone, so he decided to cover her, and now she doesn't have to worry. Of course, Barbara responded harshly to him. She called him stupid and ordered him to never get involved in her fight again. In response, Shiraki just smiled, as if he was beginning to understand who this girl was and how to talk to her. Standing in the center of the Shiraki, one can observe the Char and come to the rescue at the right moment, in a figurative sense. Charles, meanwhile, continued to fight dangerous monsters, although they shouldn't pose a serious threat to him. He attacked them in the company of Soap. The girl helped by activating the Ball of Darkness. This distracted the monsters and gave the guy room to maneuver, and it was at such moments that he attacked. Charles jumped on the mantis to cut off its legs, and now we are witnessing an example of great teamwork. First, Charles activated double gravity, a skill he uses most often in battles against monsters. And then we used the fall of a comet, as we know, which is one of the most powerful techniques of the Master of Gravity. Mila saw that Charles was spending too much mana and extraordinary monsters, and needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Charles couldn't trust Shiraki, and Barbara is busy with other bugs, so he doesn't have time to drag out the fight. Monsters kept appearing. Sometimes it seems that these mantises are fearless, at least until their heads are cut off. Charles needs to be careful because Shiraki is constantly watching him, even during a difficult battle. The Charles's attacks were incredibly fast and powerful, and Chirac had never seen anything like them. He shouldn't underestimate this guy. His class gives him incredible mobility during combat. In addition, his fighting skills are also very strong, and if he joined Black Steel, their company would reach a new level. Chirac had long ago organized a special corporate unit of adventurers. Many people might have laughed at his idea, but there was a man who agreed to pay for it if he had a good result in the next mission. If Shiraki successfully completes the raid, he will show his true abilities and earn respect. He won't let Charles take all his glory away. This rift is too important to him. He called Pamela and reminded her that this battle was coming to an end, and he wanted her to do something for him. The boyfriend asked her to wound Charles during the battle, but to make sure to pretend it was an accident. Of course, the girl didn't understand anything yet. She thought the boss had lost his mind. During the battle in the rift, people are most focused on the monsters, so Charles won't realize it was intentional. This is the only way Shiraki will be able to teach this smart guy a lesson, which is why he asks Pamela to do it. It was hard for the girl to believe that she had to fulfill these insidious orders, but she had no choice. Charles, meanwhile, paid no attention to anything and continued his battle with the monsters. He was happy to destroy these pagans and felt that this battle was almost over. Meanwhile, Pamela approached him. She didn't want to do it, but if she didn't follow the order, the boss would kill her. The girl wanted to shoot him in the shoulder to avoid seriously wounding and killing him. At the last moment, Charles felt another adventurer approaching behind him. Pamela activated the laser shot, and if it hits him in the shoulder, it is unlikely that Charles will be able to continue fighting. She was sure that from this distance, this guy would not be able to dodge her attack. No one at the training camp could dodge her laser attacks, so she is absolutely confident in this skill. Charles is in a difficult dilemma. On the one hand, he is attacked by a monster. On the other hand, he is attacked by Pamela. She was sure he couldn't take them both out in one fell swoop. She probably didn't know Charles well. The guy cut off the mantis's head with one swing of his sword. It was incredibly fast, like lightning. After that, he activated shadow chains and imprisoned the girl in them. It was a martial arts masterclass. While Pamela was unable to move, Charles thanked Mila for her help in the battle against the monsters. The girl was furious because they wanted to stab Charles behind his back. She considered it unworthy behavior for an adventurer. She came up to Pamela and said that only real cowards behave like this, who are afraid to attack to the face. Pamela started screaming and said that she was aiming her attack at the monster, did not calculate the power of the laser, and therefore almost injured Charles. Meanwhile, Shiraki realized that no one could be entrusted with such a simple task. Despite their young age, Charles and Mila are incredibly experienced and ready for any situation. Charles told all the adventurers that the battle was not over yet, and they all had to keep their concentration. The monsters were still approaching and attacking. These are not low-level demons, so you have to be careful. Now the mantises began to activate the Ice Needle skill, although they had been fighting without magic from the beginning. If you don't defend yourself skillfully and in time, these icy needles can make a huge hole in you. Pamela was seriously wounded, and it was a big mistake to get so close to the enemy. Chirac ordered Flynn to immediately cure Pamela and also told Hans to help him. Hans could not be distracted because he continued to fight a dangerous monster. But Charles came to his aid in time and saved Hans's life at the last moment. He said that now he will take over the monsters. He will be able to destroy them, so everyone else should help Pamela. This illustrates Charles's characterization well. Even after Pamela tried to hurt him, he still wants to help her. Against his background, Shiraki looks like a real sociopath with a cold heart. They are too different. In the meantime, Flynn managed to get close to Pamela and started the process of help and treatment. It shouldn't take too long. Charles destroyed another monster, earning him 2,000 experience points and leveling him up to the 50th. Barbara also continued to destroy mantises. She was ruthless when fighting monsters. She destroyed them one by one and did not even show any signs of fatigue. It seemed that she could fight like this all day long. Mila said that this girl doesn't need help, but is he sure that she really needs to be saved? They risked their own lives because of the mistakes of others and Pamela's inattention, and it could have ended badly. If they had been distracted and lost concentration for even a second, Charles could have been seriously injured. Shiraki came up to them and started laughing, saying that there was another misunderstanding, that Pamela didn't mean to hurt Charles. The guy replied that he didn't need these fake apologies, because he understood that all the team members listened to the Shiraki carefully during the battle. So Pamela would never in her life have made a similar mistake under such tight control from a leader. But Charles will realize that they are not to blame. They are all under the control of the boss. But you can't turn a blind eye to this all the time. Even if Charles tries to report the incident to the guild, it will be very difficult to prove that it was not an accident. Therefore, Charles has no other choice, although someone may get hurt because of such pranks. Pamela is very lucky that she was not seriously injured, but this cannot go on. They have a boss fight ahead of them, but Charles has spent almost all his mana due to the mistakes of other adventurers. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, he wants to complete the study of the fault right now. Barbara came up to them and said that she was tired of both of them. She wanted them to fight elsewhere. Barbara said that she would not leave this rift until she defeated her boss. She did not know that Charles came here just for her. The barbarian has a very difficult personality. She's almost crazy, but it would be wrong to leave her here alone. The girl said that everyone around her was just getting in her way and that she could easily defeat the boss on her own. Suddenly, Charles said a phrase that changed this dialogue. Barbara doesn't work in the team because her friend once died because of her. The girl immediately changed her face, drew her sword, and swung to cut off Charles's head. At the last moment, the girl stopped her blade and asked Charles how he knew about it. She was very angry, and at such moments it is better not to joke with her, although it is better not to joke with her at all. She said that if he wanted to finish the investigation, no one was stopping him. But she's not going to stop and will definitely continue on her way to the boss. Everyone around her is just getting in her way. Chirac realized that he could not allow her to leave the group in such a difficult situation. In past timelines, Charles learned about this through the words of his comrades with whom he went on raids. He always thought it was just a rumor, but now, step by step, everything is falling into place. Charles looked at Mill and said that he had to follow Barbara. It was his personal destiny in this rift. If he lets her go off on her own to fight the boss, her story from her past life could repeat itself. But it wasn't so simple. Charles was approached by Shiraki and stopped him. "Is a new battle waiting for us?" He explained that they should not be separated in such a situation, and reminded them that Pamela would not be able to fight anymore. They must all stick together, and if Barbara and Charles leave, the raid will automatically fail. There was indeed logic in these words, Charles thought, and did not know what to say. If the Shirakis can convince the boy to stay, they will be able to continue cleaning up the fault. Chirac cannot come back from this rift without a victory. There is too much at stake for him. So he once again reminded her that she could not continue to fight. She urgently needed to be escorted to a safe place. This battle with the mantises took a lot of her health. She will remain alive, but she will not be able to fight yet. If Mila, Charles, and Barbara leave, this raid will automatically end. Chirac cannot allow this to happen. If he returns without a victory, he will not receive important funding. So he tried his best to convince Charles to stay, and reminded him that Barbara had made a personal decision. You can understand why Charles is worried, but if the girl decides to move on without them, that's her problem. Now they need to forget about Barbara and stick together for their personal safety. Charles said he didn't want to hear words about security after Chirac ordered Pamela to attack him. The boss replied that it was a simple misunderstanding, and if Charles didn't want to deal with him, maybe he would at least agree to a good deal. He promised to pay each of them $200,000 if they agreed to continue cleaning the fault together. So far, Charles hadn't said anything, although he realized that there was a lot of money at stake. Charles must have realized long ago that Chirac needs to clean up this rift at any cost, and he will do everything possible to do so. He said that Charles and Barbara had not met until today, so there was no point in taking such a risk when there was an opportunity to make easy money. Hans believed that the bosses were out of money, but if they could clean up the fault, the company would receive additional funding. If he can prove that his team is capable of handling such difficult tasks, his project will receive a lot of money. After that, he will have not only money, but also power, and it's hard to give up this dream. Being literally one step away from the target, he cannot turn around and go back because he has gone too far. Chirac believes that everyone can be bought, especially young and poor adventurers who always need money. He said that Charles had incredible skills, and he would be happy to work together after the fault was cleared. With his connections and skills, Charles, they can stand atop a powerful corporation. Charles may have money and power, but he refuses because he doesn't want to work with a guy like Chirac. He asked me not to stop him and said he was going to find Barbara before it was too late. He reminded the rest of the team to accompany Pamela to the exit, as she had to go to the hospital. Chirac approached Charles once more, and it seemed to him that the boy did not hear him, or did not realize that $200,000 was at stake. If it's too small a sum for Charles, then Chirac can pay several times more. The main thing is the result. Unlike him, Charles became an adventurer to help people. He is not very interested in money, power, and connections. His answer did not change. He refused the offer and asked not to waste his time. It was hard for Chirac to accept the rejection. He was not used to giving up easily, and decided to move on to Plan B. He asked Charles to leave at least a soap so they could clean up with her. If Charles wants to save Barbara, even though she hasn't asked for it, he can do it. But as a leader, Chirac cannot allow Mila to leave, because if she is let go, she will be in great danger. Charles looked around very unhappy. He realized that this guy was too cunning. Chirac said that he had to be a good leader. As the head of Black Steel, he was responsible for the safety of every member of the team. Even Mila has already realized that it's all nonsense. He doesn't care about her at all. He just wants to delay Charles. He asked the guy what his current level was, and Charles replied that he was at the 50th level. Chirac replied that this coincidence is quite interesting, because now he is at the same level. He suggested that Charles make a bet and fight for the right to lead the team. The loser will have to obey all the orders of the winner until the end of this raid. Hans was surprised by his boss's suggestion. Fighting inside high-ranking faults is very dangerous, but no one could stop Shiraki. If this guy wants something very badly, he will certainly do everything to win. He said that there was a conflict between team members, and to stop it, they needed to deal with the hierarchy in the group once and for all. Mila thought that she had never seen such a fool. If they fought in the rift before the boss, they would only waste their mana. She was very surprised when Charles agreed. Although no one forced him to do so, he could have easily followed Barbara. But the guy decided to end this problem forever so that no one would bother him anymore. Hans has never met a man who could beat his boss, but this young fool with a very rare class is something interesting. Whoever wins, both will suffer greatly in this battle, and both sides realize this. Unlikely that Chirac was going to fight fairly. He called for Hans and Flynn and ordered them to help him. The two guys immediately activated their powers. Hans used super strength and Flynn activated super speed. Also, later they used iron skin and magic augmentation, which are quite rare and powerful skills. It was as if this energy began to flow into Shiraki's body. He smiled and immediately became more confident. It was a wonderful feeling of power, a power that can destroy even the strongest enemy. Now Shiraki smiled and said it was time to start their fair fight. This made Mila angry. She started shouting at the guy and said that this fight could no longer be called fair. He forced his subordinates to use their abilities to enhance their own characteristics. All of this was done to save his own mana for the battle against the charisma, and this cannot be called an honest way. At the beginning, the Shikar had 42 points of magic, but thanks to the enhancement, its magical and physical parameters doubled. Now he completely outclasses Charles in key components, and suggested that the guy accept defeat before it's too late. Even though they have the same levels, it's not wise to go into battle with a Shiraki after you've been strengthened, because you'll have to spend too much mana to win. Fear binds the human mind, and Shirakis understand and manipulate people through fear. He demonstratively forced him to strengthen his characteristics, and suggested that he surrender before it was too late. His classic methods. Charles decided to say a few words as well, and reminded us that a Shikari can do nothing without the help of others. Charles reminded him that he was in too much of a hurry, so he had to finish this fair duel quickly. Now Shiraki is also furious. These words have offended him, and he is prepared for a fierce battle. Hans didn't understand what Charles was thinking, and before his eyes, his boss had strengthened his characteristics in every possible way. But the guy wasn't scared at all. After such an upgrade, Shiraki should easily win. Charles will not be able to withstand these attacks. Shiraki belongs to the Paladin class, which is the ideal class for a leader, and that's why he chose it. Paladins have a good attack base, high defense, and can cast magic, but to be honest, Shiraki are not suited to this class at all. The boss did not believe that the guy would be able to beat him, but after the performance enhancement, his confidence in his abilities increased significantly. He thought it would be foolish to agree to this battle because he was too clearly the favorite. Charles asked him to shut up and start fighting. If he didn't hurry, all his improvements would stop working. It's always a pleasure to hear this young adventurer put arrogant pundits in their place. Shiraki called the guy an arrogant fool and started his attack, and finally the fight began. It should be noted that the chef was quite fast. Even Mila was surprised. He instantly closed in on the Charles and prepared to strike with his sword. There was an explosion of aura. It was quite powerful, and it is not yet clear what it led to. Soon the fog cleared, and everyone saw that Charles was still alive, so he was able to successfully defend himself. Hans looked at Mila and assured her that Charles would not be able to last even 2 minutes in a battle against the boss. He said that even without reinforcement, the boss is too strong, and everyone at Chornea Stahl knows it. Hans is confident that with these enhanced characteristics, the only one who can defeat the boss is the Rift boss. It was a pleasure to watch this battle of the Titans. All that was missing was popcorn and Coca-Cola. Charles has a very mobile class, and with the help of gravity, he will be able to dodge and stop Shiraki's attacks in time. At least Mila wanted to believe that. She was very worried and praying for her friend. The boss has already noticed that his opponent has so far successfully dodged all his attacks, which is not something everyone can do. Charles must have decided to dodge to wait for the moment when all the Chirac tightening is over. The chief assured me that as soon as his strength decreased, his team members would help him again. Therefore, Chirac is absolutely sure that Charles will not be able to defeat a well-organized team on his own. Strength comes in numbers, and the boss realized this when he was just a schoolboy. He had always been a gifted child, could devote little time to his studies and sports training, and still remain the best. When others saw such a perfect guy, they began to envy his talent. Once these fools got together and beat him badly after school. They laughed at Shiraki and said that he was too weak to even beat ordinary school children. although if they fought one-on-one, none of them would have been able to defeat Shiraki. At that moment, he realized that a man cannot defeat a crowd, and he began to study human psychology. He decided to become an adventurer and recruit a team, but realized that to make a lot of money, he needed to go into business. It was then that he joined the Black Steel Corporation, and now his task is to create a new generation of corporate adventurers. So no matter how hard Charles tried to dodge and run, it would still end in one blow. Charles always remained calm, even when he was looking into the eyes of death. He said that Shiraki talks too much and activated double gravity, a classic. The boss did not expect this at all, and he immediately felt severe pain in his abdomen and ribs. The guy doesn't understand what just happened, and he couldn't understand why he was in so much pain either. Charles replied that it was only a blow with the back of the sword. If he had struck for real, Shiraki would have been dead long ago. Hans couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed absolutely impossible, because they had reinforced the chief as much as possible before the battle. Shiraki also could not understand how Charles was able to attack him. Perhaps it was some kind of forbidding magic? Charles explained that the chef's body was not adapted to such a large number of reinforcements. Even though he became stronger and faster, it was of no use, because his body could not cope with so much force. Charles gave him a chance to attack, so that he could see for himself that even though he had gotten stronger, he was still a weakling. So the boss was weak from the start, and Charles realized it before the first punch. Hans only now realized that they had not helped his boss at all. They had only made him weaker. Chirac smiled and admitted that he had lost concentration, but assured me that this would not happen again. He got angry and said that Charles should have attacked him with the blade of his sword, but now he missed his chance. The chief realized that he had to win this fight, otherwise he would not show his strength to others. No matter how much he tries to weaken Charles's resolve, this young man still remains very calm and confident. Chirac began to succumb to emotions, and that is why he may lose now. There are 3 minutes left until the end of the activation of the enhanced characteristics, and he must win in that time. He relies on the magic of the paladin and the strength of his teammates. But will it be enough to defeat Charles? Charles said that he forgot to remind him that Shiraki may no longer ask his subordinates for help. Because it's pointless, from now on, Charles will no longer allow him to even hit him. Shiraki had never encountered such insolence before, and he became even more enraged and prepared for battle. It was the turn to observe the thoughts of Flynn. This guy is always in the shadows, but he is also interesting. It's the first time he's seen his boss lose to someone, even with all the characterization enhancements. After the transfer of power from the team members, Shiraki, on the contrary, became slow. But you can't win such a battle by force alone. However, the enhancements apply not only to his physical strength and speed, but also to his magic. Chirac remembered that he could use magic and decided to put all his strength into one precise strike. He activated the Divine Punishment skill and prepared to send Charles to the next world. This is the most powerful spell of the boss, but you also need to remember that it takes a lot of mana. Charles could have used gravity reduction to dodge this blow, but he doesn't want to expend any extra energy on this fight. He decided to adjust his plan a bit and activated double gravity. He also used the monster's tooth as a shield to repel the attack of divine punishment. Shiraki was not taught such tricks in his guild. It's a real old school from the past timeline. Shiraki magic is not so dangerous that you can dodge it with the help of gravity. The leader of the Black Steel team lost his mind in rage and ordered Charles to fight for life and death. It's time to use one of your favorite tricks, using gravity to get behind your opponent's back. Charles loved doing this almost as much as he loved using the comet falling skill. He activated dual gravity and approached his opponent almost at lightning speed. No, he didn't cut off his head or even inflict a serious wound. Charles just touched him with his finger. But strangely enough, this was enough to give Chirac a severe headache. He couldn't understand what this guy had done to him. To be honest, it was a rather strange technique. The human body is very sensitive to any changes in space, and Charles took advantage of this. It is enough to slightly change the gravity of his body to make him completely lose his orientation in space. Chirac could not understand why this kid was so strong. Was he the son of Zeus? Now the boss must finally realize that there is no point in continuing this battle. His comrades strengthened all possible characteristics of his, but even this did not help. Charles was able to win over the crowd, so the truth by which Chirac lived cannot work anymore. Hans looked at this impudent guy and could not understand anything. It all seemed like a joke. All of them are now at about the same level, rank B, but this guy is head and shoulders above the rest. There are people whom life teaches nothing at all, and Shiraki is one of them. He couldn't accept his advice and felt he had to be a leader and show the company what he was worth. He must have completely forgotten that his time had come to an end. 3 minutes had passed. Upon hearing this, the Shiraki immediately fell to the floor, and many of its characteristics were immediately halved. All I had to do was touch him with the back of my sword to end the battle. Only now he is beginning to realize that he really lost this battle, and it is probably hard for him to accept it. Even with doubled characteristics, he could not defeat this young adventurer, which says something. Basic amplification magic lasts about 500 seconds, so his defeat was inevitable. Thus, the fight, which promised to be incredibly spectacular, turned into a beating without intrigue. Charles has even calculated such small nuances, so it's time for a change, and he will now be the leader of this group. He ordered all the team members to take a break, and as soon as their strength was restored, they should all leave the rift. Because of the selfish desires of the past leader, Charles lost too much to have. Given that the rest of the team will no longer be fighting monsters, it will be right to take their mother for yourself. Mila had already fallen in love with the process, although this was not Charles's plan, but he decided not to interfere. The process of drawing mana was started, and Shiraki was the first to give his strength, rightly so. This duel took too much time, and now they have to catch up with Barbara. Charles and Mila prepared to go in search of her, but were stopped. It was that fool again. He reminded me that Charles could take black steel to a whole new level. But the guy reminded him that he became an adventurer not for money or fame. In past timelines, he hasn't met corporate adventurers made of black steel. Chirac does not need comrades, but tools, although a group without trust between its members is doomed to disintegrate. With this approach, the boss will never be able to achieve his dream. He must recognize this and change his strategy. It is always difficult to accept personal mistakes. It is always difficult to listen to the advice of others, but this is the only way to progress. Charles is a kind enough person to let the other team members go and show them the way home. Although after all they've done, these bastards don't deserve the same treatment. But Charles believes that even bad people deserve a second chance. He wanted them to return home healthy, and all these thoughts reminded him of the events of the past timeline. Then their team lost a lot of strength and was incredibly tired. Everyone wanted to go home. But time said they had gone too far and could not return. He had mana left and wanted to defeat the Rift boss. He was also incredibly ambitious in his youth and did not think that the opinion of each team member was important. He thought that there was only a group leader and everyone else had to do whatever he wanted. He thought only about the result, and perhaps that's why he and his former comrades quickly parted ways. Mila listened attentively to this story. As a young adventurer, she must learn from the mistakes of past generations. The girl smiled and said that all this was in the past. The main thing was that Charles had become a completely different person now. Charles reminded him that at the first stage of the fault, the boss was just starting to evolve, so Barbara shouldn't have been badly hurt. But we still need to speed up and find her. We need to stop her fight before it's too late. Barbara went even deeper into the middle of the fault, which was a completely different level. Although this girl is not afraid of anything, she will have to fight against real high-ranking demons, and this is really dangerous. Now Barbara is at level 46, and she has met many raid bosses in higher levels. But what awaits her now is something probably dangerous and powerful. A Poison Blade Rift boss appeared in front of the girl. This monster is called the Cursed Queen, level 80. Meanwhile, Charles continued to follow Barbara's trail, and they were getting closer to their goal. There were many magical fragments along the way. These fragments fall out of local monsters after they are killed. So Barbara followed this path, but it is unclear why she did not take the magical fragments with her. Magic shards are stones that hold a monster's mana, and they are very valuable even now. In 10 years, they will become the most environmentally friendly energy sources, although even now they can be sold in the guild for a large reward. Although knowing Barbara, she was never interested in money, so she probably did not take the stones with her. Mila was interested in the story of how Barbara lost her friend, a story Charles had heard from other adventurers. He didn't expect it to be true, but according to rumors, in her first year as an adventurer, Barbara lost her close friend while clearing a fault. That is why she is now working exclusively alone. It is not difficult to understand. Judging by her reaction, she still blames herself for that situation. It still hurts her to remember it. Mila didn't understand why Charles kept all this information about Barbara. He explained that he wanted to get closer to this girl, and therefore tried to find out more information about her. Barbara saved his life, so it's no wonder he wanted to know more about her. But now Mila was scared for some reason. She probably thought that Charles was in love with Barbara. Meanwhile, they were able to realize that Barbara had entered the deepest part of the vault. That's where the vault boss lives, so if they want to save her, they need to speed up. They were absolutely right. It was at these moments that Barbara met a huge monster. It turned out to be much more powerful than she expected, and she could probably use some outside help right now. This monster is not going to wait for someone to come to her aid. It is going to eat her alive right now. Of course, first you have to dodge his attacks, because it will be difficult to fight him without your head. She immediately felt his incredible strength and speed, which is exactly what you would expect from a level 80 Rift boss. There are no other monsters around, so this means that the boss will start the evolution process very soon. Mila realized that she could not defeat him, and she had to run away and tell everyone about the danger. But if she starts to run away, the boss may chase her, and then the rest of the team members risk dying as well. That's why she goes to the rifts alone, because she doesn't want anyone to die again because of her. If they can't escape, they will have to fight, although in this case, Barbara is almost guaranteed to die. Although her class unleashes its full power only one step before death, it can help to level the playing field and try to win. Suddenly she heard a voice that was very familiar to her. It was a girl. She asked Barbara if they were going to meet soon. It was the same girl who died a few years ago. A very difficult memory for Barbara. Now is not the time to cry and doubt. We need to focus on the battle and try to win. The Rift boss was already approaching her. This guy likes to eat young, beautiful girls. The cursed queen began to attack with poisonous larvae. Even by the name of this technique, how disgusting it is. At first, Barbara wasn't surprised. An attack by 4 poisonous larvae is much less than you'd expect from a Rift boss. Now he should be defenseless and can be successfully attacked. As soon as Barbara sensed an opportunity for an attack, she immediately realized that this was her chance. But at the last moment, the Rift boss disappeared. This monster only specializes in attacking, but how then could he dodge so easily? He quickly found himself a few meters away from the girl, and it would be difficult to catch up with him at this speed. It seems that this monster is openly playing with Barbara, stalling for time to complete its evolution. The girl was angry and called him a coward, and if he was the real boss of the Rift, he should fight her with dignity one-on-one. It is on the attack again. There is no choice. We cannot wait until its evolution is complete. The boss felt quite comfortable. He realized that he was at home and was fighting only one opponent. Barbara didn't know what fear was. She always attacked skillfully and didn't stop until she killed her opponent. Now she was ready to show him her true power and activated a bloody lunge. This skill of her class helps to retrain life force into a powerful chopping attack. Yes, it takes a lot of mana, but in return you get a really powerful weapon to fight any enemy. The girl approached the Rift boss and told him that he would not be able to kill her easily. Barbara spent a lot of mana, but still can't break through the monster's defense. This bastard is like a real wall. Even though his strong point is offense, he also knows how to defend himself. For now, it's time to defend for Barbara. She still has the energy for a few powerful attacks. But what happens if she fails? The demon started attacking. He feels his opponent's weakness well and wants to press on it. She began to think that he had become even faster. Was the process of evolution developing so rapidly? Barbara had time to use her sword to defend herself, but the blow still pierced her armor. She missed a powerful punch in the stomach and started coughing up blood, an unpleasant situation. If it does not change its position, it will soon become a tasty lunch for this large predator. But judging by her reaction to the missed shot, she spent too much energy, and now it will be difficult for her to attack. She is in incredible pain and cannot move her arm or leg normally. She began to feel like she was losing consciousness, and to be honest, it's a wonder she's still alive, given the difference in their levels. It is unclear why this monster has not yet cut off her head, although he has the opportunity to do so. In the moments before death, one's whole life usually passes before one's eyes in a few seconds. Barbara recalled an interesting moment from her childhood, a gloomy, rainy day many years ago. She secretly followed the 3 men, and she was not distracted by the bad weather at all. Suddenly, one guy noticed her and started shouting. He explained that she shouldn't be here because there were many monsters around. He said that it was too dangerous here now, and that it was better to find a safe place to hide. At first, Barbara didn't say anything. This guy even thought she was shocked because of her fear of monsters. But a few seconds later, she said she wanted to enter the house and didn't pay any attention to this guy at all. He tried to stop her and started shouting, but a girl like Barbara is hardly a man to stop. It was her house, and he asked her not to look, but she didn't listen. She was thinking about her father and mother, and when she went inside, she finally saw them. It was a difficult memory. It was the day she became an orphan. These vile monsters always take away the most precious things from her. At that moment, strange things began to happen around her, as if some kind of dark aura appeared. The monster was getting ready to strike the last blow. He was tired of playing with this girl. He tried to do it, but it was as if he passed through her, which was quite strange, because at that moment it was easy for her to finish him off. As it turned out, this is the Reaper's last wish. The skill activates when mana is reduced to 10% or lower. This skill can be used as long as Barbara has mana left. It increases the attack power and removes all weaknesses. She hates these damn monsters with all her heart, so their battle is not over yet. Even if this monster can restore its strength with the help of racial skills, it cannot restore limbs. Barbara is going to tear off all his damn paws, and then we'll see who is the strongest. The battle continued, and the girl went on the attack. She felt like she had a second wind, but the demon was able to defend against her attack, and the Reaper's last wish quickly takes away the rest of his mana. That's why you can't stop. You have to put all your strength and skills into the attack until you run out of mana. The Rift boss started activating the poisonous larvae again. He felt that he had to seize the initiative. This time, its attacks have become much more powerful and faster, and it is immediately clear that the process of evolution is not stopping. There were too many attacks. Barbara could dodge at the very beginning, but it became harder to do over time. It was difficult for her to dodge repeated attacks, but as long as she had mana left, she would fight until her last breath. With burning eyes, she began to attack the beetle, which had probably never seen such furious opponents. The girl wanted to get at least a minimal victory, and breaking his blade would be a success. Soon it succeeded in doing so, which could help curb its attack potential. But suddenly Barbara began to feel her body stop obeying her. Strange sensations. Soon she realized that her mana supply had probably run out, and now it was really over. She fell to the ground and lay defenseless in the face of her death, history repeating itself. Will she really die just like that? Will Charles not be able to change history, even though he really wanted to? At that moment, she remembered the past again, remembered the trip with that girl who had died many years ago. Her name was Lisa. She was very tired and asked to rest for at least 10 minutes. Barbara explained that the monsters don't care if you are tired or not, and if the Lisa can't withstand the pressure of the fault, then next time Barbara will go without it. She didn't understand why Lisa was always following her. She thought it was just an extra burden. Lisa caught up with her and told her that she was the reason she died, and she didn't understand why Barbara was still alive. She approached her, took her by the neck, and asked when they would finally meet again. Lying on the ground, Barbara told Lisa not to worry. They would see each other again soon. The monster is about to strike a decisive blow. This story is really scary. But suddenly the monster realized that he could not move. It was very similar to activating the Shadow Chain skill. And so it was. Mila grabbed the damn demon and held it back with her magic. Charles immediately thanked her for her help. He was already with Barbara. This guy will always come to your aid, even at a critical moment, even when it seems like everything is over. He dealt a serious blow to the monster with his magic, which should delay it for a while. Charles immediately approached Barbara to help her and move her to a safe place. He realized that she was still alive, but had lost a lot of mana and needed help. They came just in time and managed to save Barbara. But the main battle is still ahead. Things are not going well. Barbara has almost no strength and health left. Her body is very weak now. If she is not taken to a doctor immediately, she will die, but the Fault Boss is standing in the way. At first they manage to hide, but soon this demon will find them, so it won't be easy. The Rift Boss is very strong, even without evolution, and now he's standing near the only way out of the cave. He's not only strong, but he's also very smart, so now we won't be able to get away unnoticed. Barbara woke up and asked Charles why they had come for her at all. Even the three of them could not win. That's why Charles didn't want to fight the boss, because it was too dangerous. They were able to save Barbara, but she can no longer fight, and the difference in levels between Charles and the monster is too great. Mila is on a completely different level, so she has almost no chance of winning. The peculiarity of this monster is its high defense and speed, and in the current situation it is almost impossible to defeat it. Charles said he would distract the boss and give Mila and Barbara a chance to escape, but Barbara asked him to keep his heroism to himself. She had been a loner all her life, and she would die as such. When she chose this path, she was ready for such an ending to her story, but now she wants to keep her pride and die with dignity. Despite all her injuries, she has not lost her determination, but the pain of her past does not allow her to accept the help of others. The girl did not want anyone else to die because of her weakness, and Charles allowed her to stay in the rift. But there is one caveat. He said that they would also stay and defeat the monster with her. Mila replied that they could not defeat the boss. Barbara was badly injured, and the two of them were too weak for this demon. Charles asked her to use mana transfer, which will help Barbara for a while. Mila can restore her mana, but Barbara has almost no health left, and it takes time to use this skill. Charles realized that the moment of decisive action had come. He said that he would buy time for the girls and went to fight the boss alone. Barbara thought it was a real suicide. She knew what she was talking about because she had personally fought this monster and knew how strong it was. But Charles knows much more than she can imagine, so he asked her not to worry and assured her that he had a plan. The poisonous larvae skill has been activated again, and now the guy will experience this nasty attack on his own body. The girls realized that Charles was unstoppable, so they had to try to do everything he asked. This nasty beetle kept screaming at the top of its lungs, and it was time to silence it. Charles came to him and said he was ready to fight. This guy is fearless. Not only was he ready to fight the Rift boss, but he gave him the opportunity to attack first. At this time, the mana transfer was activated. This should return the barbarian to normal. The girl was very worried about Charles and said that he completely underestimated the boss. This monster is stronger than it seems. Barbara is sure that time will not be able to defeat him one-on-one. He is literally heading for 100% death. Charles has repeatedly shown that the word impossible does not exist for him. He does not care about the laws of physics because he is a master of gravity. The battle with the Rift boss has begun, and now we will see if this young adventurer's fairy tale will continue. The monster immediately demonstrated its intelligence, trying to corner Charles like a professional boxer. Charles was forced to activate reverse gravity to protect the world from this villain's attacks. Though it was not easy, he managed to dodge it, skillfully using gravity. In a few seconds, Charles was on the head of this inglorious bastard. What a start! Now Barbara realizes that she has underestimated not only the Fault Boss, but also this young adventurer. Somehow he was able to strike the damn queen, and to do it to a level 80 boss is some kind of fantasy. Charles is a predator of a completely different level. He sees through the Rift boss. Now he is showing her what a former S-class adventurer is like, a different level of thinking and fighting skills. The monster immediately began to scream in pain throughout the cave, and no one could hurt it. But now he will feel that he also belongs to mortals, and fear will begin to creep into his head. Now, because he is very determined, he looks focused and attentive to all the details. Barbara has no idea how much he has been waiting to meet her since that day. He not only dreamed about it, but also thought through all the options in his head, options for destroying this monster. It was this horrible scoundrel who took Barbara away from him in the last timeline, and he must pay for it with his own life today. Revenge is a dish served cold, and that's exactly how Charles is going to take revenge, calmly, deliberately, in cold blood. It seems that the level 80 boss did not surprise Charles at all. He expected much more resistance from this bastard. Mila believed that Charles would be able to defeat the monster, but Barbara said it was impossible. She admitted that Charles was really strong, but because of the great difference in levels, his blows did not do enough damage to the cursed queen. He will run out of mana before he can kill this boss. But nevertheless, he was able to rivet Barbara's attention to his person, and she became truly interested in him. He deliberately forced Mill to give her mana so that Barbara could fight with him. What does it all mean? If Barbara starts to fight, it is not a given that she will be able to survive after activating her skills. Charles, meanwhile, felt great. He had been waiting too long for the moment of revenge for the death of his girlfriend. He asked the queen to have fun with him, and in response, she activated the poisonous larvae again. But then something strange began to happen to the monster, something no one had ever seen before. It seems that this Rift boss recognizes the threat in Charles, although they have a giant difference in levels. The guy said that he expected more than poisonous larvae. He waited too long to be deterred by such a weak attack. Barbara did not understand why this fool did not run away. He was taking too many risks and playing a dangerous game. All of them underestimate Charles too much when he fights, and probably only Mila always believes in him because she knows what he is capable of. She knows that he is capable of causing a real disaster for any Rift boss. There is no law for this guy. He remembers the battle with the cursed queen that took place 10 years ago as if it were yesterday. The memories of that day give him strength today. He is incredibly focused and extremely determined. The Rift boss keeps attacking and trying to cut off the guy's head, but so far it hasn't worked. Charles skillfully activates his gravity skills at the right moments and avoids danger. Not only does he skillfully dodge the opponent's attacks, but he also instantly counterattacks at the right time. Now Barbara could not believe that this young man was an adventurer of the rank of B. Even though Charles was able to damage the creature, it's still not enough, and something more is needed to win. The cursed queen is too strong. No matter how much he beats her, she still regains her health with the help of magic. To win, you need one precise shot, and only Barbara can do it. She must go and help him before Charles dies, but her mana is still not fully restored. Mila started to stop the girl and said that she was not healthy enough to fight. But as I said, no one can stop this girl. The Reaper's last wish has been activated again. This is a unique skill in her class, allowing you to use the body's resources instead of health to the maximum. Charles deliberately asked his partner to restore Barbara's mana, all so that she could start fighting again. The girl is now absolutely sure that this time she will not lose. It's time for revenge. She had flashbacks again, and Lisa said that when Barbara relies on someone, they always die. Lisa asked the girl if she was sure it was the right decision. Barbara apologized to her and said that she could not ignore the determination of this young man. He risks his own life for the sake of others, and this is respected not only in the world of adventurers. Charles continued his battle with the monster. Probably deep down he was sure that Barbara would soon join him. Suddenly he saw the monster being attacked by two forces at the same time, a ball of darkness and a buggy sword. Barbara approached him and asked if he really knew about her abilities and deliberately asked the meal to restore her mana. Charles replied that only with the Reaper's last wish skill could they kill the cursed queen. Barbara was scared. She had already tried to kill the monster with this technique, but it didn't work. The Rift boss was able to dodge and almost killed her, and that was just recently. Charles asked the girl to calm down and believe him. He promised that they could kill the monster in 5 seconds. These words seemed absolutely absurd. You can do a lot in 5 seconds, but you can hardly kill the Rift boss. But there was no time for distrust. Only general cooperation would help us get out of the rift alive. Barbara saw a monster attacking her. She was scared and realized that she would not be able to dodge it. But suddenly she felt Charles's hand on her shoulder, and her heart immediately began to beat more calmly. He not only grabbed her, but also activated reduced gravity with her to escape the monster's attack. There was a huge explosion, and Mila was immediately afraid that her friends might have died. But all was well. With the help of reduced gravity, Charles and Barbara successfully defended themselves from the boss's attack. Barbara was amazed that this guy risked his own life to save her. No one had ever done that for her before. Now that the girl has been rescued, Charles can continue the battle with the monster and finally kill it. He asked Mill to help him and activate the shadow chains, and it was done almost immediately. The monster couldn't move normally and use his weapon, which is the perfect moment to attack him with a sword. Barbara watched this battle and recalled her personal duel with the Rift boss. Charles activated the Comet's Fall, and if anything can destroy this demon, it's a technique like this. But Barbara knew that she was the only one who could take down this boss, so she needed Charles and Mila's help. To win, she needs to use her full potential, and after Mila added mana to her supply, it is possible to do so. She concentrated and prepared for her decisive battle. She will either die or become a legend. To use this skill, you need to gain maximum speed, which is the only way to deliver a powerful blow. Also, you should not allow other monsters to attack yourself at the moment of impact, as this can dissipate energy. Seeing that Barbara was ready for a decisive attack, Charles told her that everything would work out. She approached the monster and activated the skill of bloody revenge, and a snake spirit was formed near her. There was a loud and large explosion comparable to an atomic bomb. At first it seemed that the cursed queen was dead, and Barbara, though injured, remained alive. The girl had spent almost all her strength and could not move at all. She needed time to recover her energy. It is not yet clear whether they were able to kill the Rift boss, but at first glance it seems that everything worked out. But at the last moment it became clear that this demon was still alive, because the cursed queen opened her eyes. The boss Rift has a special talent of mine, pretending to be dead for a while to distract the enemies. As soon as its opponents lose concentration, it releases a poisonous sting that instantly kills the victim. The poisonous sting was released, and this time, when the team of adventurers noticed it, this deadly weapon was already approaching them. The cursed queen chose Barbara as her victim, and the girl asked herself if she would die soon. At the moment when it seemed that there was no escape from death, it turned out that you could protect yourself from death. Charles shielded Barbara with his body. He risked his life for her, and now he is trying to redirect the trajectory of the sting. This can only be done with the help of reduced gravity, but it is not yet clear whether it will work. Charles drew his sword and touched it to the cursed queen's weapon, filigree precision. He looked like a real samurai. Will he escape all the troubles and save his friends? The cursed queen saw this and immediately widened her eyes in fear. She could not even think that this was possible. At that moment, Charles remembered the situation in this rift in his past life. It was with this poisonous sting that the cursed queen killed Barbara, and this is how she took his friend from Charles. But now the story will change. Charles already knows the future, so he knows what to do. He activated all his mana and gravity skills to protect his friends. He realizes that he has to put an end to this, and in order to do so, he must kill this demon. He activated the Grant skill and destroyed the monster. Now Charles is at level 58. He has gained 30,000 experience points and 28 skill points. It looks like they really won and killed the cursed queen. It wasn't easy, and now it's time to rest. Charles was pleased, although as usual he did not show it on his face. Despite the difference in levels with the monster, none of them died, which is the main achievement now. Barbara's death greatly affected him in his past life, and it was because of her death that he decided to become a high-ranking adventurer. But now he has saved her, and she still can't believe that she was able to survive in this hell. She looked at Charles and saw that the spirit of Lisa was standing next to him. This girl is always there in times of death and danger. Lisa asked Barbara why she was able to survive and why she didn't come to her. Lisa constantly dreams about her in nightmares and comes to her in times of danger. This girl always calls her to her. Barbara can't live with the thoughts of her anymore, and she has to let go of these emotions, or they will kill her from the inside. Barbara's head hurt so badly that she fell to the ground, and Mila immediately ran over to help her. Barbara replied that she was fine, but looking at Charles, she remembered an unpleasant person. So far, it was unclear why Lisa was associated with Charles, but perhaps this will become clear later. Barbara is sure that Lisa hates her because she has literally destroyed her entire life. In these nightmares, Lisa constantly scares her and asks her to meet her as soon as possible. It is because of what happened to this girl that Barbara cannot join other groups and constantly risks herself. Even in the past timeline, she behaved the same way. Barbara hates herself, and being an adventurer is looking for a way to get out of life. Charles decided to approach this girl and talk to her about her problems, at least to try to help. He said that if this girl really hated Barbara, she would not have risked her own life to save her. Barbara was very surprised that Charles had decided to start this conversation. It seemed that she needed such words. Charles heard the story that Lisa died as a result of clearing the fault, and Barbara survived only because Lisa saved her. Charles said that it's easy to hate yourself, but you have to face the truth. Barbara survived for a reason. Mila asked Charles to be more careful with his words, not to be so rude to Barbara's feelings. All these conversations reminded Barbara of the past, of the very moments when her journey as an adventurer was just beginning. It was at school. She decided to leave the school, and Lisa found out about it and decided to talk to her. Barbara told her that every year the number of faults only increases. Because of these monsters, she has no one left, although she is paid money as a victim, but this money is not enough to study at the university. That's why she decided to leave school and start the path of an adventurer, because it doesn't require a university degree. Barbara won't be able to go to university because she doesn't have the money, so there's no point in staying at school. Lisa replied that she would also become an adventurer and have her friends back. Barbara was very surprised by such frankness of her and her friend. She did not expect such words. Many years passed and they both became professional adventurers, and that day came. Lisa said that it was very dangerous in the rift and that it was better to return. But Barbara replied that Lisa was not cut out for this work. Barbara said that next time she would go alone and not take anyone with her, at which point Lisa took her hand. She asked her friend not to say such words. She is not alone in this world, and Lisa wants to be always there for her. After that, the problems in the vault began. Lisa was seriously injured and had to be rushed to the hospital. Barbara carried her in her arms and begged her not to lose consciousness, to stay in the hospital for a while. But even at this critical moment, Lisa continued to think only about Barbara and her health. That is why Barbara still believes that Lisa must hate her. But I explained to her that she could not know the thoughts of the dead, that she should never even think about it, even to preserve her own peace of mind. She risked her own life to save her friend, and Barbara continues to take risks, hate herself, and seek death. It is unlikely that Lisa wanted all of this, and it is unlikely that anyone will be upset if Barbara dies in a battle with monsters. Charles is sure that Lisa wanted the best for her friend, which is why she risked her own life for her. All these frank words made an impression on Barbara, and for the first time in her life, she seriously considered the other side of this difficult issue. She remembered once again the moment when Lisa, one step away from death, checked on Barbara and was happy to hear that she was healthy. At that moment, Lisa's spirit reappeared near her, and the girl said that she hoped Barbara was doing well and had friends. She said that they would not meet again soon, and Barbara should not worry because Lisa would always look after her. It's too early for Barbara to die. She has to live a full and happy life for both of them. This whole story is difficult to understand and feel as much as it is painful for Barbara. But she has to step forward and leave the past in the past. Life is like running water. If it stops, it becomes stale. Now the worst is over. The cursed queen is completely destroyed, so the rift is officially cleared of monsters. Barbara acted too risky, but it was all done out of a sense of guilt towards Lisa. Charles understood this perfectly well. He immediately recalled the moment when Barbara died in his arms in a previous life. He explained that Lisa always cared about her friend and put her life above her own. So if Barbara dies so easily, then all of Lisa's efforts will be in vain. Charles got down on one knee in front of Barbara and asked her to give him a chance to become her friend, or he could have proposed marriage. But even this was enough to surprise the girl. She said she needed to think about it and asked him to give her time. Charles understood that this was a difficult question for Barbara, so he was sympathetic to her answer. It's a good start, but it's time to return home and take the injured girl to the hospital. Barbara had lost too much strength and could not move normally, but Charles was not hard. At this moment, Mila looked at them with a displeased expression, probably not liking all this romance. If we could look into her head, we would realize that she sees everything like this. But Mila always supported her friend. She smiled and said she was very happy for Charles and Barbara. Of course, the guy didn't understand what she meant, and now he thinks that the faults are constantly becoming more dangerous. Starting with Class A, it will be very difficult to move into the faults without a support class. But you need to understand that monsters are not always the biggest rivals for you in the depths of the fault. We need to find a person who can restore health at a critical moment. Or, at the very least, it will help you find a rare item that will restore health when you use it. Now, this is Charles's next goal. As his level is growing, he needs to prepare for cleaning up more serious faults. Meanwhile, Barbara also had a lot to think about. She had been working alone for a long time, and this was the first time she was able to rely on someone. The girl admitted that it was much more pleasant than she thought. And it's not just that Charles is now carrying her on his back. She thanked Charles for helping her and saving her life, and the guy only barely smiled in response. He realized that this time he had succeeded in changing the future, although it was not easy. Although he is still the same Charles as in the past, he has also begun a kind of evolutionary process with the help of new experiences. You could even say that this guy is much stronger than Charles was in the past, even though there is a difference in levels. It's as if they help each other. Without the experience of the past, Charles would not have been able to be so successful today. The young adventurers successfully returned after clearing the fault, and Barbara was immediately taken to the city hospital, where she was helped to regain her strength. The next day, Charles and Mila met to discuss their next plans. Mila immediately decided to ask the guy if he had called Barbara to make sure she was okay. Charles immediately began to look around more somberly, as if the subject was not very pleasant to him. He showed the correspondence with Barbara. The guy wrote to her several times and even called her today, but she doesn't answer. Mila realized that Barbara was ignoring Charles, even though the guy asked her not to talk about it. He understands that she has a very difficult personality, but he hoped that he could get closer and become her friend. Mila calmed the guy down and told him that Barbara was too tired to answer, so she didn't answer. She needed time. While the adventurers were talking, the little puppet witch started drinking cold coffee. Charles still looked upset, but agreed with his friend's words. Maybe Barbara would really call him later. Although she is very strong in physical abilities, she is too arrogant and has a difficult personality. Despite the difference in levels, she dared to challenge the cursed queen and survive. If Charles had been in her place, he would have died from the first blow, so he wanted to protect her from risky actions in the future. But for this, the girl needs to start trusting him at least a little. Suddenly, something very unexpected happened. Barbara walked up to Charles and Mila and said hello. She said that she was not at all surprised that they were sitting here now. What an unexpected meeting. Mila immediately started asking the girl about her injuries. Barbara told them not to worry about her, that she was used to severe injuries and knew how to take care of herself. She also said that she had never been good at communicating with other people, so she decided not to respond to Charles's messages. That's why she came here in person to meet them, because then the issues need to be discussed in person. Barbara said that she wanted to join their team, and we can even end this story on such a positive note. Charles smiled sincerely and said that they would be very happy to have her as a member of their team. So Barbara joined her team and will now be cleaning up the faults together with Charles and Mila. Meanwhile, there was a very interesting meeting between the soldiers of the Special Forces, in which Elisa and Stephen participated. There were also unknown fighters with them, and Donald didn't want to deal with all this shit. He was tired of killing adventurers and clearing rifts. Sandra replied that she hid him from the rats who rule this country, so he must sometimes do her work. Their client is a very important figure in the ruling structure, and he has made it clear that he will not tolerate any more failures. That's why they decided to give this task to Donald, even though he doesn't understand what's so difficult about it. For him, the task of killing a rank B adventurer sounds like something very uninteresting. He didn't want to clean up Stephen and Alice's shit. They didn't kill this guy, so let them deal with it. Stephen was unhappy with these words, but Donald was absolutely right. They were the ones who let the guy in and failed the task. Unlike them, Donald had the best military training and fought on the side of the heroes of this world. He used to be one of the strongest adventurers, and these tasks make him want to vomit. These adventurers are used by the state as meat in the battle against the monsters from the faults, and these fools are only too happy to go to certain death for the sake of stupid heroism. That's why such stupid characters are particularly annoying to him. He doesn't realize that all his words annoy Stephen and Alice. But now Stephen and Alice have failed their task, so they must stand aside and not interfere with him. First, we need to check what this guy is capable of, and only then proceed to serious action. Of course, it was about Charles, and now we know that he is in mortal danger again. In the meantime, let's move on to the branch of the Adventurers Guild, the License Department. Now they welcome another adventurer who has officially received the rank of B. She was a sweet girl who was very happy when she heard that she had been promoted for her help in clearing the last vault. If you look at the percentage of adventurers, you will see that only 1% of adventurers in the country are ranked B. And Mila is one of those special people, and it's very nice for her to realize that, and to know that she's progressing so quickly. Charles also congratulated her on her professional development, saying that it was all possible thanks to her hard work. But we know Mila, even in positive moments she will always find something negative. This time is not excluded. For all her strengths, she realizes that she is not as useful as Charles and Barbara. She decided that she had to make even more progress and train harder. She must not lose to Barbara. Meanwhile, Barbara said that she actually believes it was the only right decision from the guild. The level of Emil is much higher than that of a regular B-rank adventurer by at least 8 levels. It was only because of her services to the city that she received this promotion, but Barbara believes that this is nothing to be proud of. Mila agreed with these words, even though Barbara is too harsh in her statements, but Mila really needs to work harder. Charles said that Barbara should support Mila at a time like this, not say all those unpleasant words to her. Barbara is only trying to be objective. No one but her teammates will tell the truth. After that, Barbara said that they should forget about this conversation because she had something for them and asked them to follow her. Charles and Mila did not understand what it could be, perhaps some kind of gift in honor of joining the group. Charles believed that it was not necessary to give gifts, but it was Barbara's personal wish. The guy was wondering what she could give them because they hadn't bought her anything. Barbara said that if it wasn't for them, she would have died that day, so this can be considered gratitude for the rescue. She also admitted that since the loss of her friend, she has not been able to make normal friends with anyone. The girl assured us that it was the most ordinary gift of all, but she hoped that her new friends would like it. All this time, Mila had been thinking only bad things about Barbara, but now she felt ashamed of it. It seems that Barbara is not as bad as she seemed at first. She turned out to be a good girl. She used a large box to store the gift. Is it some kind of weapon or equipment? When Barbara finally got the gift, everyone was immediately surprised. It didn't look like a machine gun or a protective shield. The girl explained that this huge bear was made by a famous German brand, a limited edition in honor of the company's 5th anniversary. Barbara always seemed to be serious, pragmatic to the bone, a lone wolf, but she turned out to be completely different. Charles was not happy. It was not an ordinary gift at all. It must have cost a lot. Mila was happy and said that she would take this gift home with her because Charles definitely did not need it. At this sentimental moment, the guy received a message on his phone. The sea vault had opened not far from them. Recently, the number of vaults has increased significantly, and this cannot but worry adventurers. It happened in the village of Miyagi, not far from the city, so you can get there quickly if you set off now. If this rift really belongs to rank C, then there should be level 40 bosses, and they are easy to fight. Vaulting is not uncommon anymore, but this is the second urgent call in a week. Why don't the special units start investigating the anomalous activity? What Charles saw next shocked him. This vault is called the Fairy Garden. It seems he knows something about this vault. The Fairy Garden is a vault of the 40th level, and it is logical, judging by the name, that monster plants live there. But the biggest problem with this vault is its boss, the Gaokaran Tree of Life, which is not very difficult. But this monster must not be allowed to go beyond the fault line. If it does, it will be difficult to defeat, so support is needed. Of course, he immediately wrote to Betty, saying that he had a request for her today. After that, the team of adventurers set off to meet new adventures. They were so preoccupied and excited that they didn't notice that someone was watching them. I think it was a girl. She was trying to disguise herself, so it was hard to see her. Donald was already aware of the new fault, and he was surprised that they were able to cause an artificial disaster. The government rats have ways to create an artificial disaster by causing a rift, all done to trap Charles. Donald called an adventurer he knew and made sure she was on her way to the place. They agreed to meet at the rift, and Donald hoped that everyone would enjoy the surprise he had prepared. This surprise will be addressed personally to this second-rate adventurer named Charles. A team of adventurers has already visited this vault and started to fight an Earth Barbarian. This monster is only on the 24th level. It should be easy to kill with the bug blade. Meanwhile, Charles could not rest either. He was constantly attacked by other monsters. But this time he decided to use his new weapon, a small doll witch, in this rift. Ether began to attack the monsters and used the power of the fire wave. It looked quite powerful. Mila also helped her friends destroy these plant monsters, and she was good at it. Some of these monsters were too weak, not even interesting to fight, so the adventurers didn't feel the drive. Suddenly, Mila realized that this was a good opportunity to suck extra mana out of these little monsters. This wasn't the first monster she's drained mana from, and now she'll be able to help her friends with this one. At such moments, you sometimes feel sorry for the demons, and you wonder why they got this fate. Meanwhile, Barbara calmed the children who were frightened when they saw the monsters, as she had been in their place long ago. Compared to the last disaster, these monsters are too weak, even for B-class adventurers. Mila is confident that they will be able to clear the city before the special forces arrive. But he immediately said that the battle with the boss would not be so easy. The Tree of Life of the Gaokaran is a real challenge for anyone. This tree can create monsters in huge numbers and also moves very quickly, which makes it extremely dangerous. If the Gaokarina manages to get out of the vault, even they won't be able to catch it. In this case, the monsters will quickly overrun the entire city, and the catastrophe will be impossible to avoid. Then a logical question arises. How do they find the monster and destroy it before it emerges from the rift? Charles told us that this tree is very cautious and shy. It tries not to get close to rivals with high levels. It will not be easy to catch this monster, although if you do, it will be easier to defeat it in battle. Charles could not understand. He had written a message to Betty a long time ago, but the girl had not yet responded. Barbara suggested that they split up, given their level, so they could handle the monsters on their own. Thanks to this, they will be able to survey a larger area, and Barbara will be able to bring the little girl to safety. Although the idea seemed reasonable enough, Charles had a bad feeling about the whole situation. In the past timeline, this vault was a common task for newcomers, but now it could be the beginning of a new disaster. Charles feels that this is strange, but he can't figure out what exactly is wrong. Even if they split up, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to take down the boss on their own, but time is running out, so there's no choice. Charles agreed to these terms, but warned that if anyone saw anything unusual, they should immediately tell the others. Meanwhile, Donald was preparing to have a delicious meal before his new adventure. He made himself a delicious double hamburger with a double portion of cheese, and I want one too. He loves family restaurants that offer delicious food at cheap prices. A double hamburger with a double portion of Gouda cheese is an incredible taste. Donald behaved quite loosely, and after the rift occurred, this restaurant was abandoned by other people. That's why he came here to have lunch and get some extra energy before his mission. But as soon as he decided to try this delicious hamburger, the window next to him seemed to explode. The whole plate with his delicacies fell to the floor, as if someone did not want him to eat this lunch. A tall man appears in the restaurant looking for Donald, who is known by the codename Collector. Donald is a serial killer who hunts other adventurers. He is unhappy that someone did not let him eat this delicious hamburger. Realizing that an unknown warrior was hunting him, he began to choose which skill to use today. A tall man with a large sword was already preparing to attack him. His name was Kenneth. As soon as Donald realized that Kenneth was using a magic sword, the restaurant immediately used explosion magic, purple fire. Donald was immediately very interested. He realized that a Kenneth is a sorcerer who uses a melee attack. Kenneth is a warlock, and I wonder how he will be able to stop the gargoyle demon that Donald summoned. Kenneth, on the contrary, smiled when he saw this monster. He realized that Donald is really a collector, as they say. Kenneth received a report from his subordinates about a suspicious man wearing a mask with different colored rings. He built his career killing trash like Donald, because Kenneth is a Class A adventurer and bounty hunter. Donald knew that being a bounty hunter was not an easy job, so he asked his opponent why he hadn't decided to become an adventurer. Kenneth explained that working as an adventurer is very thankless. You can only reach a maximum of C rank. But by killing guys like Donald, you can get a lot more experience and fame than an ordinary adventurer. Donald replied that it was not an interesting life, getting up early in the morning and chasing thieves. He asked the Kanitas to get out before it was too late, but bounty hunters don't run away from an adventure. Kenneth realized that his opponent was spending a lot of mana summoning other monsters, so it was not in his interest to drag out the fight. Kenneth knew he had to keep his distance and try to end this fight with one punch. But Donald remained incredibly calm and focused. He said he would teach this hunter some tricks. And one of these tricks is the skill of surprise attack, which the Kenneth immediately felt on his own body. The bounty hunter could not understand how he could be attacked from behind. It seemed impossible to him. Before entering the room, he inspected everything thoroughly, and you didn't see any more monsters. But the Collector managed to summon another monster, the Kildall Executioner. From the very beginning, Donald knew he was being followed, which is why he was so confident that everything would go according to his plan. As expected from a battle sorcerer due to its multi-class, it has high defense, so it cannot be killed with a single blow. Kenneth begged to be left alive and promised to pay any amount of money for it. Donald reminded him of his horned friend. If the hunter talks too much, he will smear him on the wall. The Collector doesn't understand why people keep offering to let them live in exchange for money, which makes him feel like a scumbag. But suddenly, everything did not go according to the Collector's plan, which he certainly could not have foreseen. A huge fire arrow was coming at him, although it also looked like some kind of explosive. The Collector was standing next to his monster, but managed to see the danger in time. He was able to defend himself and dodge the attack, but his gargoyle did not have time to do so. Because of this, the demon was destroyed with a single blow. The Collector will not like it very much. The person who did it wanted to end this fight with one punch, but missed. Donald realized that it was open season on him, and the fight was about to begin. I think you recognize our old friends. Lydia has activated the superpower of the wind and started attacking. It was not just the wind, it was the fire, and together they created a real threat. Donald was furious and said that because of them, he would not be able to cook himself another portion of his favorite double cheeseburger. In addition to the bounty hunter, a special unit came here. They launched a fire arrow for a reason. It was a plan to spread the fire and roast the Collector alive. With this attack, they were able to save the hunter with the heads. Now Donald can't see anything because of the smoke. Only one person from the Special Forces could have organized such an ambush, the lieutenant of the 2nd Special Forces Unit, Bart. Not every adventurer you meet is recruited to the Special Forces. You have to be not only strong, but also follow strict rules. Many people can't stand working in such harsh conditions, but he is the youngest and most talented lieutenant. It is said that Bart passed the exam to join the Special Forces on the first attempt. Donald has long dreamed of killing such a talented idealist. But now is not the best time to fight, because his subordinates will interfere too much. Even though the Collector managed to dodge, he lost the gargoyle because of this and the unexpected blow. And if he tries to fight, he will lose a lot of mana. He still has another job to do, and if he fails this task, this old woman will quarter him. Bart was lucky this time, but Donald is sure they'll have more fun next time. That is why he decided to leave quickly and continue his main task. The Special Forces immediately informed their leader that the Collector was trying to escape. Bart immediately took out his weapon and prepared to strike the enemy with a hellish blow. It was a fire arrow shot. We've already seen the effect of this weapon a little earlier. At first, Lydia thought they had succeeded, but the lieutenant said that it only seemed so at first glance. It's a regular slime. He disguised this slime with his mantle. After that, the Collector calmly escaped through the emergency exit, a smart move. It makes no sense to run after him, because the goal of the special unit is to stop the disaster, so they will lose too much time if they look for the Collector. First, they need to stop the flames, because it can lead to additional problems. The lieutenant will interrogate this bounty hunter later, as soon as they finish the other processes. The city was still in danger of a full-fledged disaster due to the fault. It looks like Barbara has stumbled upon something really interesting, and it's not about little monsters. I'm talking about the Fairy Garden Rift boss, the Gaokurin Tree of Life, level 38. The girl tried to catch up with this huge vile monster, but the summoning of fairy tale creatures was activated from the rift. It was then that Barbara realized that it would not be easy to do all this, but it should not be a threat to her. These monsters are at a fairly average level and can be easily destroyed with the Crimson Blade. There were many rivals, and she realized that she didn't have time to fight them all. But if Barbara does nothing, the Tree of Life will escape again, and it will be very difficult to find it. So she decided to use one of her main skills, Infernal Destruction, which takes a lot of mana. This power takes the adventurer's life energy and turns it into dark magic to strengthen the attack. Using this technique, Barbara was able to destroy the little monsters and began to catch up with the boss. She was preparing to destroy the monster with a single blow, but suddenly a huge Baran appeared in her path. She couldn't understand how it came to be here, and it was much larger than the other monsters in the rift. There was no choice. We had to act immediately and destroy this monstrosity. Using the Crimson Blade technique, Barbara was able to kill a huge Baran. But the rift boss summoned a few more monsters to help, and managed to escape in the meantime. If the girl hadn't been close to destroying him, she would have missed her target. Meanwhile, Charles also continued to search for the Gaokarina, but to no avail. He thought it would be nice to have a bird's-eye view of the entire city, but a little later he rejected the idea because it would take a lot of his energy. Meanwhile, he received a message on his phone, a message from Barbara in their team's general chat. She told me that she had dropped the Fault Boss and showed me on the map where she had last seen him. Charles replied that this was great news, because with this data it would be easier to find this monster. Barbara was incredibly motivated to find and destroy this slug, and now it's a personal matter. But in order to find the Rift Boss, you need to destroy a bunch of other monsters that protect it. It was not a problem for Charles to destroy low-level demons, but it took a lot of time. In a few minutes, he gained 50 experience points, but now he's facing a huge Varan. This monster is not used to standing still and doing nothing, so it immediately activated a fire attack. Charles managed to dodge it, but that was only the beginning of his battle with this monster. Varan started to attack him, so it was time to activate the gravity skills and show him who's daddy. Varan died very beautifully. At least he did something beautiful in this life. For this, Charles received another 56 experience points, which was a rather modest victory. The problem is that Charles and Varan are on completely different levels, so defeating these monsters gives you few extra points. Although this rift is quite ordinary, there are too many demons in it, and they have already harmed the city. Only by killing the rift boss will the other monsters disappear, but it's very difficult to find the Gaokarina. Suddenly, Charles heard an unknown guy calling him. He was amazed that the adventurer could kill these monsters so easily. This guy's name is Joseph, and it's the first time he's seen such a strong adventurer in person. Charles reminded him that it was dangerous to be around. Only adventurers could be in the disaster area. Joseph replied that he was also an adventurer, a hero like Charles, who protects ordinary people from monsters from the rifts. But he has only rank E. His class is Redneck, not a very serious class about which little is known. After reaching 10th level, the adventurer can choose a class. This class depends on the initial characteristics and abilities. The characteristics depend on how you have distributed them at the first level. There are very different classes of adventurers. One of them is Redneck. This class can be obtained by evenly distributing all characteristic points, but Redneck does not have any special skills or abilities. Nevertheless, this class is considered the weakest of all. Newbies are not even told about this class in the guild. Everyone is advised to develop 2 or 3 characteristics to get a useful class. This guy probably didn't know how to distribute characteristic points correctly, and that's why he became a redneck. Joseph recognized Charles. He knew that this guy had a rare class of Master of Gravity. As it turned out, Charles is a true legend of the city's Adventurers Guild, and every newcomer knows about his achievements. Joseph learned all of this from videos on the internet, of course. He is referring to Betty's channel. Charles was unhappy that this girl was talking about him in her videos. But Joseph is very jealous of Charles. Beautiful women talk about him, and there are all sorts of rumors about him. It's very cool. He would have liked to be as popular and have such useful skills, but Charles said he didn't have time and had to go. But suddenly Joseph stopped him and asked him to go with him, a chance that comes only once in a lifetime. Charles knew that rank E is the maximum Joseph level, so these monsters would be too hard for Joseph. The guy explained that he was trying to destroy the boss, and if Joseph wanted to help, he should find the people and escort them to a safe place. This strange guy just smiled and took something out of his pocket. It was some kind of strange object that looked like a huge crystal, and Joseph immediately activated the object splitting. It was not only splitting objects, it also activated the healing skill. Redneck has an item splitting skill that allows you to transfer the characteristics of a destroyed item to others. So the power of Joseph can help in finding and destroying the boss, but time can do everything alone anyway. He needs to catch the boss as quickly as possible, and he doesn't have time to team up with someone he doesn't even know. Suddenly, the guy received a message, and Betty finally replied. The girl greeted him and told him to launch a stream to find the fault boss, who looked like a small slug. She shared a broadcast she's conducting in the epicenter of the fault disaster and says that the area is overrun by monsters. She asks us to help her find the monster and to post photos with the monster and the hashtag. The girl would be very happy to have help, and soon people started sharing photos of the boss. The appearance of this monster should not relax the adventurer. This slug is very dangerous. With Betty's help, Charles will be able to track the Geokurin in real time. Now he can't hide. This photo shows the place where this slug was last seen. Even though Charles now knows the boss's approximate route, he is still very fast, so he needs to come up with a tactic to catch him. You also need to write a message to Mila and Barbara. They are not far from the place where the boss was last seen. While Charles was engaged in this process, Joseph was still by his side. This was beginning to annoy our protagonist. He doesn't like newcomers he doesn't know. He turned to this guy and explained to him that he was going to go to the place where the boss was last seen. Charles still believes that Joseph should not be found with him. But if this guy wants to join and help so much, he can try. A happy Joseph ran after Charles. He was happy to be going to clean up the rift with the legend. He was sure that now all the monsters of the city would be destroyed because they could not hide from this powerful duo. Charles said that Joseph should not help him. Now the guy has drawn up an approximate route of the Fairy Garden Fault boss, and based on this data, he realized several things. Firstly, the Rift boss is constantly moving north, and he also likes to be in the shade, that is in trees and bushes. Charles has a theory why the Rift boss deliberately avoids sunlight because he is afraid of being dried out in the sun. After analyzing all this, Charles realized that they had to attack the boss immediately. And as soon as this slug tries to escape, it must be directed to the right street, from which there will be no way out. This is Joseph's first time fighting a fault boss, and he has never seen professionals work in faults before. Charles came up with a plan to win in an incredibly short time, which means he's very cool, at least in Joseph's opinion. Charles resembles his older brother Joseph, who was incredibly strong, intelligent, and had a great sense of justice. Joseph was constantly compared to him, but he was never able to reach similar heights. Charles stood silently and did not even know what to say to that. Meanwhile, he received another message on his phone that there was another danger in the area. The story is about an unknown thief named Collector. It doesn't refer to the Rift Boss, but you have to be careful. A serial killer named Donald. He kills only high-ranking adventurers and collects their prey as a trophy. He was once one of the strongest adventurers, and his class is based on the challenges of familiars. This thief got away with it even in the past timelines, and even the special forces couldn't catch him. Those who fought with him did not come back alive, and now this guy is here in the City of Disaster. Charles realizes that it can't be a mere coincidence. He must have been hired by the people from Click Chimera. There can be only one reason for this, to take the Ring of Wisdom from Charles. So one of the strongest adventurers in the past is waiting for him. Will Charles be able to stop this monster? Joseph asked his new friend if everything was okay, because Charles looked a little confused. The guy replied that everything was fine. Donald was not important now. He had to find and quickly destroy the Rift Boss. He explained to Joseph that a serial killer had been spotted in the area, which scared the weirdo. Apparently, he was seen in a family restaurant not far from here, fighting with a special forces unit, but he managed to escape. For an adventurer like Joseph, this opponent is too dangerous, so if they meet, Joseph must run away. All these thoughts about the guy's serial killer, he had never even heard of it before. New information has been received about the location of the Fault Boss. It turned out that this slug was quite close, so Charles decided to send this information to the general chat. Meanwhile, Joseph continued to be scared, and he wanted to go home to his mother. Charles recognized that he would need Joseph's help to defeat the Rift Boss. Even Joseph himself did not expect such a plot twist, but such chances must be taken if you want to change your life. Joseph pulled himself together and said he was ready to do anything to win. Charles explained that their plan was simple. If the boss hates sunlight, they should take advantage of it. They will deliberately change his route to use this moment to their advantage. Charles will frighten the boss, and he will try to hide. He will run to the exact place where Joseph will be waiting for him. Of course, ideally, you need to kill the boss, but if Joseph can't do it, then it will be enough to capture the monster. Although the task was not easy, the guy agreed and said that he had an item that would help him capture the monster. Joseph felt that it was his time to shine. He was sure that the Gallic Arena would certainly fall from his strength. If something unexpected happens, Joseph shouldn't be afraid and worry about Charles, but rather run to a safe place right away. But before the adventure began, Joseph decided to ask one last question. Why did Charles decide to become an adventurer? Adventurers risk their lives every day. It's not the most lucrative job, and it's also not very rewarding. That is why Joseph wondered why Charles chose this path. Even though Joseph is very strange, this is a really good question that is not so easy to answer. At first, Charles wondered how far he would be able to go before meeting his own death. But in parallel with the development of his path, the higher he climbed, the more he realized that with this power he could save many lives. When Charles said all these words, he immediately recalled Barbara's death in the previous timeline. A sense of responsibility came to him with great force, to all the people who might suffer from monsters or from other people. Having said that, Charles looked at Joseph. The guy did not expect such a response, but continued to be silent. Charles said it should be enough. He had never been asked about it, so he didn't think about it. Joseph smiled and replied that this answer was quite enough. It characterized Charles well. He was happy that Charles shared his thoughts with him. This guy is very strange, but it will be interesting with him. It's time to catch the big slug, and the guys don't have time for idle talk while this monster is still at large. Although the slug was seen in different parts of the city, it was constantly changing its geolocation due to its extraordinary speed. This led to many problems inside the city, and this rift must be closed immediately, and the city must be brought back to normal. Soon Charles was able to track down and catch up with the Haken, and they finally met. The guy was closing the distance and preparing his first attack. The main thing was to follow the plan and hope that luck would be on their side. It's time to activate the Grant skill, one of the new skills Charles has gained by using his experience points. Stones began to fall on this huge slug, and it immediately began to feel uncomfortable in these conditions. The monster immediately changed its route and turned to another street. Now its goal is to break away from Charles. He doesn't realize that it's all part of the adventurer's plan. The monster has turned onto the exact street where Charles wanted to go. Now it's Joseph's turn to take the stage. It's his finest hour, and he must seize his chance. The guy looked quite calm and determined, but when you face a Rift Boss, all your calmness can disappear at once. For now, Charles continued to chase the huge slug. Even though he couldn't touch it yet, he was still close. This nuance should be noted because Charles has reached a new level of speed. In his previous life, he would not have been able to catch up with this slug. The Rift boss wasn't going to lose this fight so easily. He decided to activate the Nightmare skill. This immediately summoned additional monsters to stop the pursuer, so it's not that simple. Charles was not at all surprised that new obstacles appeared on his way, which is always the case when gravity is reduced. Gaokarina was surprised to see how easily his opponent coped with all the obstacles. Such easy tricks will no longer stop this young adventurer. Now he is on another level. So Charles quickly destroyed the monsters on his way and approached the main Rift demon. A giant slug never gives up. It can use its children as a living defense to hide from the enemy unnoticed. Barbara wrote about this in the general chat, and thanks to this message, Charles was ready for this turn of events. At such moments, you need to ignore all the monsters that appear and calmly continue to pursue the boss. This is exactly what Charles did. The ability to activate the force of gravity at the right moments made him extremely fast. But even that wasn't enough for now, as the Rift boss activated the rapid escape skill and sped up again. He activates this skill when he feels extremely dangerous or is injured. After activating the rapid escape, the boss tries to find the safest place and hide from the pursuers. However, this technique has one drawback. It takes too much mana, and it takes time to recover, so the Gaokarina won't be able to escape from Joseph's attack. While this slug does not realize this, it seems that it has easily broken away from the pursuer and is enjoying life. But only a few seconds later, he realized that another adventurer was standing in his way. Just as I said, when the Rift boss is running at you, all your confidence and calmness immediately disappear and panic sets in. But Joseph tried to calm down. This was his chance to become a hero, just like Charles if he caught the slug. Joseph prayed that his plan would work and pulled out the object he'd been talking about from his pocket. He activated his object-splitting skill and hoped it would work, otherwise his life would be over. He told the stupid slug to taste the object and throw it at the monster. It was a small flask of liquid, but it was an unusual liquid. It turned into a real fire. I can bet that huge slugs hate fire, so the Gaokarina immediately started screaming in pain. Charles was absolutely right. The Rift boss is not only afraid of fire, but can also freeze for fear of being fried. Joseph began to cheer and shout that he had finally captured this slippery monster and had not failed the task. He started calling Charles and the guy appeared in a few seconds. Now the Fault boss has nowhere to run. The huge slug has almost no mana left, having spent all of it on calling his children and running away. Now I wonder how this monster will act further. Will it try to escape in some way, or will it admit defeat? It seems that admitting defeat is not in the style of the Rift boss. He activated the Nightmare skill again and summoned his children. But that's not all. The system immediately notified Charles that the boss had entered combat mode, and it was better not to joke with him now. Instead of running away, the Tree of Life decided to spend all its mana on its defense. An interesting decision. The slug started screaming loudly, which scared Joseph, and the boy immediately offered to back off. Soon, other monsters started attacking the boys, and it looked like a classic monster fight, not a fast-paced chase. It was at this point that Joseph began to panic even more and said that they had to run away. He should take a cue from Charles, who remained calm and said that all these attempts would not affect the final result. He activated the gravity skill and began to show these monsters what a real martial art is. It was the first time Joseph had ever seen someone cut demons into pieces so skillfully, with such filigree technique and incredible strength. After all the monsters have been destroyed, it's time to take on the Rift boss and show him his true place. Charles quickly approached the slug and told him that he was finally trapped and had nowhere to go. The approach was so fast that even the Hakurin did not have time to react and run away. He immediately tasted the blade of the Charles. The Grant skill was activated, and it is probably one of his favorite techniques now. It was so powerful that it began to overwhelm the body of the Fault boss with incredible gravitational energy. In a few seconds, the huge slug exploded and was completely destroyed, and Charles received 1,100 experience points for this. Joseph is incredibly excited about this victory. He was pleased that he was able to help in the destruction of the Rift boss. While they were all rejoicing in the victory, no one noticed that they were watching the whole thing. It was an unidentified man in a hood, perhaps a collector, but perhaps someone else. This man watched Charles during the battle, but this young adventurer did not impress him at all with his skills. Joseph could not calm down for a long time. Yesterday he was an adventurer who was laughed at by everyone, and today he is helping a real legend defeat the Rift boss. After the slug was destroyed, Charles immediately texted his team that it was over and it was time to meet. He thanked Joseph for his help, and said that without his help, the boss would have been able to escape, so it was their shared merit. The guy started laughing nervously. He never dreamed that he would ever be thanked by the legend of this city. He felt embarrassed. From the very beginning, when he got his class, the guy did not even hope that he would be able to beat his boss at least once in his life. But after defeating the Haukerin, Joseph began to think that he might have potential, and that he could become better and also save people like Charles. But according to Charles himself, there are no bad and good classes, it's all fiction. Each class has its positive and negative aspects, and each class is useful in completely different situations. The redneck class, for example, can split objects and use their skills, its mobility, and help to destroy the boss. If you develop your strengths, no one will pay attention to your weaknesses. Charles assured Joseph that he could do better, especially after he challenged his boss, who was much stronger than Joseph. Finally, Joseph decided to ask his teacher what was the greatest strength of a gravity master. Charles thought about it. He was not ready for this question and decided to speak for the whole class, but to speak only about himself. His strongest skill is the ability to strive for more, which is quite an ambitious statement from an ambitious guy. Even Joseph didn't expect such a cool answer. He was amazed by these words. He liked them very much. You would expect nothing less from a legend like Charles, and Joseph is confident that Charles will be able to achieve anything he wants. It's time to get back to our friends, and we also need to remember that there is a serial killer in the area. Charles doesn't want to meet with the collector again. This guy has two powerful strengths. It will be very difficult to beat him. He warned Joseph that if a collector came, he should immediately run away and look for a safe place. But there is one problem. This adventurer hunter has already found them, so it's too late to hide. As soon as Charles finishes the battle with the Rift boss, he must immediately take on a new challenge. Charles was surprised because he didn't even feel the collector's presence. Such guys are the most dangerous opponents. Donald has activated a life and death play, and judging by the title, we can expect something very interesting. He ordered one of his familiars to attack the charade. This creepy doll has already killed a bounty hunter today, so it is very dangerous. Charles realized that it would be very difficult for him now. He knew who the collector was, and knew how dangerous this opponent was. Donald was incredibly fast and had already managed to get behind the guy. He was ready to cut off this young head. It should also be noted that Charles is also an extraordinary adventurer. He is already at a high level and has an incredible amount of experience. Charles demonstrated his extraordinary speed and was able to deprive his opponent of his weapon. But it was too early to rejoice, as it soon turned out to be a fake collector, but a slime, the same trick as in a family restaurant. The real Donald decided to sit in the shadows all this time and wait for the perfect opportunity. He wanted to see what Charles was capable of, and only now is he ready to really fight and finally kill this young adventurer. Donald said that his hands were itching to kill someone because he hadn't killed anyone in a long time, and it was time to fix it. The collector attacked to kill the man, but Charles sensed the danger, turned around and managed to defend himself with his sword. Having defended himself, he was able to throw the collector back a few meters, which was spectacular. Donald smiled and said that Charles had a pretty good reaction for such a loser. So they finally met, a personal meeting between Charles and the serial killer of adventurers, Donald, also known as the Collector. Donald was able to launch a surprise attack, even forcing Kildall to attack Charles and distract the guy. After that, the Collector personally joined the attack, but was able to protect himself from all the dangers, so this is a very interesting booty for Donald. All this time, the Collector was very close to the boy. Charles must have been very frightened after he appeared. But Charles said some unexpected words. All this time he knew that behind the personality of Joseph was Donald. Donald is a legend among adventurers, although even in the previous timeline no one knew anything about him. His relatives, his face, and his past were not known. Even his class was hidden from everyone else. But the Ring of Wisdom can show the class of anyone it points to, but it requires a lot of energy and mana. Redneck has a special skill that revealed Donald's identity, which is why Charles understood everything. The collector said that this whole theory looks rather strange. Even if Charles knew that Joseph was a collector, why did he team up with him? Charles replied that he did it to catch the boss. He needed someone to help him, so he used Donald. He also realized that the collector would never attack him as long as there was a fault somewhere nearby. It was beneficial for the collector to gain the guy's trust and kill him after destroying the boss, without unnecessary witnesses. Charles knew he was taking a risk when he went with Donald, but he decided to do it to kill his boss. It's incredibly cool, and killing people like that is much more fun, so it's time to have a real collector versus. This whole cunning plan of the collector has failed, but it's never too late to do things the tried and true way with a sharp blade. Charles hasn't fought an opponent one-on-one for a long time, and it will be hard for him to predict Donald's moves. A collector is a killer of adventurers who has a much higher level than Charles. And it should also be noted that in addition to physical abilities, Donald has more combat experience. Charles spent a lot of energy fighting the boss and fending off the collector's first attack. In such a one-on-one situation, Charles is powerless, not knowing his opponent's skills at all, so it's better to run away. Donald was definitely not expecting this. He had been told that Charles was a very talented adventurer who never ran away from a threat. But now he saw this guy trying to hide from him at full speed. The Rift boss has been destroyed, so the guy needs to find a crowded place and other adventurers, so he has a chance to win. Meanwhile, when the shareholder ordered the Killdolls to chase down and kill the cocky guy, the race was on. Killdoll is a puppet that can kill with threads that are impossible to notice at first glance. But Charles not only sees all these attacks, but also dodges them without even paying much attention to them. This prey is too smart, and the adventurer killer is very interested in it, so the race will be spectacular. If Charles wants to show his speed, Donald is ready to take on this challenge. But do not underestimate the young adventurer. Charles immediately demonstrated how fast he could be in a critical situation. After a few seconds, Donald lost his opponent. He thought that Charles might be hiding among the trees. Although he is probably not stupid enough to hide in such obvious places, he needs a high fall velocity to hit hard. This means that Charles will try to climb something high and strike from the mountain. Although the collector understood the guy's intentions, it was too late. Charles had prepared his crown jewel of a skill, the Comet Fall. The guy was about to cut off the head of his new rival, but Irvis appeared with his huge hand. This was another of the collector's tricks. With this skill, he was able to block the Charles's strike. Now it's clear why Charles started running away. Donald had an advantage on the last street, so he had to get him out into the open. Simply put, Charles was trying to take away his opponent's advantage, even though Donald was sure that it would not help the guy. The collector immediately called 3 family members, but this is not the limit. There may be many more. He must have spent all his skill points summoning items, which is why his familiar's level is the same as Donald's. It turns out that Charles will have to fight 4 high-level opponents at the same time, which is too much. Charles will not be able to relax even for a second. All these monsters are extremely dangerous. They are not inferior in strength to B-rank Rift bosses. The boy was very interested in how Donald learned to summon 3 familiars to the battlefield at once. Donald, meanwhile, kept smiling and showing that he was having a lot of fun fighting with Charles. This guy has always been like this. Even in the past, he enjoyed causing suffering to others. He could have used a forbidden move in training and hit his opponent in the neck. His training partners didn't like this, and they were constantly complaining about Donald to their teachers. But Donald just laughed in response, and he enjoyed it all immensely because it was fun. He enjoyed the opportunity to break down humanity's heroes and drive them into the ground, which is why he is so eager to show Charles what an empty space he is. Charles decided to ask him why he came because he was called by the Chimera's call? The boy began to realize that this catastrophe was deliberately created. Everything was done to lure Charles into a trap. We must expel this young adventurer with a good brain. He could easily understand the intentions of the enemies. Donald replied that he didn't understand what they were talking about and explained that he hated owing an old woman, so it wasn't personal. The familiars continued to attack the boy, and it will be difficult for him to defeat at least one monster, and there are several of them against him. The collector promised the boy that if he won this battle, Donald would tell him a secret. Meanwhile, Killdoll has activated the life and death performance skill again. Now it's going to be fun. Now this girl's attacks are becoming much more dangerous than they were before. It is unlikely that this has anything to do with the evolution of family businesses, but it also adds additional problems. Charles is now completely focused on Killdolls. If this is not changed, it will be difficult for a collector to kill him. The young adventurer is completely focused on one goal: to survive at all costs. In such cases, the shareholder realizes that he needs to use his entire arsenal against the opponent. So in a few seconds, another familial appeared, a gargoyle demon in person. The fourth monster summoned by Donald is not funny anymore. When will it end? But the collector was not going to stop. He said that this was not all he was capable of, and he was ready to show more. Thus, the fifth familiars appeared, and the curse of the Jose was activated, another unpleasant attack. It all looks very bad. I can't even imagine how Charles will be able to defeat all these monsters together. Only the truly strongest opponent Charles fought could summon 5 familiars to the battlefield. But it's not all bad, because Donald has shown all his strengths. Charles has a chance to beat him. It's very dangerous to start a battle without knowing the powers of his summoned monsters, so you need to understand their characteristics. Charles decided to choose a wait-and-see tactic and escape for a while, but the Joker was extremely fast. Charles activated the gravity skill and delivered a powerful blow to this monster. Before that, it should have been enough to destroy at least it, but it turned out that this demon was almost completely unharmed. Charles definitely did not expect this, because if these demons cannot be killed, then there is no point in fighting at all. The guy continues this battle to see if his opponents can be wounded. The demon Jose continued to attack the young adventurer, and soon other familiars might join him. Although it is very difficult, all Charles can do is try to understand the weaknesses of his opponents. To do this, you need to attack less, defend more, and be as attentive as possible. So far, the guy has succeeded, but the number of his enemies around him was extremely high. The gargoyle and slime surrounded him, and you can't forget about the kill doll threads, because it can cost you your life. Charles tried not to lose concentration and be attentive, but it's hard to do that when there are so many monsters around you. All this distracted him from analyzing their weaknesses, because he had to defend himself and constantly repel their attacks. And of course, we must not forget that the collector is also around, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Donald approached and tried to finally kill the guy, but Charles was really strong, just like the old woman said. Donald admitted that if he fought Charles one-on-one, he would certainly lose to this young and talented adventurer. But Charles will not be able to do anything against all of his assistants, so he is doomed to die. That is why the boy realized that he had to run away again. It was no longer fun. There were too many monsters. Charles used gravity reduction when attacked by the demon rock, but it didn't save him from damage. Despite the fact that the Donald has summoned 5 familiars to the battlefield, he does not look too tired. Also, despite the number of monsters, he skillfully controls them. They act as if they were an extension of his hands. A fan of life and death combat, he invented the perfect battle tactic that makes it almost impossible to get close to him. But there are no invincible rivals, although there are some things that Charles cannot yet understand. But the only thing he understood 100% was that the collector was trying to kill him as quickly as possible. Although judging by his face, he wants this fight to last forever. Charles decided to test an interesting hypothesis and throw ordinary stones at the Jose monster. Strangely enough, the stone used gravitational magic to pass through the demon, and this is interesting. Now Charles understood everything. It was time to act and try to win. It seemed that the collector was waiting for this. He smiled and said that the time had finally come to kill this impudent guy. He summoned the gargoyle monster again, a one-eyed beast capable of crushing all your bones with a single blow. The monster took a swing and tried to destroy the boy, and I hope Charles managed to dodge it and didn't take the blow on himself. The gargoyle was confident that he could kill the adventurer and fulfill his master's task. But in a few seconds, his only eye felt the young adventurer's foot on it. With the help of reduced gravity, Charles was able to get out and broke the distance with the monster. Donald was amazed by this defense technique, and with every minute of the fight, he respected his opponent more and more. But the collector was absolutely sure that he could destroy the Charles, especially with his current position. Meanwhile, the guy remained calm and focused. He continued to analyze his opponent and observed his weaknesses. Thinking during a fight is not the best thing to do, especially when a Jose demon is quietly approaching you. In a battle in the air, only 2 familiars will be able to attack the Charles. This means that it's time to activate a new skill, Gravidia, which increases gravity in the selected area. Charles waited for his opponent to approach and activated this ability to show him what real cruelty is. Only now the collector realized that it was all a trap for Kildall and Jose, but it was too late to run and help them. With the stone that Charles threw at the demon, he realized that direct attacks wouldn't work on the Jose. It was a kind of analysis of the opponent. The force of gravity continued to harm some familiars by being able to impose its own rules of the game on them. The kill doll threads can injure the body of a Jose, so it is very important to watch out for its attacks. Charles realized the weaknesses of the collector's 2 family members, and he did all this in such a short time. Donald no longer looked as confident as before. He realized that he needed to retreat and restore the strength of his monsters. In such an interesting way, the enemy force disappeared in a few moments, a good example of the analytical training of an adventurer. 2 of the 5 familiars are now completely out of the game, and things are getting much more interesting. This damn doll is completely disoriented because of a random attack on a teammate. It is now, when the collector's strengths have lost their power, that the real battle will begin. Familiars are an extension of their master's hands, but Donald was too relaxed and allowed them to attack the victim at the same time. To defeat such an intelligent and courageous opponent, you will have to rely on yourself, not on your family members. Donald was confident that he would finish the fight with this little shit very quickly, but now he himself could become his prey. No wonder the old woman was so afraid of this young adventurer. Now it becomes clear why she was so nervous. Suddenly, the collector saw a small ether doll approaching him, activating the Sword of Zeus and starting to attack. You could say that the airwaves are also Charles's family name, so everything is according to the rules. Now the Donald has lost his usual smile, and when he is attacked with his own weapon, it is no longer funny. Now it's time to hope for Irvine. While this giant hand is still alive, Donald is confident that he can defeat Charles. He told the airwaves that its owner would soon be beyond help, so they should run away or beg for rescue. In response, the broadcaster just smiled, as if she didn't realize that everything could turn out to be quite the opposite. Meanwhile, Charles was fighting a slime, this ugly, disgusting slug somewhat reminiscent of the Tree of Life of the Gyokurin. It's not easy to fight him, and it's not entirely clear how to defeat him, but his attacks don't pose a serious threat. Slimes are not affected by any physical attacks, so you'll have to use magic to completely destroy them. But in order to activate your magical skills, you need to stop the huge monster standing behind you. Charles had already tried to disable him by hitting him in the head with the double gravity of a falling lantern. But this monster didn't care about that at all, so Charles called the air for exactly 30 seconds. The task of this action is simple. While Donald is distracted by the doll, Charles must destroy all the other familiars. So it's time to take advantage of this opportunity and put this plan into action. Charles has combined the force of a falling comet with double gravity, which should be a very serious cocktail. And it really worked. Now Irvis can hardly see anything with his huge red eye. The time has come to deal with another monster. The gargoyle is also waiting for its turn. It would be impudent to refuse to destroy it. Charles activated the comet's fall and prepared to destroy this demon and tear it to pieces. It wasn't hard, and all these events were watched by a slime. Hardly the guy wants to be the next victim of Charles. The guy prepared to deal him a decisive blow and send him to hell. There was a huge explosion. Gravity is no joke, and with the right technique, you can destroy monsters with incredible ease. This is exactly what Charles was doing, and it can be filmed and shown as an example of the work of a gravity masterclass. Meanwhile, the broadcast had ended, and Donald was happy that this doll had finally gotten off his back. He spent too much energy and effort fighting her, even though the airwaves had only been on for 3 seconds. The fact that the collector saw it was shocking, as all of his 5 familiars had been defeated in this short period of time. He was shocked to see what had happened, so shocked that he did not even have time to notice his enemy approaching. We have to give the collector his due. Even without his monsters, he is still an incredibly talented and strong adventurer. This thief was able to defend himself from the attack by Charles, but was still in a state of shock. It was hard for him to believe that all his monsters could not help him now. They were completely destroyed. If he didn't call out to Irvis, Killdoll, Slime, Gargoyle, and Jose, none of them would come to his aid. Charles killed all his assistants, and before meeting this young adventurer, Donald could not even imagine such a scenario. Meanwhile, this young cocky guy was mocking his rival. It looks like the Donald's toys are over, and only he is left. The collector hadn't been this angry in a long time, and he was already regretting coming to fight this guy today. After Charles's victory over the familiars, Donald will not be able to summon them for some time. They need time to restore their energy, so now the collector is completely defenseless. This killer had some mana left, so he decided to strike one last blow, and Adoran, the embodiment of holiness, appeared. Charles realized that he was facing another familiars, but she didn't seem too dangerous. Adoran is a support familiars. She can heal wounds and add mana to her master. With its help, Donald plans to escape, hide, regain his strength, and attack the boy again. But if you run away right now, the Collector may no longer have a chance to kill the Charles. Donald specializes in unexpected attacks, and Charles will be ready for it the next time they meet. So his second attempt could be an automatic defeat, and Donald does not want that at all. This young adventurer may not show it now, but he has also lost a lot of energy and mana. Donald will no longer be able to meet him in such a precarious position, so it would be wrong to waste this chance. There was a lot going on in the Collector's mind, and he had to make a very important strategic decision. And Donald made this decision. He called on Adoran to heal him immediately with the skill of holy prayer. He decided that he would not run away from this little fool. His face reminded him too much of something familiar. Reminiscent of a genius who is not used to working hard, this has always been incredibly infuriating to Donald since his school days. All these geniuses have always gotten what Donald could only dream of, and now it's time to teach such a genius to accept defeat. The Collector urged Charles to fight, and as we know, this guy doesn't need to be persuaded to have a real mortal combat. Donald is superior to his opponent in combat experience, and Adoran will be able to enhance his performance at a critical moment. Also, Charles's weapon is much heavier than the Collector's, so the young adventurer loses in all respects. But Donald can't understand why Charles doesn't show his fear at all. Does he know something that Donald doesn't? With his classical confidence, Charles not only successfully defended himself, but also counterattacked instantly and sharply. Donald tried to reassure himself, saying that Charles was much weaker than he seemed. He had to use up a lot of mana, and his body was tired because of the constant manipulation of gravity. Charles also not only fought, but also analyzed his opponent. Donald always likes to use magic in battle, but he specializes in surprise attacks. He's no stranger to sword fighting, and his movements show that he used to do kendo. Charles can read his opponent well, thanks to a large number of battles in the past. He has to concentrate and anticipate the Donald's future moves, and then it will be over quickly. Although Donald's movements became much faster, he was generally more cautious. Was he angry? The Collector must have felt a real excitement, the feeling when you risk your own life that cannot be confused with anything else. A sorcerer who knows how to fight in close combat, it's amazing that he still keeps going. Donald could have easily retreated, and Charles would not have pursued him. But it is as if he does not want to lose to the young adventurer. He doesn't care about life and he doesn't care about others. He is only interested in winning. He can't lose to people who have been blessed with talent from birth, who have received everything, loving parents, good looks, and a sharp mind. At the moment before the decisive battle, Donald recalled a fragment of his childhood when he left the soccer team. His older twin brother was upset by this event because he wanted to cheer for him in future competitions. At the same time, his twin brother Donald managed to take third place in the competition, and his father was very proud of him and praised his son. The twins' brother's name was Joseph, and he was the pride of his parents, which is why Donald decided to use his name when he met Charles. Joseph's birthday was coming up next month, and his father asked his son what kind of gift he wanted. Joseph reminded him that his brother's birthday was also on that day, but Donald didn't care about this holiday and asked to celebrate without him. Joseph was the most amazing guy he had ever known, extremely intelligent for his age, capable of anything, and yet he did nothing for it. Meanwhile, Donald was thinking about what he could do next, as he had too much free time after leaving the soccer team. Suddenly, one day a friend of his approached him at school and offered him something. It was an invitation to join the school kendo club, and without high school students, this club could be closed, so the teacher recruits everyone. Donald decided to give it a try and agreed to attend a few training sessions. As long as he can remember, he has always had a talent for kendo, and from the very beginning he showed good results. It was the only place where he was not compared to his older brother, so Donald devoted the next years to kendo training. When it was time to enter high school, his parents completely distanced themselves from him, pretending that he did not exist. But this only made Donald feel better, until something happened in his second year of high school. His older brother Joseph left the soccer team and decided to join the kendo club as well. He decided to touch the only thing that made them different, and that Donald could not like it. In the summer of my final year of study, I had my last chance to prove myself, as there were competitions. If the school takes a good place, its students will be able to participate in national competitions. Ironically, both brothers were nominated for the role of captain of the school kendo team. To decide which of them would participate in the competition, the teachers sparred and Joseph won in one round. Donald worked hard for 6 years to achieve the role of captain, and his older brother did it in 1 damn year. That's why he hated his own brother, why he hated all born talented people. After that, the event that Donald recently mentioned took place. The moment when he fought with his older brother and delivered a forbidden blow to the neck. He was very angry and used this forbidden punch, although he absolutely understood that he was breaking the rules. He apologized to the judge and promised that this would never happen again. At that moment, Donald was smiling. He hit his brother in the neck and realized that even breathing was now painful for him. On the same day, he first defeated Joseph. He didn't care how. He won with honor and nobility. All these ways of quality that are talked about in movies, the heroes can shove up their asses. Donald realized that this was not his path, and he began to hate those who were born with special talents. A year after graduating from high school, Donald seriously thought about what he should do next. He decided to try to become a professional adventurer, but was told that his class was not suitable for this job. He accepted this refusal with understanding because he never really wanted to become a national hero. He decided to go to the computer lab and look at different ways to become stronger on the internet. It was there that he first heard about a ring that could be used to summon familiars to the battlefield. Then he realized that he could improve his skills by building on the strength of his familiars. He realized that in order to get powerful familiars, he needed money, and he would not be able to clean up the rifts because of his weakness. It was then that he decided to try to engage in ordinary theft, and Donald didn't think there was anything wrong with that. He never dreamed of being a good and proper hero with only good intentions and a pure heart. Since childhood, this guy was absolutely sure that he was capable of achieving more, and he was ready to do anything for this goal. It was then that Donald realized that even if he had to build a road out of other people's corpses, he would do it anyway. At such moments, when he was killing others, he felt sick to his stomach thinking about the kind of person he had become. But he did not want to turn back. He had once chosen his path, and he was not going to give up on his way to his goal. One gloomy day, he again killed an adventurer inside the rift, and his actions did not go unnoticed. The guy realized that now criminals are caught even inside the vaults, which was a novelty at the time. Joseph came to him. He could never believe that his younger brother was capable of killing ordinary adventurers. Joseph, meanwhile, became a soldier in a special forces unit, and he understands that his younger brother will not give up without a fight. Donald could never believe that they would fight again, but fate is too unpredictable. At that time, Donald was already in charge of some familiars, and he immediately called the gargoyles to help him. But his brother was not an ordinary person. A special forces soldier cannot be frightened by a medium-level demon. Joseph easily destroyed the monster with his sharp blade. It was a kind of martial arts lesson. He destroyed not only the gargoyle, but also Irvis, and if things continue like this, Donald himself will soon die. The younger brother did not expect Joseph to become so strong in all this time. Joseph has always carried out the tasks of the special forces, and if he is ordered to kill a thief, he will do it even if the thief is his brother. Donald began to cry and asked his older brother to give him another chance. He explained that he had always wanted to be better than Joseph in at least one way. That was all he wanted in life. The older brother thought about these words for a minute, but deep down he understood Donald. Thus, his younger brother became even worse than he could have imagined. Of course, all this was just a trick to distract Joseph's attention to buy time to activate the kill doll. His brother was too easy to deceive, just as he had been when they were too young. That day there was too much blood in the rift, not only monster blood, but also human blood. Now Donald has finally surpassed his older brother. He is now the best in their family. No one would have believed that he could defeat this genius before, but now Donald is ready to kill anyone who prevents him from achieving his goals. Since that day, he has become much stronger, smarter, and he has also acquired many family names. Is that why he can't understand why this little young adventurer is defeating him in battle? Donald is sure that he will never lose to such an inexperienced guy. He tried to calm down and follow his opponent's movements, the main thing being not to lose concentration. Charles continues to look too confident, and if Donald doesn't start attacking, he will soon die. They both began to close the distance to launch their own attacks, each wanting to win. Donald was the first to strike. He was unable to kill his opponent, but he wounded him. Minor injuries cannot stop a talented adventurer from winning such battles, but it is not enough. Joseph realized that he could still anticipate his opponent's movements, and this gave him an advantage. If he continues to be focused and anticipate Charles's upcoming attacks, he will certainly be able to win. Charles also admitted that his opponent's attack was quite dangerous. But now he has thoroughly studied Donald's fighting style, and this can seriously affect the course of their battle. As soon as Donald gets into a fighting stance, he immediately tries to counterattack, and if Charles tries to escape, his opponent will anticipate this. His class specializes in magical subjects, and if time starts to run out, he will be stopped immediately and killed on the spot. Knowing this, the only thing left to do is to fight one-on-one. None of them has the right to run away. None of them really want this battle. They fight because they have no other choice, and Charles has never had such an experience. As soon as Charles meets a strong enemy, he immediately feels his blood boil in his veins. Now he wants to feel the maximum of his abilities, to show everything he is capable of, and win. Donald realized that his opponent had finally begun to enjoy the battle, and that was exactly the kind of enemy he needed. An enemy who will enjoy the battle and risk his own life, but Donald is not going to give up in this battle. They both want to win, but there is always only one winner in such fights, and the moment came when Charles struck back. It was an unusual neck or stomach wound, and Charles was able to cut off his opponent's arm. At the same time, Donald realized that he had spent all his mana. His business was really bad. Now he cannot move at all, but strangely enough, he does not feel tired at all. Finally, he realized that all along he wanted to find a place where he would be better than his brother. But the problem is that his brother was constantly following him not to show his superiority and better skills. Joseph constantly pursued his younger brother so that he could finally defeat him. It was only now that Donald was able to realize this and mentally apologize to his older brother. He looked at Charles and saw the spirit of Joseph next to him, a very difficult moment. Though not now, though not in this world, these two twin brothers have been spiritually united once and for all. Charles walked up to his enemy and presented his sword to his neck, threatening him with death. He reminded him of their agreement that if Charles won this battle, Donald would tell him something. The guy is interested in hearing the answer to the main question: who is hunting him? Even at this moment, when it seemed that the whole city had taken refuge because of the danger of the fault, and no one was around, they were still celebrating. Charles seems to be a magnet for all kinds of disasters and problems. It was a girl, and she was incredibly surprised because she never thought that Donald would lose to anyone. Her name is Osaka, and she uses the skill of camouflage, which helps to make a person invisible and blend in with the environment. Her boss asked her to follow this battle from a distance, and now she knows everything she needs to know about the adventurer's strengths and weaknesses. She realizes how tired Charles is after this battle, and now he can be easily destroyed. Donald was not in this place by chance. This whole disaster is a big trap for Charles. All this was done in order to take away the Ring of Wisdom from him. But the guy feels that someone else is behind the Chimera's call, someone who can create artificial disasters. He has definitely never met such a person before in his life, and Donald also does not know who exactly wants to kill Charles. The collector explained that he did not know who asked the old woman to plan Charles's murder. Donald has his own guesses about a very vindictive person who will not stop until he kills someone who crosses his path. Donald said that Charles should also start to guess who we are talking about. This person is connected with a special unit. He is not some ordinary soldier, but a very respected person. Charles was still silent. He had already thought about it before, and he began to recall some details. In the previous timeline, the Ring of Wisdom was lost in the research center of the Special Forces. This organization studies portal disasters, and if Donald is not lying, then Charles will now have big problems. One of the directors of the Click Chimera Special Forces worked with political organizations in his past life, so it all sounds like the truth. Charles has a lot to think about. This is a difficult situation that could get out of hand at any moment. Osaka was right next to him all this time, and she realized it was time to end this conversation before Donald said too much. Osaka belongs to the class of Magical Gladiator. Her priority target is Charles, because he is the biggest threat to the organization. She prepared to apply the magic charge while Charles was calmly talking to the collector. The young adventurer said that all this was empty talk. He needed real evidence to believe it. Donald was thinking about what to say when he saw that someone on the bridge was preparing to start shooting at them. Donald instantly pulled out his knife and got to his feet, all in less than a second. Charles didn't understand what was happening. At first, he thought the collector was trying to escape, and at that moment, a shot was fired. The bullet hit Donald's body, more blood appeared on him, and he immediately fell to the ground. Charles guessed that it was a shot from a magic weapon, aimed at him, but Donald covered it with his body. The collector was still alive, and he said that if Charles wanted to find the evidence, he had to find this old woman. She would tell him everything. And in order to find her, we need to stop the girl who just shot at them from leaving. After these words, Donald died immediately. He lost his arm and was wounded with a magic weapon and had almost no chance of survival. Charles gained 17,000 experience points, 16 skill points, and rose to level 61. That's how he realized that the collector had finally died. It's strange to make progress when you haven't killed a person, but only wounded them. But this is not a key problem now, because if we continue to stand still, we could follow the Donald. The Magic Gladiator class is a long-range fighter. They use magic weapons that are charged with their mana. This is what makes the magic shots happen, so the situation is completely against Charles, because he doesn't know where the sniper is. He has almost no mana left, and the only thing he has is the direction Donald pointed to. Charles decided to try to trick his opponent into retreating. Osaka began to worry. She didn't understand why her opponent was running toward her. Did he really have the strength to fight? It seemed absurd. He must be tired after a hard battle, so she should concentrate and not believe in provocations. The girl prepared to fire a few more shots, but shadow chains entered the scene. This equipment belongs to Mila, so this girl is already here and ready to help her friend. She turned to the Osaka and ordered her to stand still. If not for the Mela, Charles might be dead. The magical gladiator wasn't going to give up easily, and she started trying to break free from the shadowy chains. She partially succeeded and was able to fire her magic weapon again. This shot almost killed Mila. The bullet flew a few centimeters from her head. The shadow chains helped to prevent the sniper, but Osaka is still extremely dangerous. Osaka was informed that the cute team member Charles, despite her looks, is a very serious opponent. Osaka realized that she needed to shoot a new target quickly. Otherwise, she would get into trouble. Suddenly, she heard someone else approaching her. Is it really what she thinks? Of course, it's Barbara with her Crimson Blade technique. Finally, the team of young adventurers is together. Charles was happy to see that the girls had finally found him. He had missed their support. Before the boss battle, he sent them his location on the map, so they arrived on time. Osaka was surprised to be caught off guard, and at this rate, she's going to get in trouble. There was a huge explosion. Perhaps this is one of her hidden abilities. Mila began to realize that this girl might be from the special forces of the Chimera clique. She believed that Barbara was able to defeat this thief, but it turned out that Osaka managed to escape. Charles thought that the fact that she was able to escape made them even better off. Mila and Barbara are also tired after a hard battle with the monsters. Charles has lost a lot of mana, so if you chase the Osaka, someone will get hurt badly. Charles went up to the girls and thanked them for their timely help, as they would probably have a lot of questions for him now. But Charles warned them that there might be other magical gladiators around, so he would tell them everything when they got to a safe place. Meanwhile, Osaka quietly broke away from its enemies and found a safe place to rest. To save her, she used the Shadow Step skill, a technique that allows the wielder to move in the shadows, unnoticed by others. This monkey named Barbara ruined her entire hunt, and next time Osaka will try to kill her first. But the next time has to be postponed for the future. She has an injured shoulder, so she can't complete the task now. Her class specializes in destroying one single target, and the arrival of her comrades, the Charles, has destroyed all her chances of success. The girl recalled a conversation with an old woman named Sandra, who asked Osaka to ensure this crazy man named Donald. Sandra was sure that the collector would be able to do everything without the help of an Osaka, but extra caution would not hurt. She explained that their client would not be able to take another failure. If they failed again, it could be the end of their organization. So now Osaka is very upset because she realizes that Donald is dead and she hasn't completed the task yet. All's well that ends well. After all these events, Charles and company returned to celebrate the victory. Betty came to them and congratulated everyone on cleaning up the fault and stopping a potential disaster. The whole celebration was postponed to the following week, after the incident with the fracture of the fairy garden. After completing her volunteer work in the Miyagi neighborhood, Betty suggested that everyone get together and celebrate the completion of the work. The girl was already familiar with Mila, so now it was her turn to make friends with Barbara. Betty has already heard about her and her beauty, but you know Barbara is not very fond of new acquaintances. Betty didn't know this yet and tried to invite Barbara to appear in her video. Of course, she heard a rejection in response, and I wouldn't have believed it otherwise. Barbara also wondered who had said she was beautiful. Was it Charles? The girls were immediately frightened by this question. Mila said that she had guessed that Charles was in love with Barbara. But Barbara said that she would never meet him, because they were only friends, but we'll see about that. They continued to sit in the restaurant and calmly celebrate their small victory. Betty said she was going to get some more food. She is in a great mood today. Charles thought it might be because of her online broadcasts, and the guild gave her a special award for that. Mila believes that thanks to Charles's achievements, Betty's popularity is growing. Betty does nothing but post videos of the adventurer's achievements on her channel, and these videos get the most views. But Charles never asked me to tell anyone about it, and to be honest, he hates attention. But if Mila wants to become famous, Betty should definitely help her with this. Thanks to Betty's online broadcast, they were able not only to find the boss, but also to evacuate the residents of the Miyagi district. Because of this, her popularity on the internet grew even more, and Betty became a YouTuber to inspire other people and talk about the dangers of fractures. She was very happy that she helped save many lives with her broadcasts. Also, subscriptions to her channel have risen in price, which means that she has started earning more money, so there are various reasons for her joy. Anyway, the girl is really doing a good deed, so there's nothing wrong with extra money. Soon, Betty returned with a lot of goodies, and no one had seen her so happy for a long time. Mila wasn't sure they would be able to eat it all, although Betty said that her family used to eat such a portion in a few seconds. It looks like she has a lot of money because of the additional subscribers, but she realizes that subscribers come easily and can easily leave. That's why, as long as she has money, she wants to set aside one day and not deny herself anything. In the future, she will be more careful with her finances and take care of her large family, even though it will not be easy. The girl's words made Charles think too, and he probably needed to be more careful in the future. He recalled Donald's last words, that Charles was being hunted, and that he was an extraordinary man from the Special Forces. Charles has strong allies, and his level is quite high, but he still does not feel safe. Someone purposefully wants him dead, and this is always dangerous and uncomfortable. Even if Charles decides to resign, which of course he won't, they can still hire a hitman like Donald. Although this guy could have let the organization kill Charles, he gave his own life to save the boy from an unexpected enemy. Charles still can't understand why he did that, and he will never forget Donald for that. The young adventurer realizes that in the future, he will face even more danger than before. Meanwhile, Betty started asking him again to help her increase the audience on her channel. She offered to launch an online broadcast and introduce Charles to other fans. She still doesn't give up and tries to get the guy to do free advertising for her. Although Charles believes that Betty really helped them, so we can do one stream. Betty didn't expect Charles to finally agree, and she's in a bit of a shock right now. At first she thought he was joking, but the guy reassured her and explained that he really wanted to thank her for her help. At first, the Chimera's clique was his biggest problem, but now he's facing a battle against a Special Forces unit. But no matter what Charles had ahead of him, he continued to learn and become stronger, and the day would come when he would defeat all his enemies. The news that the Chimera clique has failed again has reached the main enemy, Charles. We've already met this man. Judas has given clique Chimeras many chances, and he won't tolerate their failures anymore. He doesn't want to associate himself with this garbage anymore. If the Chimera clique tries to cause him problems, he will take everything they have from them. This situation quickly gets out of control, and if the guy continues to improve, it will be impossible to stop him. Judas realized that he would have to cause a rift in the time maze with the local boss, the time dragon Kronos. Judas pulled out an old photo and apologized to a girl named Olivia, saying he had no choice. Charles has completely crossed the line, and it's time to put the little shit in his place. Meanwhile, the young adventurer returned home and was in no hurry to go to bed. He continued to search the internet for additional information about his enemies. He found news about the Special Forces and the appearance of faults, and realized that faults occurred much more often than in the first timeline. The trend continues, with the number of faults increasing every year, so the disaster risk index is growing rapidly. The number of faults increased in September last year, just when time was restarted and Charles began a new life. The more he analyzes his appearance in this timeline, the more he sees a connection with the more frequent occurrence of faults. But the guy has absolutely no idea how he can be connected to this. Maybe the airwaves will help? The little toy doll began to say something, and the boy immediately took a notebook and prepared to write down everything she said. He dreamed of hearing answers to all his secret questions, but the ether said it wanted pudding. I think any comments are unnecessary here. Even doll witches like sweets. Charles recorded that Ether began to recognize herself in the mirror, talk about the weather, call Mila by name, and fell in love with pudding. While the guy went to find her something to eat, he heard her trying to say something again. Ether looked upset and said that they had to convince God, so the game was going on. This puzzle is difficult to understand, but perhaps the fate of humanity depends on it. Now let's move on to the branch of the Adventurers Guild in Morum, which happened the next day. Mila was actively practicing her Ball of Darkness skill at the training ground. It was a team effort, so Charles also participated and improved his abilities. Barbara helped him with this, and this easy, friendly sparring should make them all better. Although, you know, when you start a friendly sparring match with a barbarian, you always risk losing your head, literally. It looks like we are now watching the girls trying to defeat their team captain. Mila deliberately sent him to Barbara's because she knew he would back down, and she set a trap for him. But Charles is too smart to be defeated so easily, which is probably why he is considered the most talented adventurer of the era. Shadow Chains helped Barbara. It was a real team effort against the captain. Mila realized that she needed to buy time for Barbara to find her weapon, and most importantly, to keep the enemy away. It's too much to call Charles an enemy, but after that, Mila also activated the Shadow Curtain. She turned out to be a real viper. The girl forgot that it was he who taught her most of her knowledge, so he can hardly be defeated with this weapon. She has never seen Charles jump so high before. His progress is incredibly fast. Charles activated double gravity and began to approach his new victim. This little girl closed her eyes and prepared to spend her vacation in hell. Of course, Charles did not hurt her, and on this positive note, he decided to end today's training. He noticed that Mila had learned to assess the situation on the battlefield much faster, and Barbara was working more harmoniously in the team. Although Charles praised Mila, she personally does not feel her progress. It understands that it needs to respond to dangers faster, as well as pay attention to the movements of opponents and purposefully stop their attempts to attack. Barbara, as always, focuses on brute force, and this tactic is suitable for defeating monsters, but it is not as effective against people. She looked at Charles and didn't understand where he learned to fight like that against people. He has incredible combat experience. She is really grateful for his training and important advice. But lately, they have been sparring not in the rift, but against each other. Is Charles afraid that he will be attacked by the bad guys again? It was clear that these words really hit the heart of the guy, but it was not just the click of the chimera. Yes, now they are all B-rated adventurers, but to become stronger, they need to train even more. Although perhaps Charles is still paying too much attention to Donald's last words. Michael, the guild's vice president, was watching their training sparring, and it was the first time he had seen such good teamwork. The training of this team is at the highest level, and their captain perfectly sees the weaknesses of other team members. As an S-rank adventurer, Charles gave a lot of advice to newcomers when he was with them in the rifts. Living his second life, he does something similar, which is logical because he has a lot of experience. The vice president said that recently the guild has had too few adventurers on contract. He suggested that Charles and the rest of the team try it, and the guy said he needed time to think about it. He can't work for the guild now, even though he has made great progress in a short time, but something is wrong. The person who controls the Chimera's clique and is related to the special forces is hunting him. If this man is at the top, he has a lot of connections and strength that Charles does not have, so you have to keep training hard. We need to wait for a new fault to become stronger, and perhaps soon such an opportunity will arise. A rift reappeared in the city center, and people were asked to find a safe place and hide. This rift is called the Distorted Forest, and all the adventurers of the city, along with special forces, have already been called to help. I don't know what awaits Charles and his team in this rift, but the Distorted Forest looks very eerie. Meanwhile, the team of young adventurers was resting after a training sparring session. Only now have they heard about a new fault that has emerged in the Oto region. The Distorted Forest is a rift for adventurers ranked B and above, and is currently the hardest rift available in the country. The main goal of this team is to raise the level, and the severity of this fault is higher than the news reports say. The rift boss will be impossible to defeat. Even the monsters at the very beginning of the rift can destroy them all. Barbara couldn't understand why Charles was so sure that the information in the news was false. He was glad that she asked. Charles started talking about a lot of data and various comparison tables, and the girl immediately asked him not to continue. The problem was that he hadn't even started and she didn't let him finish. Charles is surprisingly serious when it comes to fractures, but he always has been. Charles learned all of this information from his past life, but he also noticed that the rifts in this timeline had become more dangerous. To effectively improve your level, you need to challenge a stronger opponent, but every fight is a risk. Becoming stronger is only Charles's desire, and if the girls don't agree with his methods, they can always refuse. It seems he wants to get stronger to be ready to meet the bounty hunters. But in fact, he saved Barbara's life, so she has to become stronger for his sake. He has also done a lot for Mila, and she considers it her duty to have his back in times of danger. Charles thanked them for their kind words, and he was pleased to have such good friends by his side. It was at that moment that we decided to go to the fault of the distorted forest. First, you have to get there, and of course, prepare a plan for clearing. Charles was quite tense and concentrated, although he usually looks more relaxed. This fault appeared in the middle of the mud area, and special forces have already evacuated all the residents. The fault looks a bit eerie, even scary to go into this darkness. Charles approached the portal and felt that something was wrong. He immediately began to feel himself and other team members being pulled into the fault. In a few seconds, they could not resist this unknown force and fell into the portal. Thus, the team of young adventurers found themselves in a rift in the distorted forest. Mila was the last one to get there, and Charles looked up to see her flying at him. Of course, he is a true gentleman, so he immediately rescued the girl by taking her in his arms. She immediately thanked her savior. She was very small compared to Charles. This is the first time Barbara has ever encountered a rift where she has to fall from the sky. It all looks quite strange. The exit from the vault is now chained, and there seems to be no way back. This immediately frightened Mila, although she could not understand what it all meant. Vault closure is a completely new phenomenon associated with vaults. When this happens, you can safely enter the rift, but there is no going back. To open the exit, you must destroy the boss, which is a very rare and dangerous phenomenon. To put it simply, the team of adventurers was trapped, and Charles immediately apologized to his friends and said he shouldn't have invited them here. While the girls were calming him down and explaining that he had nothing to do with it, other people from the vault approached them. They saw newcomers who knew about vault closure and were surprised by this. Now, brothers in misfortune, this group is also looking for adventurers, but has only found Charles and the girls. They hoped that a special unit would come to their aid and were upset to see these children. Realizing that Charles was the leader of the group, Zen immediately greeted him and explained that he was trying to gather a large group of adventurers to kill the boss. He realizes that calling himself a leader is rather presumptuous, but he has a rank, so he can afford it. Zen has the Sage class. He masterfully manages white and dark magic, specializing in support and attack at the same time. Its only drawback is its weak defense, but it can be compensated for by joining a group with a warrior. In past timelines, this class was one of the strongest and rarest among the adventurers, and now Zen says they want to work together. He's calm and collected, which is exactly what you expect from a Ranka adventurer, and they also share a common goal: to leave this place. Thanks to his charisma, Zen has already won the trust of the other members of the group. Charles realized that this would be the right and beneficial decision for everyone, so he agreed to work in a joint team. This is how Mila, Barbara, and Charles met and joined the other adventurers. Now there are 9 adventurers in this rift, which should be enough to clear it. Zen said they were very happy to be united. It would be easier to get out of here alive together. Mila immediately felt that Zen could be a good leader, but Charles didn't say anything about it. He didn't like it. Vault closure began 5 hours ago, and it was already reported in the news. Probably too little time has passed for the members of the special unit to start worrying. It would take several days for a special forces unit to gather the forces to clean up a fault of this level. The other adventurers immediately began to panic, and in a few days they would die of hunger and thirst. They have not yet encountered the monsters of this vault, but the situation is still becoming more and more dangerous. Mila brought a few sandwiches with her, but it's unlikely to last long. Usually, when a group of adventurers gets lost in a rift, they have to wait at least a few days for rescue from a special unit. But this rift arose among the city's neighborhoods, and it was quite high. If help does not arrive in time, the fault strength will increase every day and cause a new fault disaster. This is not in the interests of the state and the special forces, so it is unlikely that we will have to wait several days. These words made Zen very angry. They insulted him because they hinted that he had analyzed the situation poorly. He started shouting at Charles and called him the smartest, but the guy didn't say anything. But suddenly Zen changed completely, smiled again, and apologized for his shameful behavior. This fault can take many lives, so he is very excited and apologizes for his unnecessary nerves. At first, the behavior of this strange adventurer seemed too calm, but now everything has changed. Charles looks at him and realizes that something is wrong with him, although he doesn't understand what it is yet. Zeng said he would listen to everyone's opinion, but he would still do what his own experience told him to do. He has already said that he appointed himself leader for a reason. He is the only adventurer of the rank of A. That's why he wants Charles to stop starting unnecessary conversations. They are all nervous, so they don't need any problems. Charles has already defeated a rank A boss and also defeated a rank A criminal, and he did it alone. But he did not want to continue this empty talk, because he realized that this conversation would not come to anything. Zen is obviously taking advantage of his position, and thus turning the whole group against Charles. The time in the vault is completely different from the real world, so it is unknown how long they will have to sit and wait for help. Zen said that the sooner they defeat the boss, the sooner they can go home. This brazen adventurer will continue his line to the end. There is no point in arguing with him. It will be difficult to defeat such a strong Rift boss, but there are no other options. That's why the other adventurers said they would do what Zen told them to do. They will have to fight hard. Everyone around them is a B-rank adventurer, so Zen will do his best to lead them to victory. It's his duty as an A-rank adventurer. Everyone around him was smiling at him and saying they were ready to trust him with their own lives. It all looked too suspicious. According to the information Charles has, the boss of this rift must be much stronger than the Cursed Queen. He doesn't have any more information about the boss, but his chances of winning are about 50-50. Zen constantly talks about victory and inspires confidence in others, but he does not talk about the number of potential victims. Zen approached Charles and said that their team had to decide whether to fight the monsters or stay and wait for help. He said the girls were very strong, they could go with them, and Charles would wait for help. Mila said that she should refuse such an impudent offer. In her opinion, Zen is a very ill-mannered person, and they are not ready to deal with him, but Charles intervened and said that they would go with them. The girl was very angry that he decided to do the opposite, but he explained that the chances of survival with the team were much higher than without them. Perhaps when team members see what kind of monsters they will have to fight, they will change their minds and not look for the boss. Catherine interrupted the conversation. She has a thieves class and doesn't like all this talk from little kids. Zen reassured her and said once again that he would be happy if they all united for a common goal. Charles realized that these people could not be left alone. They would die in less than a day. You need to show your team members that it is dangerous to go to the boss, and then they will return to the exit. That's when all the adventurers in the rift will start waiting for the special forces to arrive, which is all Charles can do at this point. Zen was quite surprised that even after he enlisted the support of the team members, Charles did not change his mind. He was unhappy that these little children went with him, but the most interesting things were yet to come. Zen recognizes that the Master of Gravity is the smartest among this group of sheep. A special unit will come to the rescue the next day, so there is no point in fighting the monster. This can lead to the death of others, because there is no guarantee that the boss can be defeated, but Zen thinks it will be more interesting. He is ready to let others die for him, and when they win, he will take all the rewards for himself. So Zen is ready to play this deadly game, and the question is, can Charles save the lives of others? Meanwhile, Charles heard strange sounds, and he realized that unpleasant creatures were approaching them. These monsters are also called abominations, rather unpleasant creatures that are located at level 62. Other adventurers were immediately frightened when they saw their future rivals. Zen started to smile. He realized that the Master of Gravity was smart and strong, but how would he behave in a real battle? Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place at the headquarters of the Special Forces, and many people gathered. Of course, there was talk of a rift in the distorted forest, and no adventurers came out of it in 5 hours. After analyzing the magical fluctuations, analysts believe that the fault can be closed from the inside. Although this information has not yet been confirmed, if we wait too long and do not send help, many adventurers may die. From the very beginning, Some members of this meeting said that this fault was very dangerous, and some did not even know what it was about. The phenomenon of fault closure itself is not as scary as it seems, but the longer the fracture remains closed, the more magical energy it accumulates inside. According to analysts, in faults where this phenomenon occurred, the evolution of the boss also often took place. The evolution of the boss is too much. If nothing is done, the boss will leave the portal and a real disaster will begin. An unstable portal, all of which could have happened due to an artificial fault catastrophe. At the moment, all they can do is send a special unit inside the fault. The district authorities are already preparing for the worst-case scenario, so first they need to form 2 environmental control units, and only then form a unit that will go into the fault, and someone will have to take responsibility for this operation. Perhaps it's not so bad, and everything will happen without unnecessary casualties, but if it's too late, this area of the city will be destroyed. The Fujima master stood up from his seat and asked the other members of the meeting to give him the opportunity to solve this problem. Fujima is the director of the first corps of the Special Forces, and he has a suggestion. He knows how to save the city from another catastrophe. Fujima wants to get permission to use the Starry Sky Key, which is stored in the Special Forces laboratory. Some members of the council started shouting at him. They believe that he does not think about the consequences of using this artifact at all. The commander of the special unit said that it sounded quite interesting and even reasonable. He was ready to allow this step. Judas said that the Fujima must penetrate the rift of the distorted forest and activate the Starry Sky Key. Judas also promised that he would take full responsibility for the incident, and his assistants would help him. Meanwhile, active training of Special Forces soldiers continued. I must say right away that these guys almost never rest and constantly hone their skills in training sparring. Fujima immediately decided to call a Special Forces agent from the second clan. This is our old friend Bart, who used to think that the Fujima master hated talking to him, but times change. Bart got a new job, cleaning up the shit after the adventurers again. It's a rift in the Oto district, rank A. Fujima assured him that he would be personally responsible for all the consequences, so Bart had to take another soldier with him and go to the exit. Fujima is always ready for any bad deed, so it's unlikely that he started cleaning up the rift with good intentions. This mission is incredibly secretive, so it's best not to tell even other members of the special unit about it. Lydia came up to Bart. He told her who had called him and said that he had been assigned a secret mission. Fujima doesn't like Bart, but he's a superior officer, so his orders must be obeyed. The bartender has no choice. The special unit is a structure with a rigid hierarchy, so all orders must be obeyed. Bart is respected and trusted by the leadership of the special unit. He is one of its best fighters. But even this soldier is a backup. These thieves have many aces up their sleeve. Fujima said that Bart was lucky to get to this point, but if something went wrong, he would be to blame for all the problems. He got permission to use the key and arranged for a talented warrior to do all the dirty work for him, a classic Fujima tactic. Meanwhile, no one in the rift knew about all these cunning intentions of the thieves, because a fierce battle with the abomination continued there. These ugly monsters began to use magic. The red lightning technique began to attack the adventurers. It was very difficult for the young warriors to defeat these monsters after all. This is a Ranka rift, not a children's room. Charles tried to encourage the others. He said they could win if they fought as a team. Charles had managed to analyze the abilities of the entire team, and he had already given the first order, asking Mill and Barbara to help the weakest. He skillfully guides others during battle, and Zen did not expect such leadership potential from the Master of Gravity. Zen realized that he also had to do something. Otherwise, Charles would start bossing even him around. Everyone expected Zen to be the real leader of the team, but so far he hasn't helped the other adventurers at all. He explained that he was waiting for the best moment to attack, and now I will show my potential. A few seconds later, Zen activated the treacherous skill. It seems he's not as hopeless as he seems. With the help of this technique, the chances of winning immediately increased. Some monsters died, some retreated. Catherine was surprised that their leader had not used such an effective weapon all this time. Trishul has only 3 ice charges, so Zen had to watch the monster's movements to figure out which one to attack. He also didn't want to waste any extra mana, because this energy would be very useful in the battle against the Rift boss. He assured me that if there are difficult situations, he will start fighting and will not let others die. Mila had no idea what a strong adventurer Zen is. He killed 3 high-level opponents with 1 hit. That deserves respect. Zen hoped that the Master of Gravity had also evaluated his skills and felt the difference in their levels. He believed that Charles was too low-level and low intelligence to try to become a leader. The difference, in his opinion, is not only in their levels, but also in their classes, so he was blessed by the heavenly gods, which is why he fights so well. But it is unlikely that all this seriously impressed Charles, who had already seen many more interesting things in his life. He doesn't like it when someone tries to appear better than they are and hide behind various reasons. Charles saw that Zen started fighting only when he was noticed, and he did it to show his own level. He appointed himself as a leader, but for some reason he did nothing from the very beginning and waited for others to do all the dirty work. This behavior can cost someone else their life, and it hardly looks like a true group leader. Zen smiled and asked Charles if he was so smart, why didn't he destroy these monsters himself? He realizes that Charles is angry with him because he did not take his side. But Charles said that he didn't care who became the leader of the group. The main task for everyone was to survive. But if Zen continues to behave like this, no one will reach the Rift Boss alive. He doesn't understand what's going on in the minds of the Zen, but a true leader must put the lives of others above his own ambitions. Otherwise, no one would follow such a leader, and no matter how much Zen would laugh in response, Charles is absolutely right. Zen couldn't hide his aggressive emotions behind his smile, and girls can sense such moments immediately. Other team members began to stand up for their leader and asked Charles to stop this conflict immediately. Charles didn't like Xena from the very beginning, so their future conflict was quite obvious. Zen has an inflated self-esteem. He's a very proud and arrogant guy, and he hasn't met someone who could make him so angry in a long time. After the battle, one of the flying monsters remained alive, and when everyone was distracted, he got up and started running away. It was not clear where he was going, and no one paid much attention to it. Later, this little mosquito flew to another creature in this distorted forest. In a few seconds, this little monster was completely destroyed. Not even a trace of it remained. He didn't even have time to scream. Everything happened almost instantly, so the adventurers didn't hear it all. It was not a simple monster that destroyed him. This creature looked very much like a man, like a big blue man. This creature must be able to use magic, because all this time this man could observe other creatures in the forest. Naturally, the adventurers attracted his attention, especially the 2 strongest warriors of this detachment. Surely they will see each other soon. This is probably the boss of the rift in the distorted forest. The group of young adventurers continued on their way in search of the rift boss, still confident that they would succeed. Zen tried to show off his technique and humiliate the Master of Gravity, but Charles turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Catherine thought that it was not necessary to bring these children with her. Most of the team members disliked Charles, but no one wanted to raise this issue for a general vote. Everyone thought that we should do something more cunning. We need to say bad things about Charles and make that asshole leave the adventuring team. Zen thought he was the smartest person in the world, but we'll soon see that he wasn't. Meanwhile, one of the girls continued to think about where the winged monster could have flown to. Charles saw her face and realized that she was actively thinking about something, so he decided to ask her what she was thinking about. At first, the girl did not want to answer the guy. She thought that Zen would get angry if she talked to Charles. But Charles said that any little thing that can be noticed in a fault can save other people's lives, so it's better to tell others what you think. If she doesn't want to talk to Charles, she can tell the group leader. This girl's name was Dorothy, and she said she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and it was just a trifle. One of the insects did not attack them, but only watched, then disappeared in an unknown direction. Monsters that have the intelligence to observe their future victims are a rarity in the Rift. Do the local monsters have such high intelligence and a sense of self-control? Or maybe he decided to warn someone else about the intentions of the adventurers. Charles said that this was a very useful observation and thanked Dorothy for sharing it. After that, he approached the leader of the group and explained that the local monsters were highly intelligent. He wanted to explain that it could be dangerous, but Zen didn't want to listen to him and said it was all just nonsense. Charles said that Dorothy saw a monster following the team and then disappeared in an unknown direction. A true leader must listen to every member of the team, which is the only way the team can work at 100%. Although Zen smiled, he was unhappy that Dorothy had told Charles this information and not him. He realized that Charles was right and that this information could not be ignored, but if he listened to it, he would have to back down. He was trying to concentrate. The games are always very intense, which is why he likes to do it. Charles understands the Xenos' desire to destroy the boss, but it all looks too risky. Zen asked me not to make him a bad leader anymore. He doesn't need all the stupid suggestions from the child. He didn't invite Charles to join the group for that reason, but he's always going around complaining about everything. Charles tries to hide behind good intentions, but all the while he wants to seize the initiative and make himself the leader of the team. Zen believes that whether he is right or wrong in this matter, whatever he says, other adventurers will trust him. Charles replied that he could be blamed as much as he wanted, but was Zen really ready to take such a risk to remain a proud leader? This conflict is reaching a higher level every minute, and it must be stopped. And as we know, if other adventurers cannot stop the conflict, then a monster can. Charles is very lucky to have such an attentive girl as Mila in his team. She immediately warned him of the danger. And this danger is really dangerous because they are challenged by a huge butcher monster, the 64th level. This monster stopped the conflict at the most interesting point, but there is still more to come. If Barbara hadn't reacted in time, Charles would have been the new team leader, because Zen was left without a head. There are a lot of monsters around, and they all hide well from the adventurers, so the team was surrounded all the time. Zen realized that they were really being watched by a monster, so he was wrong in his guesses. But he is still confident that he will be able to build his strategy in such a way that everyone else will continue to trust him. To do this, you need to destroy these monsters very quickly and efficiently, although there may be many of them. He was sure that it would be a battle for leadership in the group, and whoever proved to be the best would become the leader. Zen ordered them to split into small groups and examine the environment. Charles also recognized that this time he would have to obey the leader's orders. Zen have a really great combat experience, so it can help to survive this battle. Some of the members of the adventurers team were scared, so Charles decided to act immediately. He attacked the first monster and showed it what the power of a gravity master is. He was not alone in his attacks. Mila immediately sensed the moment and activated the Ball of Darkness. She always comes to the rescue and feels very good about her teammate. The monsters turned out to be very durable and strong, with high attack and defense scores. However, if Zen summons a treacherous right now, he may not have enough mana to fight the Rift boss. He decided to let the sorcerers and melee fighters go ahead and keep a safe distance from them. Zen behaves like a real coward, even though a leader should be the first to go into battle and lead others. Zen believes that no one will be hurt in this battle, but in a critical situation, he will be able to use magic and help the adventurers. Also, in the group of the Gravity Master, someone may be seriously injured and have to be kicked out of the team. Perhaps it would be better to deliberately make the monsters attack Charles and the girls, and then the Master of Gravity will beg for Zen's help. While this bastard was dreaming about his bad plan, the same man appeared behind him. It's very quickly approaching the zenith, and it looks like something very terrible is waiting for us now. At the last moment, Zen managed to dodge when it seemed that he would lose his head. While the other adventurers were distracted by the monsters, their boss decided to attack the group leader, a rather clever strategy. Zen activated the instant fire skill and was able to break the distance with his opponent. But this is not a problem for such a powerful monster. Its arms immediately became incredibly long and began to attack Zen. The adventurer managed to activate the IG skill, which is something like a protective shield, a technique only a sage can use. The other adventurers around are too weak. They can hardly even defeat ordinary monsters. But fighting a Rift boss without their help is almost certainly a guaranteed death. The Rift boss, meanwhile, is ready to activate a poisonous liquid, which destroys all magical effects. I think it's not hard to guess that the purpose of this poison is to destroy the Xenos' defense shield. The Rift boss has now demonstrated the use of items, an incredible understanding of tactics and self-awareness. Zen even began to think that it was not the Rift boss, because this creature was too strong. He had never met anyone like this monster. Any rift was just a fun game for Zen. This genius always found a way out of any situation. He has always had backup plans for the worst-case scenario, but now things are completely different. He doesn't understand why this situation happened to him. Is his life's journey about to end? He remembered Charles's words that his behavior could cost someone's life, and it seems this young adventurer was right. Of course, Charles couldn't let that monster kill Xena if he didn't love the boy, but he doesn't deserve to die. Mila also came to the rescue. Her shaman class helped to activate the shadow chains and restrain the monster for a while. Charles explained that his task is to ensure that all members of this squad survive, without exception. This monster is called the Yellow-Clad One, and it is on the 77th level. This monster is resistant to various attacks, has a high level and intelligence, and analytical abilities at the level of a human. This vault turned out to be a very dangerous place, and Mila suggested retreating, but Charles refused the idea. Barbara's class is the best in close combat, so she can defeat all the little monsters. And their main goal will be to destroy this great man if at all possible. If it has protection against sharp attacks, it is unlikely to be able to stop magic attacks. Charles ordered Mila to replenish her mana supply, and the girl immediately went to the fool. She leaned over to him and told him that if he tried to escape again, she would not rescue him next time. Meanwhile, Charles began to approach the main monster, and the battle promises to be incredible. The battle was on. Charles drew his sword and prepared to defend himself at all costs. He decided that the best defense was an attack, so he jumped high and tried to make a good shot. He was lucky and hit the head of the one dressed in yellow. It was a lightning attack. But this monster didn't pay any attention to her at all, so its head is also protected from sharp blows. Zen watched this battle and smiled. He was satisfied that Charles could not do anything to this monster. The Charles level is much lower than the monster level, although he looks very calm, but the situation is escalating. Mila couldn't understand why this guy was acting like he was a proud peacock, even though even a proud peacock behaves better. At first, he seemed to her like an ordinary idiot, but now she realized that he just had problems with his head. Meanwhile, I noticed that the monster can change its fighting style depending on the opponent. It's unlikely that he's using his mana charge, so what resource helps him fight like that? Charles was right. The deeper they went into this rift, the more dangers they brought upon themselves. The man dressed in yellow again took out an incomprehensible flask, probably poison, something similar to what he had already used. The monster tries to attack at a distance, and at the same time drive the opponent into a corner, a terrible, but at the same time effective tactic. This big yellow man has activated the storm skill. Now let's see what it can lead to. Charles was able to successfully defend himself against this attack, and disappeared from the sight of his enemy. He took advantage of reverse gravity and hid above his head, a familiar tactic. After that, he activated the comet's fall and started attacking the monster. Of course, the one dressed in yellow survived. It is unlikely that a monster of this caliber can be defeated so easily. It was hard for Zen to admit it, but the Master of Gravity has incredible talent and can compete with him. It seems that even such strong monsters as this have a sense of pride and excitement. He prepared a double attack. Now it will be even harder for Charles to defend and counterattack. The guy has never fought opponents of this magnitude, but there is a first time for everything. Zen and Mila were also attacked by the monster, but the girl noticed it in time and activated the ball of darkness to protect herself. While Zen cannot move, he needs to fully restore his mana supply. Meanwhile, the battle between the monster and Charles continued and reached its peak. Dressed in yellow activated the Windy Cut skill, although it was not easy, but Charles defended himself with the help of double gravity. It's time to strike back. It's impossible to win a fight by constantly defending yourself. Sensing that the perfect moment had arrived, Zen activated the treacherous skill as soon as his mana level was replenished. Now it will be very difficult for this monster to defend itself against two martial artists at the same time. The man dressed in yellow tried to escape, but the Trishula activated the trident technique. Mila thought that they managed to win with the help of Charles, but Zen said that without his magic, nothing would have happened. The body of this monster is very strong, but the spikes of the Trishul are much sharper. But that's not all. The yellow-clad man managed to stay on his feet and decided to launch a lightning attack. He began to approach Charles very quickly, but the boy remained calm because he was confident in his own abilities. As soon as the man dressed in yellow prepared to destroy his enemy, Charles immediately disappeared. It's not the first time he's used this technique, and his attacks from above have always caused monsters big problems. He activated the Grant skill and prepared to send the monster to hell. There was an incredible explosion and release of energy, and the yellow-clad man was finally completely destroyed. During this time, he gained 18 skill points and 22,000 experience points, and is now at level 64. Other small monsters were also destroyed, and Barbara is to be thanked for that. As expected, she was able to destroy all the monsters without the help of other adventurers. Zen activated his quick healing skill and healed his wounds after the battle. If the group of adventurers has more injuries, he can also heal them with white magic. It was time for a conflict among the team, and other adventurers started shouting at Zen. He reminded them that Zen had promised to protect them in critical situations, but they survived only because of Charles. One of the adventurers decided to defend his leader, saying that it was their own fault that they were not expected to be attacked. A small conflict started. Not everyone was satisfied with the actions of the squad leader. The split in the team has already occurred, although this conflict could have been avoided, but it is what it is. Some team members have supported Zen from the very beginning, which is why they are trying to defend it now. Catherine recalled that as soon as she fell into the fault, she was seriously injured and scared, but it was Zen that saved her. So no matter who says something bad about him, she will always be on his side. Then Zen began to speak. He thought that by uniting they could defeat the boss, but when he saw this monster he realized something. Now his opinion has completely changed, and the best option would be to wait for the special forces to arrive. These words made Charles very angry, but Zen asked him not to start a new conflict. He promised to listen to all the boys' complaints after the fault was cleared, shook his hand and said that Charles was incredible. Mila and Barbara were shocked by Zen's behavior. It seems his schizophrenia had begun to progress. Zen said that Charles is the first adventurer he recognizes as his equal, and that is worth a lot. After they leave the rift, Zen suggests that they forget about Barbara and Milo and join his team. Charles refused and said that they needed to get back to the exit as soon as possible. He was not interested in such proposals. The other adventurers were upset by Zen's behavior. They had long followed his example, but now they realized that he was a fool. Meanwhile, interesting events were taking place in the Oto area, not far from the fault. Agent Bart and his assistant Lydia have met with Fujima. Their operation is about to begin. But first, Fujima wants to talk about something. He didn't say everything on the phone. He took an unknown key out of his pocket and said that Bart should use it in the rift. This is the key of the starry sky, the main object that can cause overcrowding in the rift. Although it can be used to remove fault closure, it can also cause a new disaster. Fujima assured him that he knew what kind of artifact it was and how to use it, and asked the leader to shut up. Fault closure is a special anomaly, usually occurring before a catastrophe, and boss evolution occurs in such faults. If they lose the battle, the boss will complete its evolution, and the city will be destroyed. But if you provoke an overcrowding of the fault, it will come out on its own, which is an option with minimal risks. It would be easy to destroy the monster in the real world when it hasn't yet completed its evolution, which is why Fujima wants to use this item. There are many agents of the organization in the area now, all of them preparing for the monsters to come out of the woodwork. The task of the Special Forces agents is to protect the city from threats, but now they are personally preparing to create a disaster. Barth told his assistant that the Special Forces were just a system, and that they shouldn't be taken too seriously. Fujima liked his words and thanked the soldier for supporting his idea. He said that it was time to start and help the foolish adventurers fulfill their heroic struggle. Meanwhile, in the rift, Mila continued to draw mana from the little monsters. Thanks to her abilities, they will be able to restore mana in a short time, and if the special unit is delayed, they will be able to resist monsters. They also have some food, not enough to fill them up, but enough not to starve to death. Those who caused the most problems for the adventurers began to behave quietly after the last battle. The only one causing problems is Xenos, and it would be perfect if he were killed by that monster in yellow clothes. Soon, the Fujima and the Special Forces soldiers found themselves in the middle of this rift at last. They immediately saw the team of adventurers, and Mila was happy and calm, as if they would finally be rescued from this hell. But it all looks quite strange. Less than 24 hours have passed, and the Special Forces have already come to the rescue. It's too fast. Charles has no doubt that this is a real special unit, but the situation is quite unusual. He believes that to clear the rift of the distorted forest, a group of 80-level fighters is needed, but there are only a few such warriors in the country. Special forces are constantly trying to get the most talented people. Strong adventurers can be counted on the fingers of one hand, but looking at this group, it seems that there is not much talent among them. Lydia asked all the adventurers to go to the entrance to the fissure and wait for the moment when they would clear it. She said that there are many anomalies in this rift, so adventurers should not fight the local monsters. Most of the team members were happy. They believed that their work in this vault was finally completed. Charles decided not to remain silent and asked the first question of the Fujimas. He asked if they were really a combat group. He decided to make sure that it was a combat team, not a research team, and this question did not sit well with Fujima. His assistants came up to Charles and said that this guy talks too much. He should ask fewer questions and leave faster. Zen and Mila began to calm Charles down, saying that these soldiers were very powerful and it was better not to cause them any trouble. Zen explained to the soldiers that Charles was a rather strange guy, and it was better not to touch him. But Charles realized that the whole situation was extremely strange. Why didn't these people answer his question? When they all went in different directions, an interesting thing happened. Lydia turned to Charles and tried to say something. She asked Charles to be careful. The fault is very unstable and anything can happen. As soon as the exit from the fault is opened, she advises to run home and hide. Charles realized that this fault was very poorly understood, and all this could lead to bad consequences. An unstable fault needs to be dealt with quickly, and in such a situation, there is a high risk of mission failure. It is a very bad decision to send a special unit in such conditions without additional information. They didn't even hire the adventurers, and they refused to provide security for the adventurers. When the Rift boss is finished, of course, everyone can leave the place in peace. But why did Lydia decide to give this advice? Why did she openly inform Charles of the danger? If it is still dangerous to be in the fault even after unblocking the exit, there can be only one reason for this. Charles turned around and walked toward the Fujima. He said only one phrase, "The key of the starry sky." This old rascal immediately heard these words. He could not believe that this child knew about the key. Now it became clear what they were up to. They wanted to use this artifact inside the vault. All this is done for one purpose only, to cause an artificial disaster. Fujima promised that no one else would know what was happening on this mission. But how does this guy know about the starry sky key? Perhaps it should be destroyed right now, and thus keep the information confidential. The Starry Sky Key is an artifact that allows you to repopulate the rift, and it is also needed to remove the closure of the exit. As the rift closes, the concentration of magical miasma increases, so monsters become stronger and more aggressive. So Vremya very quickly guessed why the Special Forces agents had come here and immediately told him about his guesses. Fujima was very angry and didn't understand how this guy had found out about everything, which could lead to serious problems. The adventurers found out about the ancient artifact, although all the information was classified. Did someone tell them? Special Forces are watching this very closely, and an ordinary adventurer would not be able to find out about this subject. If Fujima refuses to comment on this, Charles will continue to put pressure on him. This guy is too problematic. The other adventurers started to panic. They learned that the Special Forces wanted to create an artificial disaster, and they didn't like it. Fujima started shouting at them and ordered them to shut up. He said it was all just their guesswork. But Charles realized that as soon as he said this, Fujima and the other agents started to worry, so it was all true. In response, he saw serious faces that said nothing, so his theory was confirmed. Lydia looked at this young adventurer and could not understand how he had guessed the involvement of the Starry Sky Key. Later, she recalled her words and realized that she had helped to declassify this operation. But it would be wrong to put pressure on these people. Even if all this is true, they are unlikely to listen to young adventurers. Meanwhile, Zen was thinking about different options. They could start fighting with a special unit, and they could even defeat them. But it is unlikely that all of this will end in their favor. All of these events will have their consequences. He doesn't understand why the Master of Gravity started this conflict. There is no point in quarreling with the Special Forces in such a situation. No one will benefit from it. But Charles believes that silently turning around and leaving is not an option. He said he had a proposal. He is not going to criticize the agent's decisions because he understands that the situation is critical and there is no time for another strategy. He realized that the high risks, lack of strength, and short amount of time forced them to deal with the problem differently. That is why they decided to use the key of the starry sky to cause a catastrophe to try to save a large number of lives. Charles admitted that he was a pretty strong fighter and also reminded him that he was standing next to an adventurer of rank A. If they all unite for a common goal, they can defeat the boss and stop the disaster. This proposal shocked everyone around us, even though it was logical, but no one had even thought about such a scenario. Fujima remained furious. He accepted the task on purpose so that he would not fight with anyone. He thinks it's a ridiculous idea to team up with unknown adventurers and risk his own life to defeat his boss. He went up to the Charles and told them that they had a great responsibility for millions of lives, so they were not playing heroes here. Charles replied that those who enter these rifts meet their own deaths here, so they are not romantics or heroes at all. And if you have a choice, you will choose to die rather than bring disaster on other innocent people. Charles realizes that they all want to do what is best for the city. But he had seen it all before, a mountain of corpses and destroyed houses. A similar story had already happened in the past timeline. They could have come earlier, but when they did, it was too late. Even though they are stronger than other people, they are not gods. It is simply impossible to save everyone. Charles has been in this kind of hell before, and if he has the chance and the power to stop it, he will take it. He does not play the heroic role. He is ready to show his intentions and lead people by his actions. Fujima grabbed him by the cloak and said that adventurers always sing the same song. He had realized this long ago. He was too cautious when talking to Charles, but now everything will change, and his assistants will show the boy his place. Mila started shouting and ordering the agents to stop. It was the worst time for battles between adventurers. Suddenly, Bart intervened in the conversation. He did not want to stop Fujima, but rather asked to be given the opportunity to deal with Charles. Everyone thought that the soldier would try to stop this conflict, but now it is clear that he was angry himself. He promised to show Charles how great the difference in their abilities was, and to teach him good manners. If such a strong soldier wants to fight, it is better not to stop him. At least that's what Fujima thought. Bart is someone who has reached the heights due to his fighting skills. He is said to be an adventurer of the A rank. Even in close combat, the Fujima would not have been able to defeat this soldier, so Charles would not have been able to survive this battle. Mila tried to calm everyone down and kept saying that it was not a good idea to fight now. But Charles drew his sword and said that words would not be enough to explain to these fools how bad their decisions were. Now he wants to show them what he can do and force them to change this ridiculous decision. In the next few minutes, we're going to see an incredibly interesting battle between two talented adventurers. Fujima was sure that they would be able to put this fool in his place, and then the others would not have any more questions. Bart has to show his high class. If he overdoes it and kills the guy, he will be to blame for this problem. The Special Forces soldier remembered this impudent guy. They had already met after Charles had cleared the Library of Secrets. Bart is level 82, which is 20 levels higher than Charles, and he is also one of the most outstanding soldiers in the Special Forces. The battle has begun, and he has decided to strike first, but if Bart loses, they will be forced to take this gamble. It looks like a professional archer started his fight without using his best weapon, a very arrogant behavior. There is a 20-level difference, and this is not a battle in which you can talk about the superiority of your class. Bart can easily destroy Charles even without the help of signature weapons, but the Master of Gravity must have a backup plan. Charles felt the difference in levels, and with each new attack from his opponent, it was harder for him to defend himself. This Special Forces officer is used to close combat, so we need to find holes in his defense and counterattack. This guy moves incredibly easily. Is he using a class skill? So far, Charles has been able to successfully defend himself against his opponent's attacks. But how long will this last? Bart grabbed his enemy and threw him over himself with one hand. The fight lasted a long time, but the outcome was known in advance. But later, the soldier felt that something went wrong. The trajectory of the fall became too strange. Charles realized that the free hand and knife attacks had not worked, so the soldier decided to use his best move, and it was expected. Charles deliberately avoided letting his opponent use this skill. At the moment of capture, it reduced its gravity, and when it left the ground, it doubled it. Charles has shown his combat intelligence, which already shows that he thinks like an A-rated adventurer. It seemed impossible that an ordinary adventurer could defend himself against the best officer's attack. Bart originally wanted to beat his opponent, but now the joke is over, and his goal is to kill Charles. Now the soldier knows what this guy is capable of, so next time Charles won't be able to counterattack as successfully. The battle continued. The officer continued to attack, and tried to show that he was the best adventurer. I must admit that it was a pleasure to watch. It was like a battle of the titans in ancient times. It wasn't easy for Charles, but he tried to level the playing field and impose his strategy. The officer told him that it would be reckless to fight the boss, a big risk for the whole country. Charles replied that right now he would show him how to defeat the boss, if Bart still didn't believe it. No matter how many arguments the soldier gives, this guy still believes only in his own theory, and his opponent does not like it. Charles launched a new attack. It's unclear how he managed to save so much mana until now, Step by step, the officer began to understand why he disliked this young adventurer so much. He immediately remembered the old days. 5 years ago, at the age of 25, Bart joined the Special Forces. He gave up a potentially successful career as a police officer for this goal. Last month, there was a terrible disaster in a neighboring town, and he decided to become a soldier in the Special Forces. But they asked him not to worry and explained that this work should be done by adventurers. He was told that adventurers don't need much support. They are to blame for their own problems. Acting rashly, everyone who was not indifferent to human lives began to become adventurers. But Special Forces officers need to take control in such situations because their job is to help people. Because of the disasters, many organizations began to experience financial problems, and many states lost their national frameworks to the monsters. That is why Special Forces cannot afford to fight this problem alone. The leaders of the Special Forces did not want to take on a case with a huge risk and a small chance of success. Bart was asked to change and take off his rose-colored glasses and start looking at the world soberly. He had to grow up and work for the good of the corporation. These are the people who should serve the country, and these are the people who should be in the Special Forces. 5 years have passed since then, but nothing has changed in the organization. And every day the officer felt something inside him was breaking and dying. He began to justify himself and say that the system was to blame for everything, and it became easier to live. Charles hoped that he could prove his strength to his opponent, but the officer said that this was not the case. The future of Otto's neighborhood is at stake, and for the officer to change his mind, Charles must risk his own life. It looks like Bart has decided to use class weapons, which is very bad news for Charles. Fujima said that there was no need to talk to this fool anymore. There was little time left, so Charles must die immediately. The officer prepared to execute the order, each of his shots endowed with a high-level spell. Charles realized that it would be very difficult to defend himself, so he reduced the gravity of his body and jumped forward. His task was simple. He wanted to attack his opponent from the mountain, which is his favorite technique. Everyone was incredibly tense. This is the moment of truth, and a lot will be decided now. Although it was very interesting to watch this battle of the Titans, few people enjoyed it because of the tension. Charles was able to strike with his sword, but stopped at the last moment to avoid killing the officer. It was incredible. Could this young adventurer really defeat a Special Forces officer? Barth admitted defeat, given their huge difference in levels. It was time for memories again, and he recalled the last time he saw his father in the hospital. The father apologized to his son for working all the time and not finding time to teach Bart something. The hostages were in danger, so his father did not wait for reinforcements and went to fight the bandits alone. The bandits were neutralized, but his father was seriously wounded, which cost him his life. Most of all, Barth was angry that he had come to terms with reality and could no longer hold on to his own ideals. He looked at Charles and said that he agreed to act according to his plan. He could no longer blame the system for everything in the world. It was incredible, Charles admitted to the senior officer of the special unit. Now they will join forces and be able to defeat the boss and stop the disaster. It's as if the senior officer has taken a heavy load off his shoulders thanks to this battle and the new plan. Fujima could not believe that the officer had rallied behind the adventurers and hoped to clean up the rift. He mentioned that the permission to use the Starry Sky key was given personally by Judas and said that it was a very secret mission. The officer went against the orders of the Special Forces by his actions, and this cannot end without punishment. He said that he was in charge of this special operation, and everything would go exactly as it had been decided from the beginning. He cannot allow some adventurers to risk the lives of others. They need to be shown their place. Charles reminded us that if they fail, we can use the Starry Sky key. The risks are the same. Fujima called him an idiot and said that Charles did not think about the consequences at all. The adventurers took command instead of the Special Forces, and this news could deal a serious blow to the organization's reputation. This is an important covert mission entrusted to him by a very important person. Now they have been discovered by adventurers, and the soldier he personally took on this operation lost one of them. If this is found out, Fujima will die a terrible death, so he decided to remind Bart that there is no place for a weakling like him in the Special Forces. He called the officer a naive idiot and said he would never entrust him with important tasks again. Bart replied that he understood the desperation of the Fujimas, so regardless of the outcome of this operation, he would resign. This news surprised not only Fujima, but also the officer's partner, Lydia. The officer said that he was not acting like a fool. It was the Fujima who was risking the lives of ordinary people. This guy can't be persuaded to change his mind, which is why Fujima hates these stupid heroes. He said they had nothing else to talk about. The officer could stay with the adventurers and do whatever he liked. But this old agent is not going to go down without a fight. He hates it when his orders are not followed. From the very beginning, it was a big mistake to take this officer with us. He decided to beat the bartender to death, and then justify himself by saying that the officer had failed to comply with orders from his command. The officer is a very experienced warrior, but we must admit that Fujima is of a higher level than his. Also, at such a distance, the officer will not be able to use his class weapon, so he will be in a worse position. He's not going to let the bar run away, and he's going to fight at the distance he needs to. The Tiger Attack is a gladiator's class skill, a technique that increases the speed and power of an attack. With this technique, Fuji hopes to defeat an experienced Special Forces officer. He approached the officer and knocked the weapon out of his hands, and now he has a chance to win. Bart looked completely defenseless, but suddenly threw a powerful right-hand punch like Mike Tyson. His weapon was only a primitive ambush. He wanted the Fujima to come closer to him in order to start a close combat. A single punch to the jaw is enough to knock you out, and even if the difference in levels is huge, it will be enough to win. We are human beings. We have the same shortcomings of the human body, for example, weakness before a blow to the head. The officer explained to his opponent that he would never use a class weapon against such a weak man. A person who uses his subordinates as a weapon cannot threaten an officer in close combat, no matter what level he has. Bart used to defend these stupid ideals and follow all the orders of the system, but now he has resigned and will not do so anymore. No one wanted to defend the Fujima. Everyone realized that an officer could destroy anyone with a single blow. Although this man was a powerful warrior, he would not have fought with them against the Rift Boss. Thus, a strike team was soon formed to fight the Rift Boss. This team can destroy anyone. The Rift Boss is probably around level 90. Not much is known about him. The situation is completely different from the battle with the Cursed Queen. But this team of adventurers has no choice but to face this unknown force and win.